All right, hey guys, what is up? It is Dibzuda here once again, and welcome to some more Resident Evil 4 Remake. In this super long video, I'll be doing a full professional S Plus walkthrough of all the chapters, and I will not be utilizing any glitches. I will be using no DLC, so no DLC weapons, charms, or extended map treasures. I won't be using any bonus weapons, so no Chicago Sweeper, Primal Knife, or um, hand cannon. I won't be using any accessories like the cat ears or the chicken mask or anything like that for Leon. I will not be using any buffing costumes, which basically only includes the armor set for Ashley. I do have like two of the cosmetic outfits on for the two characters, but they don't actually have any actual impact. And I won't be using the rocket launcher, which of course is not a bonus weapon, so it is allowed to be used for the hand cannon unlock and things like that. You can buy it from the merchant in the game. I just won't be using that, so I'll be showing all the boss fights as well. So a lot of stuff that I'm restricting myself on here that you could utilize to make this easier for yourself. Maybe using, the main things that would be definitely accessible to people would be to use like the Ashley armor suit would make it a lot easier. Using the chicken mask for reduced damage or whatever, and maybe using Chicago Sweeper or Hand Cannon if you have those unlocked, things like that. And of course, using rocket launchers on some of the tough bosses like Salazar, Krauser, and Sadler. I mention all these things during the run. I also point out where extended map treasures are that you can easily grab, although I don't grab them myself. And yeah, I hope this helps you guys out. Basically, wanted to show that this could be done, fairly easily as long as you know the strategies. Also, very important to highlight that this is a segmented run. I don't do this all on my first try in one take. You can, of course, make your saves wherever you are wanting to make them. I use only 14 saves in this run, so there's an extra save for you to use wherever you like if you want to do that. And if you ever make a save and then continue on from that point and die or mess something up somehow, you can, of course, reload that save and continue from that point. If you do die, never use the continue button or your game time will carry over to the continued save. You don't want to have that happen, of course, because you will be, wasting a ton of time and might not reach the threshold for the S Plus, which is, of course, 5.5 hours and 15 or less saves. So that's pretty much it. That's the whole spiel. Hope you guys enjoy this. Hope it helps you out. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you for the next one. Next video I make will probably be something on the Mercenaries mode when that releases. So looking forward to that. Okay, so we're getting started here with professional difficulty. Of course, you do have to make a new game save, as you should know, to get this S Plus ranking, and any of the S Pluses does have to be on the first playthrough on the save file. And as I said at the beginning, the hardcore and the professional time limit is 5.5 hours, which we should be getting well beneath. And that's even without using, again, the things that can make it a lot easier, like those power weapons and accessories and things like that. Not only will it be easier, of course, it will be faster because you don't have to worry about things like Ashley or whatever else those things might help you with. As I said, of course, as you can see, I am using the villain cosmetic outfit for Leon here. That doesn't do anything; it just makes him look different, and I kind of like the feather, whole vibe it's got going. I don't know. I'm a fan of this one. I did pre-order the deluxe version of the game, so I do have all the DLC available, and I will be showing certain locations where you can get extended map only treasures if you want to make things easier for yourself. So I won't be picking them up myself, but I will be pointing them out where they are easy to get on, without going too far off the beaten path of the run itself. So right here, first encounter, same strat as in my hardcore guide. I just run a bit of a loop around the room whenever he tries to lunge at me and avoid his grab. You can also try to duck underneath it if you are confident in doing that. I've never been good at ducking the grab, so I just do that. Slowly go down the hallway to avoid this guy smacking you with a hatchet in the back while you're looting that green herb, and then we're good to go out of the first house there. I pretty much do the exact same strategy as on my original for the village or on my hardcore run for the village segment, utilizing that roof of the shotgun house and running loops around as best I can to avoid the chainsaw person and obviously all the villagers. Professional is quite a lot harder than hardcore, in my opinion. The people are a lot faster, really, and also you take a lot more damage. So it is quite a bit more difficult in terms of just surviving in general. I do try to loot everything on my way to the village here, and there's that little house with the flashbang and stuff in it that you definitely want to loot. That flashbang is quite important to loot, in my opinion, for the chapter 2 segment. So I would highly recommend making sure you get this flashbang and don't use it in the village or anything like that. Of course, make sure to stick to the left of the path here to avoid the bear trap. And then here comes the house. Just run straight in as usual. Just the guy will swing and miss you. Grab the red herb, the flash grenade, the ammo, and then zip right out. And keep an eye behind you because the guy, again, can throw his hatchet and try and hit you, but thankfully he didn't do that here. And we are cleanly through to the village. Now, you are able to actually end this fight as soon as you kill 15 villagers, but in my opinion, the time that takes and the resources it uses is not worth it. Like, of course, you do have to take some time to kill them. It's not a huge difference in time compared to just waiting it out, and you will be way lower on resources from doing that. So what I do is I run up the side here, stab that lady, loot that green herb before as well, and then loot this box. And then I just run straight down this alley, hop the fence, and go into the shotgun house for the cutscene to trigger. Just so I can get that shotgun right away. There's also this loot in the back here, some ammo, first aid, and 2 barrels that you can grab. So we go ahead and do that. And we run up and get that shotgun. I go ahead and I'm just setting up my shortcuts for later in the run, of course. But yeah, grab this shotgun, which goes to my 2 slot as I wanted. And the grenade goes to my 4 slot. And I go ahead and run down here. I shotgun that person who is usually there in the building by that point, and then I kick down the ladder and grab the shotgun ammo off the bed because that is nice to have. That guy nearly gets me with a swing there, but I just jumped through the window. And you can grab the velvet blue, and this rooftop is where I'm going to chill here for the most part. Usually in the other difficulties you'll have a longer amount of time to stay here, but of course on professional the people do get up here faster. I killed that guy just to buy myself a little more time, but then the chainsaw person comes through, so I go ahead and jump off the roof and run down the middle of the village to this point near the place where you can boost Ashley up later to get a treasure. And I wait out here. This guy puts down a bear trap, so I have to be wary of that in future runs down this, but when the chainsaw guy gets near, I go ahead and just run right past him and then climb up the ladder here. That guy throws a hatchet at me, so I know that he will probably be pulling out another hatchet when I get up here and be unable to take a swing at me. And then I continue running. I don't stop to kick down the ladder there, which you can do because that guy was throwing his hatchet and I was wanting to continue moving and not stop and potentially get hit. And then we just wait right here. This lady comes around, and since she's alone, I go ahead and take her out as well. Just to get, a little bit more time on the roof, because it is, of course, the safest when you're just chilling up here. Do make sure you stay on that side of the roof that I'm on, because if you're on the back side, which is sloping downwards towards the main area, people will chuck hatchets at you all the time, and that can definitely easily hit you and deal some damage. So I ran down here, and now I'm just chilling, waiting for the chainsaw guy and everyone else to catch up to me, so I can run around once again. And yeah, we are just going to climb back up this ladder, and rinse and repeat pretty much. You may have to do some improvisation during this. Kicking down the ladder is pretty good. These 2 guys, I just go ahead and shotgun to make sure nothing happens to me there. Kick down this ladder as well. But yeah, having the shotgun handy is always good to stop anybody from grabbing you or doing anything like that. And then we're back here on the roof. I put some shots into this guy, but miss at the crucial moments and end up actually getting hit there, which was pretty bad of me. Starts freaking out on the ground, so take the opportunity to get that free kill in there and grab the loot from him. Now that people are starting to get up on the roof, I jump off once again, run this same way, watching out for that bear trap, which I looked straight at, and then back to our spot here. And I'm just waiting out for the chainsaw person to come the closest. He's obviously the one you want to pay the most attention to, where he is located at all times. And then I am going to run back. And I thought there was too many people by the ladder there to really deal with potentially getting grabbed when I climb it. So I come over here and try to climb this ladder, but I get punched right off the ladder. So I just continue running around the loop and dodge this guy's swing. This lady tries to charge me down with the pitchfork, so I just shotgun her. Of course, if you're confident with your perfect parries, you can utilize those to block enemy attacks. I am definitely not, especially on like pitchforks and stuff. And right there, I have absolutely no idea how that lady actually managed to swing that pitchfork around and get me. Honestly, nearly die there. I was able to break free in time and heal up with one of my healing items. So yeah, like I said, some improvisation may be required. It's not always going to go perfectly for you. But I managed to loop back around once again and climb back up the ladder to continue with my strategy here. So, yep, kick that thing down. And this guy, I just go ahead and shoot to stagger him and then give him a swift kick if he does stagger for a kick. Unfortunately, he did not, but did pick up his loot there. And we're back at the same spot on the roof once again to be chilling up here. And this lady, I guess, sprinted around and starts throwing hatchets at me, which is pretty annoying. You can block hatchets with your knife. I don't think it has to. It's definitely not as precisely timed as blocking actual attacks with your knife. So just you know, be ready for those whenever there's someone nearby with a hatchet. You can block it. In my opinion, it's fairly easy to do. I don't know if there's a perfect parry timing at all for it, but if there is, it's quite generous. And then the bell rings, and there we have it. That's the village segment done. So yeah, I still find that strategy to be fairly effective, just running around and running that loop and sitting in that spot to waste time. Just still tends to work just fine for me on professional. We're gonna quickly loot the village here. This house usually has some nice stuff, 3 different things in there. A lot of the time, I feel like you get hand grenades in that house, which are nice to grab. And then we're going to run over here where there's a green herb. And this right here is an extended map treasure. So if you have the extended map, you want to use it, grab that. That's an ornate necklace, which is a pretty good one. I just show it off there. Don't actually grab it for myself. And then we're just going to run up to the farm now, looting these 3 houses along the way. If you didn't get the red herb during the bell ringing like I did, you probably want to make sure you grab that as well. There's a red herb on the cart behind that house that we got the grenade from. And there's a ruby in there and some handgun bullets in here. And then we are good to go onto the farm. For the farm, I will stealth kill the 2 people who are chilling out here just so they don't bother me when I'm running around and looting. I loot quite a bit of the farm, and I also take out all of the blue metals for spinels. You want spinels to buy or personally, I like buying the double magnification scope or whatever. If you don't like that, then you don't have to buy it, but we want that. And then also the red 9 stock, because the red 9 is what we will be using for our pistol during this run. It is the best pistol in the game when fully upgraded, and yeah, I highly recommend that. So yep, we stealth killed those 2 people, and now we are free to shoot without making anybody alert. Of course, shoot this treasure down when it's on the right hand side to avoid the water and get the pearl pendant. Here's the first of 5 blue medallions. There's one here in the barn behind this pole, which you can stab it right through the pole if you want. There's one there on the side of the house, and then there is one up in the barn here on our right, up in that little window there. And then we're gonna go through the windmill here, through the bottom side, which you might not even know. You can actually just go through here. It's unlocked. There's no need to unlock it. I would recommend leaving that tripwire up for when you're running to after opening the gate. Grab the yellow herb behind the ladder there, and then we can climb on up. And there's shotgun shells on this little step ladder here. And then I go over here and loot this stuff and then kill this person off who's in here, because they can be annoying whenever you are actually going down there to grab the wheel and then coming up to avoid the big the cowman or whatever, the brute I think is what they're officially called. So I like to take her out to avoid her getting in the way at that point. And there's the last blue medallion as well that we can take out for that request completion. I then go back here in order to get into the building, and also in order to loot this chest right here, which has a flagon in it. So you can grab that. That's a nice thing to pick up, another treasure for your money later. And then we break off the lock to get in, and then quickly loot this entire floor as fast as possible. all the stuff there. Kitchen knife, grab the wooden cogwheel, and you do have enough time, in my experience, to grab this crate and this cabinet. Yeah, it takes quite a while to recover from smashing the door open. And then you can just climb up and loot the barrel, grab whatever she dropped, and this cabinet as well, and you are good to go. And then we just go put the cogwheel on, hit the lever, and go down and out the gate. And sometimes, and this is why I said to make sure you keep this flashbang, but it is definitely very beneficial if you can not use it here as well. Sometimes you may need to use the flashbang to prevent getting interrupted while pushing the cart. So yeah, just be paying attention to your back here. It looks like I'm pretty much in the clear. There's basically nobody following me, so that is ideal. Pretty much what you want to happen whenever you're doing this. But if there are people on your tail, then and they're like, if they're at the end of the bridge already when you round the corner, basically, you can then throw a flashbang in order to push the cart. And whenever you walk past this threshold where the cart was blocking, they will no longer chase you. So yeah, that's pretty much what you can do in that scenario, is use that flashbang if you need to. But ideally that won't happen, and you can just keep it for chapter 2. And we're gonna run around that side path, of course, to avoid the trap that they've set for you. And then I'll just shotgun this lady. Again, if you're confident with your parrying, you can try and block that. I have no idea the timing to block pitchfork charges with perfect parries, or if you even can, I have no idea. Pretty much the majority of this run, I won't be relying on blocking or parrying at all. If I end up needing to try to parry something, obviously I will make an attempt at it. Sometimes I'm successful, but it's not my main strategy, and I try to avoid needing to do it. So at the lakeside settlement here, you just run into this house and you can loot the stuff. Watch out for the bear trap there. This guy will almost always throw his hatchet in my experience, so then you can just run past him after that. Right here, this guy with the pitchfork, I don't know if he's normally there. I don't recall seeing him before, but I probably should have just shotgunned him there, and then I always shotgun this guy so I can get inside the house. So if the pitchfork guy charges you, just shotgun him to prevent that damage, which I needlessly took, and then shotgun the guy by the door to get in the house. And that's pretty much chapter 1 complete. Go ahead and disable the tripwire, loot the cabinet, push the bookshelf, loot the other cabinet up here, and you can assassinate the guy who's banging on the floor. And that will be chapter 1 in the books. I do make a save after chapter 1 because chapter 2 can be quite difficult, and it's definitely not something you want to have to redo in chapter 1. You don't really want to have to redo the whole village thing over and over just for... Obviously, if you do die or need to redo a section, what you should do is load the save. Never hit continue, because that will keep your time that you spent during the during that time before you died. You want to definitely always hit load game to avoid that from happening. You can just load the game, and then your time will be reset to whatever it was when you loaded. So yeah, we're gonna make our first save here of the... I think I only end up making 14 saves, so there's even an additional save in here that you can utilize somewhere else if you want to have some other safety net. But yep, there you go. Chapter 2 start is where we'll be beginning the next segment here. And of course, I don't do all of these segments on my first try necessarily. I end up dying or have to reload. I expect you will as well, so just to make that clear, that's why I'm loading a new segment here instead of just continuing from where I left off. But here at the start of chapter 2, they've taken all your gear. Make sure you quickly close this thing. They always pop up your case there whenever you've lost your gear and it's empty. Come smash the crate to grab this herb, and we can just grab the knife and assassinate the first guy, which should really be no issue for you. And then the guy, I actually have a pretty cool strategy that I utilize for the guy with the hatchet in the next room, who you have to basically knife fight him, but I have a little strategy that I like to use that seems to work pretty well for me. So what I do is I run out here, quickly run around the sandbags, and like wedge yourself in this corner as close as you can get to that bear trap, and he will step on it. And then you can kick him in the face, and he will die, basically. His leg will come off, and he will be dead after that kick. So a very cool strategy that I like to do. Avoid you having to do any perfect parries or anything like that. and is nice and consistent as far as I've found. So pretty big fan of that one. I do kill the rats here in the factory for the request. It's pretty quick and easy and gets you some additional spinels for those items I mentioned that we want to buy. Make sure you crouch to avoid this guy seeing you. It's not, I guess, the end of the world. If he sees you, you can still knife slash him to death, but much easier to just assassinate him like that. And don't forget to run back here and kill the third rat, which is wandering around at the other end of this room. And there we have pest control complete. And then you just need to go spin the wheel and run back around to get your gear. For the upcoming Valley segment, I mainly just do the same strategy as my original Hardcore S Plus run. Just a lot of YOLOing and running through and then flashbanging them all at the end to spin the wheel to get out. Just make sure that you also, I'm going to be showing during the segment, that make sure you also grab the small key, which is in a chest in the house, which the roof has the emblem that you need. There's a small key in like the mud room of that house, which you want to grab. I'll show it, of course. Here at the first merchant, I think I just go ahead and buy the rifle. Obviously, sell off any sellable onlys that you have, and I quickly put these rubies in the flagon and sell it as well, just to get enough money for everything that I want to do. I think maybe I didn't need to do that just to get the rifle, but I also wanted to buy the case upgrade. So you get the rifle, you get the scope for free, and I repair my knife as well for more assassination attempts. Obviously, we equip the scope, and then we can shove off from the merchant. Grab the crate here, and there's this lady here in the valley, this little alleyway in between on your way to the valley section that you just want to, I just shotgun her. Of course, I guess I didn't end up killing her with that shotgun blast, so take some knife stabs on her and then take her out with the pistol. Almost got hit there, honestly. She was pretty tanky for the reason. That's professional for you. Obviously, on hardcore and lower difficulties, you can just block her attack and run by and then do the same on your way back. Right here, I like to snipe this guy since he's in the location you need to get to and he can maybe get in your way. And then we just head on down and run as fast as we can, loot this barrel on the way by. And basically, we are just using the shotgun as our best friend here. Anyone that runs up to us takes the shotgun to the face, and that's how it's going to be for a lot of this first area of the game. A lot of the village, I rely on the shotgun quite a bit. This guy, absolutely clueless as to what's going down. You can just assassinate him and then loot this locker. And then here's the small key that you should grab right here in this little room. And then on your way back through this door, watch out. There might be someone who is right on the other side that you need to shotgun. Right here, I got pretty lucky that I didn't get blown up there. I guess I had iframes climbing the ladder. Just be careful of the explosives when you're on your way up there. Usually, that had never happened to me before, where there was like a explosive right there as I was climbing up. So probably it's not something that happens a lot. Just be aware of where the explosives are and dodge them. A couple more shotguns there to those guys to get through them, and you can utilize this barrel to kill a few of the guys that are chasing you before running up the ramp here. This guy gets a shotgun from me as well, and then I will blow up that barrel to kill the other two on the other side of the wall, and shotgun that lady as well to give me time to loot this chest and barrels and stuff here for all this stuff that's on the ground. And then I go ahead, pull out the flashbang, throw that, and use that spare time that I bought to spin this wheel 4 times to open it up and get out. That guy right there also has dynamite, but he was flashbanged, so just be careful if he's not flashbanged or he recovers, he will throw dynamite. I don't know why there was 3 people standing right where I was going to jump down. I had never had that happen before. It's kind of unlucky to getting hit once from that, but other than that, that was pretty smooth run through of that, and that's generally the strategy I pretty much run on it, and should be pretty much good to go there after doing that. And then I go ahead and take this small key that we just grabbed and quickly run into the factory to open the drawer that is in here for what do you get, an elegant mask I think is inside of here. Yeah, so that's nice to grab for putting gems in and stuff, and isn't too big of a detour for that additional treasure. And then, of course, we're going to head on through the gate here to get inside of the the village chief manor's grounds. There's first this little junkyard that you have to get through with 3 enemies in it. So we're going to go through that. And there is a extended map treasure up and to my right, which I guess I don't remember to point out. It's one of those hanging things that you can shoot, and I think it's an Alexandrite if I remember correctly. So definitely grab that if you have the extended map and want to do so. This guy ends up grabbing me after I assassinate the first guy. Sometimes he won't notice and you can assassinate him as well. Some really good pistol aim here, as you guys can see, on top quality. But we just take him out afterwards. And then this lady, I like to try and bait her into a bear trap as well. Sometimes she will just run straight into one on her own, and you can just kick her in the face and she'll die. So that's pretty easy. Crawl under here. I think it's worth it to grab the large resources, 2 barrels, and a sapphire from this chest. And then we can move up and onwards to the chainsaw guy. I think I remember to go ahead and equip a kitchen knife here, because there is the potential that you'll have to block the chainsaw guy's attack, and it's better to use one of your poopy kitchen knives to get rid of it and not have to waste your main knife's durability. You can shoot that thing down to grab a sapphire, shoot the wooden board and the lantern to grab a clean pearl pendant as well. And then usually, again, you can usually just run straight by this guy and not have to worry about it, but there's some potential that you'd need to block his attack, so just be prepared for that. Crouch under that wire to delay them when they come through, and then we just run straight over to the back door of the village chief's mansion. Switch back to my main knife as well, because you do want to save up your kitchen knives during the village for the Mendez fight. They are very useful for his fight, and you can go through knives pretty quickly during it. In the manor here, grab the ruby from that drawer. There's another small key in this corner, which I also grab. And I just go ahead and loot this brown egg from the oven to get myself to full health. That's not too bad to get. The brown chicken eggs are actually pretty good for healing. There's a grenade on this shelf to your left and some pesetas before the puzzle. And the puzzle, of course, is wheat, pig, child, or baby, to grab yourself the crystal marble. And then we head upstairs. Red herb on the table on your left. Oh yeah, of course, this guy's here, so don't forget to shotgun him to prevent him from grabbing you. And then we want to grab the red herb on the typewriter table and complete the crystal marble puzzle, which is something you kind of just have to feel out for yourself. I kind of just spin it randomly in this instance. I was trying to go for some like insane quick completion, but it doesn't quite work out in my favor. I have it backwards here, so I have to spin it all the way around. But yeah, I mean, it's not too hard of a puzzle at the end of the day, and just have it slot into place there. Grab the handgun ammo and the insignia key, and that's the end of chapter 2. Now, I personally do not save at the end of chapter 2. This is where I get myself a spare save for later. As long as you're confident with the Del Lago boss fight, I see no reason to save after chapter 2. Chapter 2 itself is a little bit annoying with the valley segment, but the fish farm here in chapter 3 is, in my opinion, no real issue, and you should be able to get through that. And then, yeah, like I said, as long as you're confident with Del Lago, you should be fine without saving there. Free the wolf here, and you'll be able to leverage his help during the El Gigante fight later. And then we can head back to the village here. Interesting little fun fact or bit of trivia here. If you actually kill this guy who you can see running away at the, whenever you come out of this cave here, the dogs will actually not spawn in the village. So I guess he lets them out to come attack you or something. It's kind of a cool detail. There he is right there, runs away. Now, we don't ever even see the dogs because I just run straight to the little hole in the ground and jump in to get around. But yeah, that is potentially something you might not know. You can grab a crate in there if you didn't do it during the initial segment of the village. And then we can go ahead and run straight over to this alley. The tower will get blown up. Stay to the right side to avoid that bear trap, and then jump on down into here. There's 4 barrels in here that you can grab for loot, and then we just climb up, assassinate the lady who's up there, and open the insignia door to continue moving on. The only issue with Del Lago is you can only take 3, or I guess 2 direct hits, and the third will kill you. So you do need to be fairly proficient at avoiding it. I actually do almost die in this run on Del Lago, which is pretty funny since I never have trouble with him usually. I guess I was just a little bit spooked because I knew how much time I would have wasted if I ended up dying to him. Snake in this crate, make sure you double stab to kill it. I guess Viper, and you want to get 3 of those eventually to sell to the merchant for that request. And then just loot this various things as you go through the town hall here. Make sure to shoot this thing down for a Velvet Blue. Nice free treasure there. And there's a consistent first aid spray right there, which is always great to get. And then we have our next merchant here outside. So, yeah. I mostly improvise the merchants, as I've said before, so I don't even know what I'm going to end up doing here. Let's see. I'm just looking to see if there's anything extra to sell, like submachine gun ammo or something. I repaired the knife, and oh yeah, I do buy the flash grenade recipe here. I recommend buying that pretty much as early as possible. If you wait until like chapter 4 or something like that, or 5 maybe, it'll be discounted, but it's definitely worth it to have. And then I pretty much just craft all my large resources that I pretty much ever get into flashbangs. They are super useful for going through the game quickly. And you can shoot down that bird's nest there. I do not tune up the base pistol, shotgun, or rifle at all because I will be using the Red 9, Stingray, and Riot Gun as my 3 main guns for the rest of the game whenever I do get them, so I don't find it worth it to tune up those guns to start with. Assassinate that guy and punch out these 2 gravestone markers for that request, and you can grab a chicken egg from that bird's nest as well. Coming up here on the church cutscene, you just skip that really quick, and then there is an extended map treasure right outside of the church that you can grab if you'd like. If you have the extended map, I show it right here. I think it's an Illuminato. No, it's a red, what's it called exactly? Red gemstone ring. That's what's there. So pick that up again if you do have the extended map. And then we head in here, and you do want to open this small drawer. I kind of space out and forget to do it. And then I realize in a second and go back and open it. So yeah, we picked up that small key in the village chief's. Yeah, you can see I'm shaking my head, but I do have plenty of time to spare in this run, so you don't even have to go as fast as me. And as I've said many times, there's many ways you can speed it up. But just loot this thing here for a yellow diamond, so that's pretty good. And the small keys are actually quite a few that you can grab pretty easily during the game, so that's surprisingly nice. And we're here on the cliffside walk down to the El Gigante area. Run straight into this house at the start, double stab this crate for the Viper that's in there, and you can loot this drawer. And then shoot this barrel whenever some folks are starting to gather up, and climb up the ladder right away after doing that. I find that almost always these guys end up ducking or dodging because the guy in the back is throwing a Molotov, so that usually happens. But if that doesn't happen, then go ahead and use your shotgun to get your way through there. I go ahead and throw a flashbang there. Probably not the best idea, honestly. You probably can just shotgun those 2 guys to get by, but for whatever reason I used a flashbang. Yeah, probably not worth it in my opinion. But yeah, we're through that segment. And then up here we have the El Gigante area, and there is a treasure hanging above it, which you can grab. I forget to do it. I think I do it after the actual boss fight. If you didn't use that flashbang and you still have one, you can throw it here and it will kill all the crows, which can drop quite a decent amount of stuff. I probably would recommend doing it as long as you have a spare flashbang or large resources to craft another. You can take out these 2 dogs who are chilling in this area, and then continue on to the next section where the merchant is located. I don't even know if I talked to the merchant here or not, but yeah, we are going to be moving quickly on to the fish farm afterwards. So just come on down here and chat with the merchant. Yeah, I think I just sell what I have and maybe repair my knife before moving on. Yep, there goes the Velvet Blue and the Viper. And oh, I guess I'm going to go ahead and put, since I do have 3 sapphires, I just chuck them into this elegant mask here. Let me sell that off. And I'm going to repair that knife like I said. And then I do go ahead and put 2 points of durability into the knife, since that will save you money in the long run on repairs. So yeah, I recommend doing that. And that's it. So we head on out. That chest right there has a hexagon piece, which we won't be solving, so don't bother grabbing that. And we're moving on to the fish farm, which is the, I guess that first segment of the cliffside has quite a few enemies, but this is the main area with enemies in this chapter. So we are running along here. And at the start, make sure you stay along the water path to avoid the brute, who is on the upper path. As you'll see here, we fall on in and run along the water line here to avoid that brute. There'll be people around this corner, but they will not be facing you, so you can just run right by them, clueless as ever. That lady takes a swing, but not really even close. Straight up this ramp, shoot the thing here or deactivate it, whichever you prefer. You can't crouch under that one. And then jump on to down here. This guy with the torch, you can mostly just run past, slash open the lock here, grab the egg and the fuel, and you can loot that crate if you want, but probably best just to get out of there. The torch guy will be coming in, and you want to just shotgun him. I go ahead and throw a grenade behind me there, so I have enough time to grab this small key that's in this drawer here, and then we are in the clear, good to leave as fast as possible. So I'll go ahead and climb up this ladder. You do have enough time to quickly loot this crate over here, and then just shoot the tripwire that's behind this crossbow guy to stagger him and then run by. Boom, there you go, and run on past. He will take shots at you, so zigzag a little bit when you're past him, and you should be all set. And then jump off the side here. Now, you may still see the brute here. He may be here, he may not, but he'll usually do like a hey, let's go charge or cry or whatever. Then you're clean to get through when he does that. But if he does the spinning attack, you can catch up pretty quick, so be ready to hit E to dodge that. Chuck a grenade there to kill the crossbow person and get those people out of my way, and we are good to go for the fish farm. So yeah, pretty not too difficult section in my opinion. A lot of the people you can just run past at the start, and then on the way back you take the high road so they can't be there either. Just be careful of the brute there at the end is the main issue. I like to loot both of these houses since the, not this house, but the other one has a yellow herb in it and some other good loot. So I would recommend grabbing that. It's always nice to get those max health upgrades rolling as soon as possible. But yeah, 2 barrels and the red herb and a drawer. So I think definitely worth the short detour. And now we have the Del Lago boss fight, which I don't really have much to say about. You can practice it if you want, but it is... in my opinion, not that difficult, although my performance here may go against me saying that. I do struggle a bit with the fight here. But in general, it's not too bad. Just be pretty much always throwing spears whenever you can hit him. And yeah, try and avoid the stuff that's in the water and the jump attacks that he does. Pretty much in my experience when he's doing the jump attacks, if you're just holding right, they will never hit you. That's just how it works for me. So he's doing a jump attack here. I'm just holding right. He jumps way over there, so not even close to me. And I'm just constantly throwing those spears to get the damage in. It does require a lot of spears to kill this guy on professional, so just be prepared for a bit of a longer fight than you might be used to. But yeah, as far as I know, nothing you can do to speed this up or anything like that. So yeah, that's all I really have to say on the Del Lago fight. As far as anything else goes, that was a pretty nice demonstration right there of the fact that if you hit the water at all, even if he's like right on the other side, or it's like a short little or a shallow little bit of water in between you, if you hit the water at all, I don't think it hits him. It just does the water splash and doesn't get the damage or anything. Another jump there, clearly missing as I'm going to the right. But yeah, as far as upcoming things in the run to keep in mind, again, you want those kitchen knives available for the Chapter 6 Mendez boss fight, so try to keep those in your inventory as much as you can. You'll want to have 4 or 5 grenades with you for all the way out. I think it's like all the way out in Chapter 14 or so, but just something to keep in mind there, as well as 2 heavy grenades for Chapter 15. Just some nice things to have in the back of your mind when you're playing through. You also need 1 grenade in Chapter 8, I think it is, or Chapter 9, I don't remember. I think it's chapter 8 to skip a bit of the section with the armored giant. It's nice to have there, as you can skip a pretty dangerous bit of that segment, although I completely troll during that in this run, which I'm sure you'll enjoy. Quite a few segments in this run, honestly, are far from perfect, which again, I just leave those in. Like, a lot of them I probably felt I could probably do a lot better here and re-record it and whatever, but I usually decide not to do that because it helps you see that you don't need to be perfect in these runs, and just shows some of the issues you might face that you maybe can avoid by watching me screw up. But yeah, whenever he's jumping out of the water a lot, he's close to dead, and this is where I run into a bit of trouble here, I think. I don't remember exactly what happens. Yeah, he does this jump really quick. That's kind of weird. He does it at the last phase sometimes. He'll do like 2 jumps out of the water fast, and that can catch you off guard. That specific one, I think you need to dodge to the left to avoid. And then I skid this boat, barely don't get a full hit there, but thank goodness I didn't, because that would have been really bad. And I'm having a hard time even getting any harpoons on him. I was really worried I was going to hit that stump there, but managed to avoid it. And then he's gone into the water to do another charge attack here. And this one's really scary because he does it where he comes really, really close and then does the charge. And I think I wasn't able to actually stop him, even though I threw the spear right away. He still jumps right on the boat, and this does a lot of damage really fast. So make sure you're F mashing really quick. And as you can see, I'm now in the red. 1 hit from dead. I thought I was going to die right here. He almost pulls me straight into that log, but thankfully not. And 1 more spear takes him out. So yeah, that's the end of chapter 3. And now I will, of course, be making a save. So this will be our second save for the end of chapter 3. Again, as long as you're comfortable with Del Lago, I do recommend skipping the chapter 2 end save. But yeah, we'll be moving on with chapter 4 in the next segment right here. So with our save made, we are moving on to chapter number 4 here, which is a pretty long chapter. It's the one where we go around the lake area and collect a lot of stuff, and also do the El Gigante boss fight, and then we head back to the church to grab Ashley for the first time. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I get that's not necessarily required, and again, this is all just sort of to make the run easier overall. I know like the top level speed runs are going to be going directly for things, but this is more so for someone who just wants to get the S+, on professional for the challenge or whatever reason, and not necessarily for repeatable speed runs for the best times or whatever. So here at the beginning of this chapter, I will take out this Plaga with the rifle. And make sure you're backing up as you shoot, because he will run at you, and that thing has a really long reach and can hurt pretty bad. So I get a pretty lucky, or I mean, I don't know if you want to call it lucky, but I get a perfect parry there. Don't reload the rifle and instead have your shotgun ready and shoot that guy, preferably like in the legs or something to make him fall down, and then run by, and then you can reload your stuff. I was not paying attention and just instinctively reloaded the rifle, but you should be all right to just run past him after that. And then we are through to the caves here, and I definitely think you should grab the Old Way Shrine key here. There's 2 or 3 of them that are pretty much all right along the way that you can loot. I end up looting 3 of them overall, but again, if you want to save more time, you can skip some of them. And obviously the way you go about this whole boating section is pretty up in the air for what you want to do, but this is the route that I take. I start off by going to this area first, the more difficult one with the big group of guys that are here, and we're going to go and get the first of the 2 heads for getting the church key. So can grab those 2 barrels over there for a little bit of loot. That's usually good to do. And there's a flash grenade right there, which I got multiple times in that box, so maybe if you don't have a flash grenade, that one often has one, I'm not sure. But it's nice to have a flash at this point if you can. I know we did pick up the flash recipe, so if you have a large resources, you can craft that into a flashbang as well. But it is just beneficial to have one here. You can pretty much just run by these parts whenever there's a guy that looks like they're going to hit you. You can shotgun them. You can basically just run by Molotov guys without any issue. And then the code for this is top left, top right, bottom middle. And then we can grab the head. And then I go out the opposite way down this ladder here. And this is where I would recommend using a flashbang. I get a little unlucky there. Tried to parry it, couldn't nail the timing, but that guy was right there when I jumped down. You can maybe take a look down before you jump, and if he's there, then try and shoot him first or something like that. But right around here is when I will just chuck the flashbang way in front of me and squeeze past these guys who are all in the way. And then there's this last guy here who I just shotgunned and just barely managed to grab his loot before getting out of range. Open the door and you're free to go. So not too bad. A lot of those guys at the top of the first ladder are people who throw like Molotovs and dynamite, and they don't tend to be an issue. Now, this is what I do that maybe is a bit unorthodox for going really fast. I actually take this long way around through this tunnel because there's actually quite a lot of money in those barrels that you can run over. There's 100 in each barrel, so you just hit all those on your way through, and then you make a stop off at this island here for these 2 barrels, and then there's the Old Way Shrine that you can open up, as well as that hanging treasure that you can shoot down, which is an Alexandrite. And then, of course, opening up the Old Way Shrine here, we get... what is this one called? The Bangle? Yeah, Splendid Bangle. So, I think it's a pretty worthwhile detour, especially because turning the boat around in those smallish caves is kind of annoying. So going through and around here to get a little bit of extra money is, in my opinion, worth it for making things easier on yourself. And I will be now heading back through the other side of that cave, again hitting all these barrels for the money, and then we'll be back out on the open water here. So yeah, like I said, by the end of this run, you will have plenty of time left over for getting within 5.5 hours, so no need to worry about things like that. I head over here now to the middle of the lake to grab the Red 9, which is going to be the pistol that we use, and also I do grab the Alexandrite, of course, with the barrel, but the main prize here is the Red 9, and I go ahead and send my shotgun back to storage here. Usually I don't have enough space for things at this point, so I do that because you don't need any guns anymore for the rest of this chapter, really. Well, I guess you can use the handguns to shoot down a couple of treasures, I think. And also not till the end of this chapter. That was misspoke there, but not till the next time you are able to retrieve it from the typewriter at the very least, because we went through that place with all the guys first, and now these, this next place we go is just a tiny little island, or whatever you want to call it, little outcropping here in the cave that doesn't have any enemies at it. And this right here is an extended map treasure if you want to use it. There's a ruby right there, so feel free to grab that if you have the extended map. And there's 2 barrels over here that you can loot. And then we can head back in here. I actually don't grab the hexagon piece, but I didn't realize this, but you, and also I do the wrong code here, like an idiot. But it's left, and then bottom right for that. But yeah, you can actually grab the hexagon key piece here, even though we're not going to be solving the hexagon puzzle. I kind of forgot that you can actually just sell those after you're no longer able to access the puzzle, so that might be worth picking up just for a little bit of extra money. I somehow missed this thing 3 times with the knife, but you can climb up the ladder and slice that open to grab yourself a ruby, and then we will head back out and down here. I do head over to the chicken island to grab the gold chicken egg. Now, what you do with this is up to you. There's 2 options. You can sell it for the money and the request, or you can keep it and also get the second golden chicken egg in the castle and use both of those to instantly kill the Salazar boss fight. You can do that if you want. That would save you on using a rocket launcher if you didn't want to buy one of those. I don't do either of those things because I wanted to show all the boss fights, but that's a pretty big time saver right there if you wanted to do it. But yeah, you would have to invest a little bit of time into going and getting the second golden egg, but it would probably be worth the amount of saved time and would absolutely be worth the saved resources, because I have basically nothing left after the Salazar boss fight in this run, as you will end up seeing. So I would recommend that you do the Golden Egg or Rocket Launcher strat for him if you want to make things easier for yourself. I also grabbed the Lunker Bass on the way back to the Church Key here, which is an easy thing to grab because it's right along the way. Just make sure you don't drive past it or anything, because then it'll be a little bit annoying to pick it up after that. But yeah, that's worth grabbing as well for the request. And of course, sending back the shotgun means we do have inventory for it. Place the heads in and grab the church key, and then we are going to head straight back to the boat and do that quick little hop over to the merchant, the dock where the merchant is. Talk to him, do a bunch of selling and getting ready for the El Gigante boss fight, which I'm pretty bad at. I have a really hard time hitting the Plaga on his back. It's kind of a difficult shot, so this will maybe give you a perspective of someone who's not so good at the fight. Maybe if you're better, you'll be able to use less supplies and maybe do it faster than me. There's a couple of barrels here that I do end up looting. These ones are maybe not worth it, but they are, because they are pretty far out of the way. But, you know, as I've said multiple times now, there is quite a bit of leeway in the time here. And also, since we grabbed that small key earlier, we can open this drawer for the brass pocket watch, which is a nice treasure to be selling and continuing to get more money and all that. So we climb up the ladder here and then go head to the merchant, sell off all the stuff. Like I said, make sure you keep the golden egg if you want to use it on Salazar, but otherwise sell everything that's only treasure and your Lunker Bass, and also I sell the stock pistol. I get rid of one of those, the like slightly broken kitchen knife that I still had, as well as those two small resources, because I was trying to make some space in my inventory. And I do like to grab the high-powered scope, and I don't recommend you buy the mask there just yet, because the fact that I buy that means I don't have enough for the Red 9 stock right away, which is very bad. So don't buy the mask just yet, but you can buy it later after getting the Red 9 stock when the spinels are not that important. I go ahead and chuck 2 upgrades into the Red 9 power, 1 into the rate of fire, and 1 into the ammo capacity. That's pretty much what we're going to be spending all our money on here. And then, of course, don't forget to grab your shotgun out of storage. Yeah, I'm going to spend most if not all my money on the Red 9 upgrades until we get that exclusive 1.5 times power increase. And then after that, if you're going for rocket launchers, I would save money for those. Otherwise, you can maybe put some money into the shotgun, the riot gun, whenever we get that. Don't forget to open this Old Way Shrine to get the butterfly lamp. But I also save up quite a bit of money to buy and upgrade the Killer 7 for the Krauser fight. So we will save some money up for that eventually as well. So yeah, here we have El Gigante, and it is a bit of an annoying boss. I do struggle to dodge quite a few of his attacks, but I just start here by pumping him full of the Red 9, trying to dodge things. This one I just get absolutely kicked in the face, and yeah, it's really not a pretty fight here. I'll just say that up front. But you do have your dog friend who's going to come help you if you did save it, so that'll make it a little easier. Eventually he'll roar and out will come the Plaga, and then you can maybe try and shoot it with the rifle, but I really do struggle with hitting that shot. It is tough, if you ask me, so feel free to, if he's close, use your shotgun or your Red 9, and yeah, he grabbed me there, so I have to use my knife to get out. I'm not really fully sure how you can avoid a lot of the attacks. A lot of them are quite difficult. Of course, that one, just press E to dodge it. Trying to hit some shots on it with my shotgun, but those are pretty difficult to hit as well, because of the angles that he ends up having. When he goes to pick up this house, though, I'm able to get a couple of shots off with my Red 9, and eventually he goes down and we can jump up and start slashing away at the Plaga. So go ahead and do that whenever he does go down. And after doing that first slashing session of the Plaga, it does go away on his back, and then around now is when the dog will first show up right here. So that's nice. And I'm not really sure exactly what causes it to go into its animation where it bites his heel, and then he staggers and falls down and breaks the wall and all that. But in the meantime, I just keep shooting him and hope that eventually the dog's animation will trigger. I go ahead and heal up with this egg here. And you can run and hide in the house briefly to avoid him for a little but he will just take the roof off eventually, and then try and smash you with it, so that won't be a very long place to hide, but you can avoid at least one bit of attack there. And eventually the dog will trigger its animation, and he will charge the wall and break it. And I recommend pulling out your strongest weapon. In this case, for me, it's my rifle, and then taking a couple shots here at the Plaga. I'm able to get 2 free shots in on it there, and then I tried to quickly do shotgun shots, but just ended up completely wasting those. But yeah, now the Plaga will be out for the remainder of the fight as he does his charge there to quickly get out of the way. And yeah, just use whatever gun you find easiest to hit the Plaga with. I am getting a little bit unlucky with the Red 9 in accuracy here, but also, you know, my aim isn't perfect either. So there's that. Another E-dodge there, and able to get, I think, a pretty good shot on it with the shotgun. But still, this is definitely much slower than most people probably are able to do this, as I do land a pretty decent shot there and able to jump up on its back. But yeah, I'm just pretty bad at this boss. I haven't practiced it a whole lot, and I definitely think I could get it to be quite a bit faster. I'm also not exactly sure if my gun purchasing and upgrading and routing and stuff is the best that you can do, as I do get into stagger once again here. But I haven't really watched anybody else's runs or anything. This is all stuff I came up with myself, aside from a few of the skips that I show, which I just saw little clips of on Twitter. I haven't watched any full runs or really any tips on any bosses that you know, other people have done, just because I kind of wanted to figure it out for myself. So that's probably a good reason why I'm maybe not so good at these bosses, and then also that I just might not be using the necessarily best guns. Again, I'm not sure exactly what the actual speedrunners are using in terms of their guns here, but I go with the Red 9, the riot gun, and the Stingray rifle personally. And he is just kind of messing me up here. I had to heal again, but another shot into his Plaga there, and he'll go down on his crouching position, and a couple more slashes will finally take him out. Don't forget to loot the yellow diamond. And here's this treasure that I forgot to loot in chapter 3, so I'm going to grab it now. That's a ruby there for you. And yeah, that's pretty much it for chapter 4. Don't forget to, if you didn't loot either of the cabins, do go back and grab that stuff, because there is a lot of stuff in those cabins to pick up. And yeah, that's pretty much it for chapter 4. We just need to now run back to the church and save Ashley. There is, of course, the dog along the way that tries to spook you basically, but he's very easy to take out. Another flash grenade from those large resources. Don't forget that you can just run straight through here. There's not a blockage anymore, which is kind of interesting. You can just run straight through, and since the blockage is gone, along the way you can grab these 2 barrels. I didn't notice that on my first few playthroughs, and when I saw it I was like, oh wow, I wonder where that barrier went. I'm not really sure, but you know, coming up here, the dog will spawn, and you can honestly just run past it probably, but I mean, I take it down with just 3 red 9 bullets, so it's not that big a deal to take it down. And yeah, we're here at the church, so we're just gonna put on the key, and then all that's left to do is solve that little light puzzle in there that you can do to be able to access the ladder and save Ashley. Nice English there. Quite a few things to loot in the church as well. I think this always has submachine gun ammo, which you don't necessarily have to pick up, but I do just so I can sell it. And then you grab the barrels, and then of course loot the blue dial from this cabinet to do the puzzle with. And then there's a green herb right here. Just taking a quick little pause here, and as you can see, we are just about to reach the hour mark in the run, and you know, so we still got 4.5 hours to complete the remainder of the game. And here are some bolts that you can pick up again to sell. I think I go ahead and send back my rifle at some point, although right there I just craft some shotgun shells. Grab this small key off to this table on the side, and then we can pull this lever and open up the puzzle and be good to go. So what you want to do is, for the green one, you can line up the tip of the center there with the green thing. You know, you line up the tips right there. And for the red one, you line it up with the bottom right of the staff. There's a black line, part of the red one, that you can line up there. And then the blue one will just slot into place after that. So pretty easy as long as you use the red and the green. The tip of the symbol for the green, and then the bottom right side of it for the red, and then you line those up with them like that, and then you're good to go.
You in there?
You grab these 2 barrels and then open the door to save Ashley, and that is chapter 4 completed. I highly recommend you save after chapter 4 here, because chapter 5 is very difficult and you may fail a few times and need to reload your save, so you'll want to have it here at the chapter 5 start. You can possibly wait and try and save at the farm before the villa fight, but I would not recommend that, as it's possible to fail on your way to the villa as well, either in the graveyard of the church here or the village when you get back to it. I like to run back into Ashley's room really quick before moving on to grab the yellow diamond. There's a hanging thing in there that you can pick up from it, and then we just head back. It might be faster to send Ashley up to knock down the ladder and then run back and get the diamond. I'm not sure, because of course you have to run over here and then you have to run further to get to her room and then all the way back. But it might be faster because she does take a little bit of time to knock the ladder down, but it's close either way. But then we can climb up here, and I know there's some glitch that you can use to get outside the church without Ashley and just run all the way to the villa without her. Also, yeah, right here I send back my rifle and scope for inventory space. I'm not going to be using them. And I think I grabbed it, but I think I grabbed them back before the villa. I'm not 100% sure, but just right here I need the inventory space, at least until we get to the merchant halfway through. But yeah, there is some glitch you can do. There's a lot of weird glitches you can do with rifle scopes apparently. But I don't do any of them in this run, first of all because I wanted to do it glitchless, and also because it's probably something that will most likely get patched at some point, I assume, although I'm not 100% sure. So just in case of that, I don't utilize those. Make sure to grab the flashbang right when you jump out of the church, and then go back there to grab the large resources and elegant headdress from the chest back there. And then right here, we are basically just going to try and run through here as fast as possible. So we run past those people. This guy, you want a shotgun because he will pretty much always try to grab Ashley, but it doesn't work out for me. He actually doesn't get knocked over by the shotgun at all. So I end up having to chuck a flashbang, and then Ashley's kind of trolling me. She's taking forever to get over here. I'm just getting ready to shotgun anyone who looks like they're going to go for her. And then I stupidly run into a grave there for a little bit, which was not smart, but at the end we were able to get through. So not ideal having to use a flashbang. Definitely would have preferred to not do that, but just make sure you shoot that guy so that he gets knocked over and then run past, and you should be in better shape there. But not too bad at the end of the day. We're going to go ahead and loot these barrels, and then we have the merchant here. So I go ahead and put the rubies here into the elegant mask, and then the yellow diamonds into the butterfly lamp. That will get you some good money, and we're going to also put the Alexandrites into the splendid bangle. Basically trying to sell off all the treasures we have access to at this point to get as much money as possible, so we can repair the knife and then upgrade the red 9 as much as possible in preparation for the village or the villa fight up here. So yeah, again, this is just the route that I go with my weapons and upgrades and stuff, and again, not necessarily optimal, but it does the job for me. So yeah, we can grab that gunpowder there, and then this guy, you can usually just run straight up and kill him with like basically a stealth kill, so you should be fine to do that. Do not shoot him, whatever you do, because if you do, then the brute and a bunch of other people will be meeting you at this door, and that's really annoying. Make sure you wait for Ashley to come through the window, otherwise she'll be way behind you and might get taken away while you're not there. But if you wait for her to come through the window, she'll stick with you for the majority of that part. I threw a flashbang out the door because a lot of the time the brute and the lady can be very close to the door, and if that happens, you definitely want to flash them. You can be a bit more patient with it and see if they're there first before wasting a flash if you want, but I just went ahead and went for it right away. That guy I failed to assassinate, unfortunately, and right here I was worried Ashley was going to get incapacitated by the Plaga, but we managed to make it through, and as soon as you're through this door, they will de-aggro on you. So that pretty much works for me. Just big thing is don't shoot the guy with the torch at the start, and also make sure that you wait for Ashley to come through the window at the beginning when you go through there, because she's pretty slow at doing that. Here at the farm, I failed to kill that guy, which is really bad, and he almost incapacitates Ashley, but It ends up not being the end of the world here, as I will take out this guy, or not take him out, but knock him over with the shotgun, and do the same to this guy, just so they can't grab Ashley. And then I knock this guy down again for the same reason. This guy, you just want to kind of run around him. You might have to dodge this thing with E. You hopefully he'll do his kicks, and those are really easy to dodge, but you just run past him and then across the bridge. And we are at the villa now. So yeah, the strategy I use for this is basically I will grab everything in the entire house quickly, push this thing into place, the bookshelf, and then run over here, board up this window to start, grab that herb, run up here, grab this 10 gunpowder right here, great to have that, and then these crates, and then we jump back down, loot the last 2 crates and the large resources, and then I take a position on the staircase, same as in my hardcore S+. I find this strategy pretty decent, as I'm out of space here, so I go ahead and just craft these 2 large resources into additional flashbangs for later, or for during the fight if Plagos show up. And right around here is where I like to stand, trying to keep my, if I ever turn to the left here, or to the right here to look at this window, I try to keep that wooden board, you know, those wooden boards in between me and any potential hatchet throwers coming through the other window. And yeah, basically just shoot through this gap and take people out as best as you can. They will eventually probably get to the bottom of the stairs and start coming up at you. Try and use your shotgun if they get too close. If there's people that die nearby or go down nearby to you and start wiggling on the floor or are about to turn into Plagos, then definitely run up and stab them if it's safe to do so. This guy was a bent neck Plaga person, must have died somewhere else nearby, where Lewis killed him or something. So I do go ahead and use a flashbang there to take him out, and I think there was another guy wriggling on the floor that dies as well. If you didn't know, the flashbangs do kill the people with the bent necks as well, so that's definitely beneficial to take advantage of. And yeah, we just post up here until we get the wooden board drops. Whenever you see those go down, you can grab them. I think I get one right here. Yeah, after you kill enough people, they will drop some more wooden planks. And then you can go board up another one of the windows. It can be very annoying doing this. Try and have your shotgun out maybe while you're trying to do it, because people will often try to be jumping in the windows while you're boarding them up, and it won't let you board it up. I go ahead and throw a flashbang for that Plaga and the guy who was wiggling on the ground. And right there, I was trying to assassinate this guy, and I accidentally threw another flashbang, which is pretty bad. I basically just completely wasted a flashbang. Although I am eventually able to kill him after boarding up the window, and he drops another set of planks. Yeah, don't waste flashbangs. That's a pretty good tip I have. And here I see, as you can see, I use the shotgun to get these guys away from the window so I can board it up, and then clear out the rest of the people that are here. And then eventually they will put the ladder through the window upstairs. You'll get a little cutscene for that. And then Lewis will say, let's go upstairs, but I do not listen to him. I do not go upstairs, and usually just stay down here and kill people as they jump down and wait for the brute to show up. So yeah, he says, let's go upstairs. He leaves. I don't want to go upstairs. Going upstairs, you can get cornered, and there's a lot of people up there. Staying down here, in my opinion, is safer and easier. I go ahead and get this guy who's wiggling on the floor. But yeah, just staying on this side of the room and killing the people as they jump down, because they'll all basically just jump over the railing of the upstairs area to get down here, and it's pretty hard to get flanked or caught off guard as long as you're looking in that direction. Another guy to take out with the knife on the floor there. And then whenever the brute shows up, I go ahead and basically make liberal use of the many grenades that I've got from looting during the entire rest of the game, and also the shotgun to take him out, because once you take him out, what a shotgun shot that was. I think I was trying to throw another grenade and I didn't have it equipped, but yeah, always feel free to retreat to the stairs here briefly if needed, and yeah, I just basically whip all my grenades at him, and then use the shotgun to take him out the rest of the way. Be prepared to dodge his spinning swing with E if you need to, but yeah, whenever you kill this guy, he will the fight will end shortly after. So I take him out there, and then promptly get grabbed and almost killed, but thankfully I'm able to wiggle out, try to grab the emerald off his body. It's great to have that. And then the fight is over. So yeah, definitely hectic and difficult. Be prepared to maybe retry that chapter a few times if you do struggle with the villa fight. But those strategies I find work pretty well for me. And that is chapter 5 completed. Next up, we're moving on to chapter 6, which includes the Chainsaw Sisters and the Mendez boss fight. So pretty action-packed. Definitely recommend making a save after chapter 5 is completed. So we go ahead and do that right there as well. All right, so as I said, we are here in chapter 6, which does contain the Chainsaw Sisters fight and the Chief Mendez boss fight. I know there is yet again some weird way that you can skip the Chief Mendez boss fight using scopes and clipping through the wall and all kinds of crazy stuff, but we're not going to be doing that. You're going to be fighting the boss like normal and going from there. So first things first, right here at the beginning, you can get a red barrel if you have the extended map. Just showing that, of course, not picking it up myself as usual. And then we are going to loot all this stuff out here before going into the merchant because there's stuff I want to sell as well. Also, the reason I use my shotgun to shoot that is because we are going to be selling it here. And I pretty much sell almost everything I have here to go ahead and get the riot gun, which I highly recommend having before the Mendez fight at least. But it's also just nice to get it here because it comes with 7 shotgun shells, and you're going to be needing the shotgun at least a little bit for the Chainsaw Sisters. I also take the rifle back out, and I'm going to want to use that for them as well. And yeah, that's pretty much what we're going with here. Now, here at the beginning, I kind of do a bit of a YOLO speed strat because, of course, if you do have this mess up or fail, you can go ahead and go and restart from the beginning restart from your save because this is right at the beginning of the chapter. So I walk up, stab that person in the back, run over this guy, stab him as well. And then if you don't have a flashbang, which you might not, you can come right here, and there's always a large resources right there. I actually got one from the crate as well, but there's one that always spawns there that you can grab. And then we do that, and then run back around to the other side here, run up a bit, and then throw the flashbang out into the middle there. And then make sure you watch out for bear traps along the way, and you just run. Just go straight up through and hope that Ashley comes with you. She does have the tendency to troll in this area a little bit, so you may need to do some resets before that'll work, but since it is at the very beginning, I think that's pretty acceptable considering getting through there without doing that would be pretty big pain. I come in here and kill this guy just so I can loot this, whatever it is. I don't remember the name, Chalice or something? Chalice of Atonement, yeah. So we can loot that, grab these 2 barrels right in here, and then there's 2 more down here to grab as well. And then we are good to go towards the Chainsaw Sisters fight. Of course, you do only have to kill one of them if you want, but I pretty much end up clearing this entire area just to be safe and get through it without as much risk. Obviously, chainsaw people can one-hit kill you, and that could be pretty annoying, especially if you've gone through a bit of the fight already. Before going in and starting it, I do loot pretty much the whole area. There's another way shrine up here, the last one, that I go ahead and grab. If you run around the back, you can usually catch one of these people unawares and get a free kill on them, and then you'll have the other person to deal with afterwards. Also, I should mention at the beginning of this chapter, if you do have enough spinels, as in if you didn't go ahead and waste them on the elegant mask like I did, and you should have enough to buy the red 9 stock, which is now available, and that'll help you out as well in accuracy for the red 9 and stuff. So if that is there and you have enough spinels, definitely pick it up. Again, I have to wait a little bit longer until I get to the castle to get the stock because of my trolling with my purchases of the mask. But yeah, send Ashley into the locker there, of course, and then come over here and grab the loot and the elegant headdress. Ashley will be safe in the locker the whole time. You don't have to worry about her for this, thankfully. There's rifle ammo on the windowsill there, and then there's just a few more things to loot as we go down and around the outside here and go inside the cabin to fight the Chainsaw Sisters. Again, pretty much all the resources I use to make flashbangs, all the large resources, have to combine some green herbs there to make some inventory space. Not the ideal use for them, in my opinion, but sometimes you got to do that. Break the locks off of these doors so you have free travel. There's a first aid spray here on the table, so I'm contemplating what to get rid of. I can't craft because I have no gunpowder, so I just end up discarding a small resources. They're not that useful, really. Shotgun shells just cost too much gunpowder in general, in my opinion, to craft too many of them. But yeah, so I mainly try to use the rifle to take the sisters out. It's good for keeping distance, and in my opinion, they're pretty difficult to stagger with the shotgun, so it can be dangerous using that on them. I'll mainly run around this area and use the shotgun to take out the normal enemies. You can stand up at the top of this staircase for quite a bit at the start. Just keep looking over to your left to see if anyone's coming. Toss a grenade down there because there's a lot of people there. But yeah, pretty much is there's a bit of a loop you can try running, but you can also run back towards basically the beginning of this area where you came in from. And there's a spot at that point kind of near to where we picked up the chalice where they won't come past, and you can just go there and like kill them while they're walking away. I think that's what ends up happening towards the end here. For a while I do stay in this area and run this sort of a loop where you go over there, then jump down the stairs, and then go back up here, and then you know, rinse and repeat basically. I go ahead and throw a flashbang there because there was a Plaga behind me, or no, actually the Plaga I don't end up getting, but the bent neck guy I do get. Right here I jump down, and I don't know what that chainsaw lady is doing right there, but I just take a wide berth around her, and this is where I start heading back towards the beginning of the area and just shooting as I go. This seems to be a pretty good way to do it, especially if you spend a little bit of time in the area to make sure that all the normal enemies have spawned in. But yeah, just follow the path back the way you came, and you shouldn't have any trouble just taking shots at them and slowly whittling their health down. Like I said, there's much faster ways you can do this, but it is much more risky and has potential to fail. I do take out the shotgun here for a little bit, but I don't like to rely on it too much when they're super close and can potentially instantly kill you. Just taking a lot of shots with the Red 9, and as you can see right there, I almost die basically because the shotgun doesn't stagger her in time. But yeah, I think maybe once you go beyond this gate, you can see she like kind of stops coming a little bit, and try not to get baited. And look, here she turns around, so that's what I was talking about, what you can kind of take advantage of. But yeah, don't get baited by them being staggered and being kickable, because they have a really short stagger in professional at least, and you won't be able to get to them in time before they are like not kickable anymore and will be coming for you. So yeah, now that we killed them both, of course one of them has the crank, the other one has a sapphire. We just need to take out the remainder of these regular enemies and we'll be good to go. And then we can get Ashley back, of course, and head through the checkpoint. So it's not too bad, especially if you utilize that area back at the beginning where you can kind of lose their aggro. Just don't let them get too close to you, and if you have to, you can most of the time block their chainsaw swipes with your knife. I go ahead and use a flashbang there because there are two Plagas roaming around, but yeah, we are a bit low on the handgun ammo. I just call Ashley back. We got plenty of rifle ammo though, and we head through. So yeah, again, you can, and I think a flashbang should be enough time to crank this whole thing. It is a pretty slow cranking process, but I think it should be enough time if you want to try and speed run it. You kill the chainsaw sister with the green pants, and that will be the one that has the crank. Also, I forgot to show this. There is a extended map treasure right there. That is a spinel if you want it. That is there for extended map users. But yeah, like I was saying, you can kill the one with the green skirt, grab the checkpoint crank, and then kind of just run to the thing and try to open it with a flashbang. Again, risky and not something I usually go for, but a potential option if you want to save even more time. But yeah, we're just heading towards the Mendez chase here, looting a bunch of stuff. There's a flash grenade there, ammo. For some reason this door is locked, so you gotta knife it open. Don't forget this 5 gunpowder here on the little box. And then we are gonna go through for where Mendez will chase us down and try to take Ashley away. If he grabs Ashley, it's an instant game over, so just keep on the move. This isn't really a difficult segment in my opinion. You want to shoot this guy right here. The people in this segment have reduced health. As far as I can tell, they usually die in 1, maybe 2 shots. Make sure you time the explosion of this barrel to get most, if not all, of the people that are right there. And then these last 2 people you want to just take out. I would highly recommend parrying that guy's hatchet instead of dodging it, because if Ashley is right behind you, she could get hit by it and be incapacitated, which is really annoying. I got kind of lucky there that that didn't happen, but yep, once you are through there, it's, like I said, pretty short and fairly easy segment. It's now time for the Mendez boss fight, which I do pretty much identically to how I did it in my hardcore S plus run. The first phase, I stay up above on the walkway, and then the second phase, I'll talk about it when we get there. But just looking at what we can sell here, I have some SMG ammo to get rid of, and seeing just what else there is. You definitely want to have a fully repaired knife for this fight, so make sure you do that. And then I'm just seeing if there's anything else I want to tune up. I don't think I do go for anything, since I eventually want to get the Red 9, maximum power. So I'm just going to save up for that, I think. I go ahead and buy the case upgrade because I barely have enough, and it is on sale for the rest of this chapter, which is ending soon. So that makes sense to buy. And then we're going to head up into the boss fight. So yeah, make sure you grab this red herb, and here we go. So right at the start, I will turn around and climb up the ladder. And basically, you're going to spend your whole time up here. And at first, I'll just run around and loot. Be ready to dodge with E, because that's one of his attacks that he can do, is a swipe, but you have to dodge with E, which is right here. That's one of his attacks. The other one is a slam attack that you have to parry. And it doesn't have to be a perfect parry. You just have to hit space, in the time window that it pops up, and you're good to go. Also, you want to just, in between, be pumping shotgun shells into his eyeball on his back right there. And that's pretty much the strategy. He has those two attacks that he mainly does. Occasionally, he will do this thing where he places his arms on the walls behind you, kind of, and tries to grab you. And when he does that, you just want to jump down and then climb back up. Whenever he goes down, of course, you can do the slaughterhouse slam with your knife down on him. I switch over to my main knife to do that, because I think a single slam will destroy a kitchen knife if you're using one. And of course, that's why I have so many kitchen knives. I'm just kind of breaking them on these parries. They can each parry 2 of those attacks, and then we'll break. So that's why I kind of was saving them up over this whole time. But yeah, just keep shooting him in the back whenever he is, whenever it's possible. I run out of shotgun shells here. I think maybe I craft some more. Yeah, I do just go ahead and craft some additional ones. But if you don't have any, or you can't craft any, you can, like I'm doing here, just use the red 9. Again, always ready to dodge with E, and that should do just fine for you. As you see, I put him back down on the ground here, switch back to my combat knife, and do another slam onto his eye, and he should be getting pretty close to phasing into the second phase here. So we're just gonna go back up, and I don't think he actually does the thing where I have to jump down at all during this one. You can check out my hardcore S plus Mendez fight if you want to see that. It's basically, though, he'll put his hand, kind of like his little his tentacle things, on the walls behind you, and then he'll try to grab you if you don't move in time. So yeah, now he'll be in phase 2, and whenever he does that, you just want to run across, don't stop, and they'll both miss you. But for the entirety of this phase, you always want to be on the opposite side that he is. So right now he's on my left side, so I'm standing on the right. Of course, always shoot those barrels when he picks them up. But yeah, see, he moves over to the right there. I instantly move over to the left. And the reason you want to do that is because he'll basically have this one attack where he swoops up to the beam that's right in front of you really quick, and it's very difficult, if not impossible, to dodge it if you're standing in front of him at the time. So I will just always be switching sides to whichever he is not on to avoid that from happening, and that pretty much works pretty well for me. The only other attack that you really have to worry about is the one where he throws the boards, and here he comes up right here. But if you're on the opposite side of him, you'll always have the option to dodge it with E. And what you can do is you can walk back and forth to get him to turn around a bunch of times. And if you're able to get behind him while he's turned around, you can pump his back where his eyeball is full of shotgun shells, and that can be pretty good damage. But yeah, he moves left, I go right. And that's the attack that's really hard to dodge, and it doesn't have an E to evade prompt. So you really just want to be on the opposite side to avoid that. So I quickly run behind him here, and he turns around, so I run back behind him and just start shooting him in the back as much as I can with the shotgun. I find that to be very effective for damage whenever he comes down. The only attack that I find that I don't really know how to dodge, or if you can dodge or what, also dodge that with E. Careful about running into the fire. It probably won't damage you if you're not in it for very long, but it is just annoying. And I can grab some loot there from the crates. And there he goes with that move that's hard to dodge. Again, always don't be on the same side as him. Yeah, whenever he throws the big bundle of flaming planks that isn't the 2 sets that he does a lot of the time, I don't really know how to dodge that. Here it comes right here. I usually just try to stand still, and oftentimes it'll just miss me, but that time it didn't. I don't really know if there's a consistent way to dodge that, but standing still does work sometimes, so you can do that. He doesn't use it too often. If anybody does know a consistent way to dodge that, I would like to know it, so let me know in the comments. But yeah, as you can see, he does usually do the 2 throws instead, and that's it. So we only took the 1 hit from that 1 attack, and we are good to go. I was just looking around to see if there's any loot to grab. Make sure you don't forget to grab his false eye to sell. But overall, in my opinion, not too difficult of a boss fight if you use those strategies. Probably, honestly, one of my favorite bosses in the game. I think it's pretty well designed and has very good counterplay to it. Unlike a boss like Salazar, which I absolutely hate. Personally, I think it's not very well designed, that one, personally. But, you know, what do I really know about bosses? I don't know. But after you've killed him, come up here and you can shoot this thing down from the tree to grab an emerald. And then you're good to go. That's the end of Chapter 6, the end of the village segment. And we're going to be moving on to the castle with Chapter 7 here. I do recommend saving after Chapter 6. We'll utilize another save there. 15 minutes, 21 seconds on the time. And yeah, let me see how many. Oh, I think I forget to show myself saving this time. So you do want to save, though, and that is our 5th save at the start of Chapter 7 here. So loading up into Chapter 7, we have quite a lot to do in this chapter. This is a pretty difficult chapter. There is the catapult section at the start, the lobby of the castle with Salazar and the goons he calls, and then the Garador fight after that, and then also the water room. So it's a pretty brutal chapter. I come in here, sell the eyeball, and just repair my knife. Don't really have anything else I'm going to be buying at the moment. And then I loot the courtyard here. There is a treasure chest here in the back behind the merchant that you can pick up. I think it's a compass in here, right? Yeah, vintage compass. So that's nice to grab that right there. And then we're going to head up towards the catapult segment. Well, of course, we do have to first confront the first Plaga level 2 or whatever. I know they all have their own specific names, but I always forget what they are. They're like some Spanish word that I can't remember. But there's like the tier 1 ones that have the whipping blades, and then there's these tier 2 ones that have the mouths and can bite your head off. I usually am fine just taking this one out with the red 9. Of course, ideally, you would have the stock at this point, considering you use the right, you bought the right things with your spinels, which I did not. So that'll make it even easier. But yeah, just take it out. And you can loot these pots here. Got a large resource, which is nice. And there's 2 barrels up here to loot as well. For the catapult segment, I do actually go through the whole area and collect all the blue medallions because I wanted to get the spinels for my red 9 stock. You don't necessarily have to do this if you already have your red 9 stock, but it can help to get some other treasures as well from using those spinels, so it's up to you. I go ahead and craft some additional shotgun shells here because we do need them for this segment to kill some people off. Go ahead and get the stab on that guy. And then the first blue medallion is actually right there to my right, so we go ahead and take that out really quick. You do have to go a decent amount out of your way to get these because one of them is past where you go down and do the cannon, which of course we can also shoot from right here. So we raise the cannon up right there, and then we're going to go through. So yeah, if you want to skip the spinels, that'll save you, or the medallions, that'll save you a decent bit of time right there. I go ahead and shoot this person down with the red 9, and then whenever that catapult shot lands, you are good to run through and shouldn't have any trouble. And then once you get over here, you can take out this guy who's on the middle of these stairs here, who proves to be a bit annoying. And then there will be someone who's running up behind you as well as in front of you. This guy just runs up and grabs Ashley, but there's also this guy who's going to be running up behind you. So I go ahead and take these out. And there's actually a third guy even, so a bit of chaos here. But as long as you're standing sort of in this little staircase area, you should be perfectly safe from the catapults. And I end up getting grabbed by this guy. I think I was trying to do that assassination prompt that briefly popped up. Those things troll me all the time. They're usually just completely impossible to hit when you're in the midst of combat like this. But yep, once you've taken care of all 3 of those guys that run up on you, you can run up here, and then you can shoot this barrel to destroy that catapult right there, which you can probably shoot earlier from down below, but it doesn't really matter. And then there's this guy right here who I actually wouldn't recommend you aim for his head. Just try and shoot him in the body and stuff, so he'll go on the ground and start wiggling out, because I think that guy is always a tier 2 Plaga, which you don't want to have to deal with. You can then shoot this catapult barrel through a gap in the wall there, and there's another one of the blue medallions if you're grabbing those. We run up over to the cannon spot here. There's always this guy that you want to take out because he'll annoy you and interrupt you on the cannon. And then pulling out my sniper to hit this tiny shot on that barrel for that catapult is nice to do. And then we can use the cannon to take out the final one. And we're good to go on the catapults. I stick with the cannon here, and I think and use it a bit for killing these guys because they're just annoying, and it's nice to use it just to kill them off quickly and get some loot. Although, I mean, it's honestly not the quickest thing in the world since of how slow it is to reload this thing. But yeah, I mean, I think it's generally not too bad. And as I've said numerous times, we are not pressed for time in this run at all. But I'm going to go ahead and shoot the gate open, and we're good to go in that regard. And at this point, if you don't need the medallions and you're just good to go, you can just run straight to the gate and continue on. But since I do want to get those medallions, I'm first going to loot all these people here to make sure I get it all. And then I am going to jump down to where the cannon was risen up from after I run over here quick and get this medallion, which is right there, number 3. And a large resource on that windowsill is definitely a big thing you want to grab. There's the medallion number 4. And then we're going to run around and climb up the ladder. The semi-good thing about doing this, despite it being quite a lot slower, of course, is you do get a little bit of treasure from over here, which is, you know, it's not too bad. It's some small reward on top of the spinels that you're getting for the medallions. But there's a couple things to loot here, and then you drop down. There's 3 barrels all right here to loot, so that's pretty nice. And then one of the blue medallions is right here, which you can grab, and the chest, which contains an elegant bangle there for you. So yeah, not too bad. And then you can come through this little shortcut door to get back. And then the final blue medallion is behind me right now, and I go ahead and use the rifle here. We are going to be upgrading to the Stingray very shortly, so I'm not too worried about the rifle, and that's why I don't reload it here either. And yeah, now that this whole area is cleared out, we're good to go on to the castle audience hall, where we do get attacked by a few guys. And at this point, you want to kind of make sure you actually hold on to a grenade, which is important. I forgot to mention that at the beginning of this chapter, but I did mention it prior in the video at some point, I remember. You do want to have a grenade for the next chapter, chapter 8. So if you come upon a grenade, do not use it. I usually like to use one here if I do have enough, you know, to spare. I like to use one to destroy these guys' shields, but it's definitely not necessary. So I went ahead and finally picked up the red 9 stock there. Ideally, you'd already have it by now. Sell the original rifle, and I pick up the Stingray, which I highly prefer personally. And I pretty much always try to buy large resources whenever the merchant has them, because that'll just get you more flashbangs, and you can never go wrong with more flashbangs in my experience. So yeah, that's pretty much the goal. And then we are going to be going up here to the cutscene, and there will be, I think, 5 guys that spawn in front of you and 1 that spawns behind you. So we go ahead and run back to take care of the guy behind us first, because he can be a nuisance, and then just kill off these guys. I'm not sure if you need to kill them off to be able to boost over the wall with Ashley, but better safe than sorry, I'm sure. Again, this is another spot in the game where you can use the weird scope glitch to like glitch through the door and not have to fight the Garador and all that. Again, not doing glitches in this run, but feel free to look that up if you want to do that and skip the Garador fight. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to get patched or anything like that. And the Garador is not too hard to kill anyway, so it's not a big deal. I'm going to loot this left side as I run up. You should have a small key available from one that we picked up back in the village, and you can open this for a gold bar, which is nice. And then we can boost Ashley up and over. And while she's opening the door, I'll quickly run across to the other side of the room and loot some stuff over there as well. You know, might as well do that while you are while you're here, and while she's opening the door, of course. So yeah, we'll do that. And then once the door is open, we can go through, and then I will always pretty much run underneath the staircase to grab the treasure on the other side there. And there's also these 3 pots that you can smash as well for usually a decent amount of pesetas if they do contain them. They usually have like 800 or so when it is what's in there. Yeah, there you go, 800 in that case exactly. This is one of those elegant perfume bottles right here that you can grab. So yeah, I think it's a pretty short detour to grab that. And then we can squeeze through the wall. I go ahead and finally remember to put the actual stock on my Red 9 that I bought. And then we can squeeze through the wall. And on our left here, there's a cabinet to open up, as well as a treasure thing to shoot down with, I think, a ruby inside. So you can grab that. And a couple of shotgun shells were in that cabinet for me. And then we're here on the dungeon section. So you're going to want to go ahead and just grab this red herb. There's some handgun ammo on that windowsill and some shotgun shells in this cell over here. And then we grab the dungeon key and get ready to fight the Garador. So pretty much what you want to do is just run straight to the other room. At least this is how I do it. You can probably kill him in the small cell he's in, but I find that to be pretty dangerous. But I mean, if you want to try and do it and be a little faster, then feel free. But yeah, I just run through in here and just wait for him to run into the room after I crouch in the corner, realizing now that I forgot to put the scope on my sniper. And then you can usually get at least a free shot on him there. I take 2 shots, and I go for a third there while he's swinging around, but I'm unsuccessful. And then from this point, basically just crouch over to a different location. He'll probably charge to where you were, and you can again get some shots on him. I take 1, 2, 3, and 4 and take him out. So it was 6 shots with the unupgraded sniper rifle to kill him there, and it only took me 2 cycles of him flailing around. So that was a pretty good and clean kill, I think. He also drops a red barrel, which is the best gem as far as worth is concerned. I loot the rest of the room, and then we can crank the hand crank to get out. And yeah, it's pretty short and simple. Like I said, possible to skip it if you want, but as I've shown here, really not too difficult if you do end up having to do it. We can go ahead and smash the pot here and climb the ladder. Give Ashley a little jump scare as we come through the door, of course, which is pretty funny, I thought, on my first playthrough. And now we are going to be coming up this... is it a ladder? I think so, right? Yeah, we'll be coming up upon the water room very shortly here, which is one of the more difficult rooms in the game. I tend to take this room pretty slow and kill off everything in it. You can go super fast if you want and try and like use flashbangs to let you turn the wheels. It's pretty dangerous, but if you do make it up to the 2nd level where Ashley is going to be doing stuff, you are able to lose the guys down there. Like, they won't come up and harass you during that. But yeah, it's really hard in my opinion, and it's going to be difficult to be able to get there. I somehow accidentally pulled this thing again. Of course, we do have this simple puzzle before we get to the water room. Just shoot the gongs that need to be lit up, and then grab the bloodied sword. Of course, from left to right, it goes iron, golden, bloodied, and rusted sword for the puzzle solution. Always the same. So yeah, just go ahead and fill that out, and then we will have the water room. So yeah, what I do is I mainly will do the fighting on the little landings between, at the far left and far right of the room when you come in. Those are pretty much where I do most of my fights for the water room. In here, by the way, is a Viper, which I whiff against twice with my knife there, so that was pretty clean. You can grab that for some healing, or if you need a 3rd one for the request, there is it right there. And you can also loot this chest for a gold bangle, I think, yeah, and that's nice to get. I go ahead and toss these rubies into the elegant bangle for selling later. And oh yeah, right here is the audience hall again. You can ring this, and then you have an angle on the snake right here that you can shoot. And I really struggle hitting it here for some reason. I don't know what's going on with the hitbox right here of this pillar, but I get trolled pretty bad, and I'm not able to open the gate for a little bit. Like, I can clearly see it, like it's either hitting the gong or sparking off some random pillar, and I really don't know what's happening. But I move a little bit over to the right, and eventually I'm finally able to hit it. I don't know why that took so much difficulty. It's never been that hard for me before, but that saves you from having to jump across the chandeliers and waste time doing that. Now we are in the preamble to the water room, so get yourself prepared, reload all your guns, make sure you have some flashbangs ready, because you will want them for some Plagas who are always present in this room. So yeah, we're just gonna loot these few pots and then head on into the water room here. So yeah, prepare yourself for some fun. So right when we get into the water room, I usually will just run straight up the left side here, and there's some stuff you can loot along the way if you know, you have inventory space, which I need to combine some herbs to get. These people will run up from the lower level there, so you want to shotgun to get your way through there. Make sure nobody grabs Ashley or anything like that. And this is kind of where I'll just chill out and fight for the entirety of the first segment here. I do kill pretty much everyone in the water room, as I said. So yeah, that's just the way I like to do it. If you do want to be a bit more YOLO and go faster, pretty nice block as well on someone's hatchet throw there. But if you want to go a bit faster, that is certainly possible. If you use flashbangs and stuff to allow yourself to be able to turn the wheel and things like that. But I find that to be a little bit risky, at least, and I'm not too big a fan of just going for it. Also, you can take out the sniper here to eliminate anyone who is shooting crossbows at you. I don't know how that person somehow managed to pre-fire me when I was coming around the corner there. That was kind of crazy. But yeah, I do like to take out everybody. But if you don't want to, you will be in really nice aim here. I don't know how that last one didn't hit, but yeah, definitely wasn't on point with my aim there. If you do want to run straight through it, just be aware that if you do make it up to the second level and, you know, have gone really fast and as a result haven't killed many people down here, they will not actually follow you up to that second level where Ashley is going to be doing the whatever it's called, the cranks herself up there. So you would be safe from them, but yeah, it is pretty difficult to do. And I'm just usually a fan of playing it a little bit safer in this room since it is quite difficult, and you don't want to have to redo the catapult and Garador sections if you can avoid it. So yeah, I'm just trying to take out these last few crossbow people. For some reason, this one that's closest to me is giving me quite a bit of trouble as I get hit there yet again. They're like perfectly hiding their head behind this stupid railing, but finally managed to pick them off, thankfully. And then down here, where these people are, I will snipe them in the head. Each of them requires 2, which is, I think, kind of unlucky. Usually they pop instantly, but I think those 2 people are always Plagas, and then sometimes this guy with the helmet will be a Plaga. Sometimes he won't be. It's not always been consistent for me, but pretty much always I think there are 3 Plagas down there. So ideally, you want to try and get at least those 2 to show themselves, and then you can flashbang them, and if there's all 3, then that's even better. I wait to make sure I can see the other one before I throw the flashbang to kill them both off. Of course, the tier 2 Plagas very annoying to kill manually, so I do recommend the flashbang approach if there's 2 of them, and sometimes I'll even just throw a flashbang just to kill a single one of those guys because they're so annoying. This guy tries to transform, so I go ahead and take him out on the ground. And then we are going to be continuing on. There's not too many people down here, and this guy actually does, I think, turn into a tier 2 Plaga himself as well. And yeah, like I said, I just go ahead and throw a flashbang and don't feel like dealing with it. They do obviously have the ability to one-hit kill you, and they have a lot of health usually, so it is quite annoying to take them out. But with that person dead, I'm pretty sure the bottom level is now cleared, so I'm just looting around the room before I go forward with the crank and everything. There are quite a few pots scattered around this room that you can loot, and of course the stuff from the people that you killed. But yeah, also since I didn't take these people out at the beginning, there might be people up there next to the ramp with crossbows that you can take out from down here with you know, which is pretty easy to do. You can kind of see, if you were looking, the shadow of this person is showing up on the ceiling of the room down here, which is a little visual bug, but does help you to know if they're up there if you want to try and look for that. But yeah, we take them out, grab the wheel, and come over here to turn it. Whenever you do put the wheel on, a person will run over on the balcony to your left and try to shoot you with the crossbow. So you can put the wheel on and then immediately turn and kill this person. They always show up in my experience. And then I will quickly turn the wheel, and as long as you're fast enough, then nobody will be coming behind you while you're fighting in this spot. They will all be coming from the front. Just do keep an eye in case one person goes ahead and jumps down and then has to come up behind you. Usually though, in my experience, it doesn't happen. But yeah, I'll just fight right here, similarly to how I did at the beginning. And this guy has just like the unbreakable shield or something. But yeah, this is kind of where I like to just fight and kill them all off, as I did at the beginning of the room, before we can move on to the second level. Of course, Ashley does get grabbed there. I throw a flashbang to save her and kill the Plaga. I'm taking fire from a crossbow person, so I do decide to retreat a bit and go down here, which is perfectly possible to do, especially if you've waited a little bit for the people to start coming towards you, because that means they will still mostly be coming from this direction as we get a Plaga as well. But I am constantly keeping an eye on my left here to make sure nobody is coming around to flank me, which again doesn't really usually happen as long as you've gone up the stairs at least a little bit to begin with, and then you can come back down here if needed. Another person trying to transform on the ground there. Always good to take those people out if possible, if you're nearby and have the ability. And right here I'm trying to get an angle on this person with the crossbow, which I'm able to take out from down here, which is nice. And then we're going to head back up and see what's what. Another crossbow person is usually way over there in the distance, so take them out as well. Excuse me, a little bit of a mini yawn there, but yeah, that's pretty much all cleared out now. There's much less people on the second round, and then I'm going to come over here and loot all the people that I killed originally. So yeah, honestly not too bad if you do take it slow like I do here, which I recommend. But if you are going for super speed, then feel free to try and just YOLO and don't kill anybody and just use flashbangs. But it is pretty difficult in this room. There are a lot of enemies if you don't kill any. And yeah, also there's a red herb right there always that you can grab. I just looted pretty much the rest of the room. And then we're going to move on now to the second half of the room, which isn't too difficult. You just send Ashley up to the walkways to do the cranks and protect her while she does it. And you know, obviously guys will come for you as well, but it's, in my opinion, not too difficult. I go ahead and craft another flashbang. I like to always have one on me, just in case, for you know, any situation, any plagas that get spawned, or if I need a quick escape or whatever. Also, there's always a large resources there on the edge of that water pit, so you want to grab those as well. And then you can send Ashley up above to get started. Definitely send her up first, and then you can go and crank your own thing or whatever, turn your own wheel, because the people won't get to her in time while you're doing yours. You can even not kill this person first and do the wheel first, but I like to do that first, since, you know, either way it'll be the same time, since you'll have to kill them anyway, and that makes it, you know, a little bit more leeway. The first wheel she really should have no problem with. There's the people that are pretty far away and you can take them out pretty quickly. I like to stick with the red 9 for the most part, since now that we have the stock, it is much more accurate, especially if you wait for the crosshair to come together. But you can also use the rifle a little bit here. Like, this guy's pretty far away, so I break out the rifle. And then for the people who rush you at the spot you're at here, I will mostly use red 9 and shotgun, trying to take these guys out, because if there's people nearby, her Ashley will kind of just crouch down and stop running, which is really annoying. But yeah, you have to make sure she has a clear way to get through. I go ahead and take out these guys down here. Ashley does get grabbed, but you do want to definitely be very mindful of yourself and not getting attacked, because it's usually pretty easy to save Ashley pretty quickly, because of you know, it's a pretty open area up there, and you know, the guys coming up to you can hit you pretty quickly, since if you look away, they can suddenly sprint up and smack you. So I would recommend trying to take them all out before addressing Ashley if she gets grabbed. So she does get grabbed here, and there are quite a few guys up there now, so since I have cleared out the area of the guys that were coming for me, I take the time to snipe all of the guys that are up there and harassing Ashley. And yeah, we're pretty much in the clear at this point. As long as I make sure that nobody quickly runs up and grabs her, she should have enough time to fully turn the wheel. So as you can see, just take this person out. And this guy's still crawling along the floor, which I find quite interesting as a thing that happens occasionally. Like if you take someone's legs out or something and they don't fully die, they will actually like crawl along the floor at least for a little while before either, you know, dying completely or I don't even know if they can grab you or what they can do, but it's pretty cool. So whenever Ashley finishes turning it, make sure you switch her back to sticking close mode, especially if there's people nearby, because she could hang back and get grabbed like an idiot if you do that. The loose mode I have never found any use for, so I just always keep her in sticking close mode, and then after certain things like that where she's doing something on her own, she often defaults back to loose mode, so you need to pay attention to that and make sure that you go ahead and switch her back. But yeah, we're going to boost her through the window here, and this is going to be the end of chapter 7. And this is another chapter where I do not make a save at the end of the chapter to give myself some additional saving spots later for bosses and stuff. And again, it's up to you if you want to skip this save or not. As far as I understand it, since there are 15 saves and there's 16 chapters, you can save once at the end of every chapter if you want and just do it that way. Or you can disperse your saves completely differently from how I did it. As you can see, nearly 25 minutes on that chapter. Pretty slow. I do take that chapter quite slow since there's some difficult spots in it, but it's not too bad in my opinion. But yeah, up to you if you want to save there or not. Again, you can change the way you disperse your saves. It's just the way I do it. You can grab some fish here in the water if you need some healing. They are pretty large to fit in your inventory, so only grab them if you really need them. But also come back here, and off the wall you can grab this rhinoceros beetle, which sells for 10,000, which is pretty good. It can also be used as a max health increase, actually. Also, at the beginning there, I shot that bird's nest down. Make sure you do that to grab the scratched emerald. Probably one of the easiest requests to complete, alongside the gravestones one in the village. Sell off everything that is sell only, including that beetle that we just picked up. I also sell the elegant bangle that I filled in and that viper from earlier to finish the viper hunter request. And then I don't even know if I buy anything with my spinels here. I probably don't, yeah. But one thing you can also do to make the run a little easier for yourself if you want, or maybe it's easier, maybe it wouldn't even be that much easier, as I go ahead and get the final power upgrade on the Red 9 and pick up the body armor here. You can try and do a few more requests, since, as I said, you do have quite a bit of leeway on the time, and then buy the black Atashi case from the merchant there, and that'll get you more large resources, which is always good to have for both rifle ammo, because if you have a lot of extra, you can make some rifle ammo, and then also using flashbangs, of course. Now, this room, it can be a bit of a pain. I usually will just do this. I'll just jump over, take out the sniper, and just snipe the heck out of this guy until he goes down. Sometimes you'll miss, like that last shot probably would have taken him out. And if that's the case, then you can go ahead and just shoot this red barrel, because he will go pretty much right next to that, and that should take him out as long as you pumped him full of rifle bullets up to that point. Then there will be a bunch of people here, so I go ahead and flashbang to get my way through here, kick some people in the face, and then they're all so piled up that I can't go to the right, which I usually honestly do go around to the right there, but you kind of have to improvise in this room because there are usually a lot of guys. Get grabbed there. You can use that red barrel that I shot to get some space, but yeah, any way you can get through there with flashbangs, or maybe a grenade would have been better there. But you do, again, want to have one grenade available for this chapter, as I've been saying for multiple chapters now. Just keep one available to get yourself through the upcoming part with the giant. Make sure to grab that treasure chest there with the mirror, and then, of course, come pick up the Crimson Lantern from the Dead Red Zealot. And then I'm going to head around the other way, even though there's still somehow 3 guys here waiting. I just shotgun my way through. And I troll here a little bit. I didn't realize that I actually walk right past the exit, and also I don't block the guy's hatchet. But yeah, I'm past the exit here, and I'm trying to get past these guys for no reason. So just make sure you know where the exit of the room is, and you won't waste your time like me, and I guess waste healing items as well. But yeah, not the cleanest run through of that room. Honestly, it can be much better, especially if you get into the room more quickly at the beginning and you are able to go to the right, which I prefer doing usually to get around and up that staircase to reach the red lantern, and then go the way I went up. Like you go around instead to the ladder on your way out. But you know, it's pretty much whatever you can do with improvising. So here we are in this room. You can grab a velvet blue from that cabinet there, and then just run around and pick up all the lithographic stones, and also loot this chest right here for an extravagant clock, I believe. But yeah, basically, the reason I don't save before this chapter, by the way, is in my opinion, it's a pretty easy chapter. Like there's not often many issues I run into. That room with the red zealot is probably the most suspicious part, but still is usually not that difficult. This puzzle, of course, is pretty easy if you know what you need to do, but basically that's the solution right there. Top one is square shield, left is hexagon helmet, bottom is hexagon armor, and right is square sword. That's the solution every time, so yeah, just do that. And we are going to be heading on to the first encounter with the level 3 Plaga or whatever. I go ahead and craft myself some additional shotgun ammo and a flashbang right there. You do want to have, I think, at least one flashbang for this segment. I'm not sure exactly where I use it, but whenever you see that Plaga walk across the wall, you can go left here to grab a small key, which we can use later in this chapter for a locked drawer. I think you get an ornate beetle from that one, so that's pretty good. Whenever you move the bookcase, of course, there's a little cutscene with this guy getting attached to the Plaga, so I'll just shotgun him to hopefully get the Plaga off, and then shoot the Plaga with my pistol afterwards. Tried to jump back on him there, but I was able to take it out. So yeah, those things can be pretty annoying. Here at the merchant, I'll just quickly sell that mirror and velvet blue that we got, and repair my stuff for the most part. I think maybe I actually do. Yeah, I go for, I think, a red 9 rate of fire upgrade. It doesn't really matter what you upgrade on the red 9 at this point. I'm just getting all the upgrades now to go for the exclusive. And then we are out here on the castle wall. So you can shoot that thing to lower the bridge. And then I pretty much go for a pretty YOLO approach here. I used to like to throw a grenade here, but since I only have one grenade and need it for this upcoming section, I just go ahead and shotgun my way through here as fast as I can. You can either flip the lever and then go through and climb the ladder and then flip the lever back, or you can take the stairs. I think probably flipping the lever is faster, but it's definitely up in the air. I do decide to go ahead and kill all these guys though, because the upcoming skip or trick or whatever you want to call it is a little bit precise. Again, this is not a glitch, it's just a mechanic in the game that you can utilize to skip through this bit a little bit. But I do decide to kill everyone in this first little tower of the wall, just to make it so that if I need to take multiple attempts or it takes me a while to get through here, then I'm not going to have people harassing me the whole time. So that's what I recommend. But if you're confident and you want to go faster, you can just run past everyone and then quickly do this and then make it through. But basically what you want to do is line yourself up with this side of the gate here and then shoot right around that corner where the pillar of the thing meets the archway that's going up. Shoot right around there with focused shots, and you will be able to hit the weight that is holding the gate closed. So that's a pretty nice shortcut right there to get yourself through that and not have to worry about the whole segment down below with the switches and you know, there's a bunch of people down there. Somehow I miss a point blank shotgun shot there, which is pretty clean of me. But I'm just taking these guys out as well. These guys are probably less important to take out. Pretty nice perfect parry there, but only again because I'm missing my bullets. But yeah, these guys probably less important to take out. You could probably run straight through here as I shoot multiple bullets into the wall, which is pretty clean of me as well. Definitely playing quite solidly here. But yeah, I take them out again, not required. And then you can flip the lever here. I'm not sure what exactly reason I flipped it the other way, but oh yeah, you do actually want to keep it flipped the way I had it. I got confused as to where I was there, but that's what you need the grenade for right there. Line it up to throw it through the gate, and it'll destroy the weight again. That's not as big of a time save, but the reason you do it is because then you can leave the gate behind you, which I just flipped the lever of. You can make sure that you leave that closed, which is important for going faster through this upcoming section. And I do pretty bad here. I get absolutely annihilated by the rock throwing giant. If you are going to be, if you do keep running and don't move away from the wall, you should be able to get past him. I just didn't have a shotgun shot to use on that guy at the beginning, which was annoying. He would grab me, and that messed me up and made me get hit by the rocks. So just try and, you can take it a little slower there or go more quickly. In either way, you'll be a little bit in better shape. Right here, I like to hide right here from a rock throw, as it can catch you out. And then jumping down here, basically, since this was actually my first time doing this skip, so I wasn't sure how it worked. But basically, the gate in front of you is already open because of the way you skipped through the gate using the grenade. So as I get destroyed by the giant again, just be a little more patient than me or go faster. It's basically one of the two. I was pretty much in the sweet spot of stupidity where I was getting hit by everything. But basically, because you used the grenade to open that gate and left the switch closed that the archer was standing behind, that gate in front of you is open and you can just run through it. Right here is where I like to use that small key to grab the ornate beetle really quick, and then we head up to the cannon. So yeah, those little skips do make it a little bit faster. Would be much more fast than I'm doing here if you didn't mess it up like I did several times. But basically, you shoot the first weight by lining it up pretty well. It's easier to hit than it looks because the hitbox is pretty big, and as far as I can tell, it's not that difficult of a shot to hit with the pistol to get that first whatever it's called, that first weight. And then the grenade throw again is not too difficult. As long as you have the grenade, just chuck it through the gate. Just make sure you have the switch closed behind you before you move on. And also, of course, if you are afraid of the guys that could possibly interrupt you while trying to take that shot or make that grenade throw, you can kill them all off like I did, basically. And here I'm just killing all these people before they come up behind me and harass me on the cannon. So yeah, take my time with this chapter as well. The castle is probably, in my opinion, the most difficult part of the game in terms of having to kill a bunch of people. I don't know. I have a little bit of a harder time just running straight through the castle than I do the village or the island for the most part. And you can use the cannon to take out some of these guys. I don't know why I'm not able to hit that one on the left, but it reloads quite fast compared to the first cannon that you use, so it's not too bad to use it to kill them. And that's basically it. That's the end of the chapter here. This one I did not do very well, but I showed the strategy I think that you definitely want to do. Quickly kill the red zealot, grab the lantern, and get through that room as fast as possible. And then at the wall segment there, of course, you have the two skips that you can do to get past those gates, one with the pistol lineup and one with the grenade throw, and that can be very beneficial to getting you through more quickly and avoiding going through the tight corridors and stuff down below. And yeah, that's chapter 8, 11:30, and we are going to be making a save here. So we did chapter 7 and 8 on a single save. So next up we are on chapter 9, which is the hedge maze here. So we're going to be loading that up, and yeah, that's why I feel like that segment with the wall and everything is not too difficult. I made it look harder than it is there, honestly, and you're not too likely to die, which is why I usually don't make that save in between chapters 7 and 8, and it saves you on having to, do more difficult segments with bosses and stuff later. Again, like I said, by the end of this run, I've only used 14 saves, so you have an additional save if you're following this exactly to use wherever you like. That's just something I included in this kind of by accident. I don't really know. I was just trying to do as few saves as possible early on and then have them available later, and I just didn't end up using them on anything. But yeah, here we are at the, whatever it's called, the hedge maze here. And this is how I usually do it. I know people sometimes leave this tower until last, which I don't know. I don't really do that personally. This is just the way I do it. There's some weird way you can get it so that if you run into the building and then like Ashley's caught by someone and then you get her free or something, then she'll quickly catch up to you. I don't really know. I just kind of do it the normal way, where I get rid of the people who come and kill Ashley. There is a Viper in that crate right there, so make sure you double slash if you're looting it. And then right around this corner is the first of the dogs, so make sure you take it out. Don't run up or it will run away quickly. Just wait for it to slowly walk around the corner and then take it out. And then here we also can grab a first aid spray, which I recommend quickly detouring to grab that since it's always there, and nice to have another full heal available. And then we are going to continue running through to get over to where the dogs are caged up. You can kill those guys with the pistol here. Focused shots usually take them out pretty quick, or if they break out, then kind of just spamming, or again, if they get too close, you can of course swap over to the shotgun to take them out as well, which will be usually pretty effective if they are in close range. Just don't miss those point blank shotgun shots like I tend to do. The dog will always jump out of the bushes there, so make sure you take it out. And then there's these two around the fountain. I will shoot that one since it is always there and won't jump over the fence. And then this one will jump over the fence always, and you can take it out as well. So you don't have to worry about them. It can be really annoying if a dog gets loose and is running around the maze and you have to deal with it. I think that does happen to me in this run, actually, so you might see that, but I'm not sure if it does or not, actually, now that I think of it. Make sure to grab the elegant chessboard in that chest right there, and then we can climb this ladder to the second of the 3 levers to lower the flags. We're then going to just jump right down, open the gate that's locked, and we can run straight towards where the lever is that Ashley needs to hold down for us to reach the final flag area. So as you can see here, yep, just unlock this gate, and then just take your second right outside of this gate to go down the path towards that. Be ready right here for another dog to come out of the bushes. Just kill it really quick before it causes any trouble. And then of course around this corner there's the cage with the 3 dogs in it. Use the red 9 mainly if you can, but if any of them get too close, don't be afraid to quickly take out the shotgun. And don't forget to dip into their cage for a second there to grab that flash grenade that is always there on the ground in their cage, so nice to pick that up. And then have Ashley hop on the lever, and there will always be a dog that will come and try and attack you right after you do that. So right here, I don't know what happened. I think it must have gotten stuck on something. It's usually there much more quickly than that, but just take that one out as well. Be careful because it is always going to come and try to attack you while Ashley is holding that lever. And then we can head up through the now open gate to pull the final lever here. And there will be the guys that come and try to grab Ashley. So you can try and snipe them, although they are the first 2 that show up are going to be like sprinting, so it can be hard to hit them, which I think I demonstrate very well right here when I probably miss like most of my shots. I'm not 100% sure if I do or not, but I'm pretty sure this is a disastrous showing of sniping ability from me here. So let's just take a look. So yeah. Nice fat miss right there. I do hit the second one, so not as bad, but it can be difficult to hit them. So you either want to let them run by and then kill them after, or just use your pistol, probably, unless you're a dead shot with the sniper. And usually you'll see Ashley on the other side of this fence, and I usually find that pretty consistent that she's there, and then you can just take out these people through this little fence here. That guy with the torch, I don't really know what he's up to. He actually usually comes around and tries to go for you, which is a little bit weird. But yeah, there's usually not a huge danger there of actually getting carried away or anything, as long as she does make it to that spot. But yeah, can save her and then head up and into the castle. Make sure once you've headed back out of the hedge maze here towards like the main corridor area right here, you quickly go up the stairs, because there's going to be some more dogs that spawn behind you and you don't want to have to deal with them. So just quickly head up the stairs and into the building, and we are on to this next segment with the 3 animal heads. And this part is pretty easy. There's a really cool skip you can do for the goat head that I'm going to be showing. And again, it's not a glitch. It's just a skip utilizing a flashbang, or I believe you can also do it with a grenade, like a hand grenade. Don't forget to grab the treasure right there. That's an Alexandrite, and we're going to go ahead and utilize that to put into our extravagant clock here. and hit up the merchant. So just selling off all those things that we picked up, as well as you can keep that Viper if you don't need it for the request, but they are worth 1,000, which isn't too bad. And I just pick up another large resources and then just pump all the money into the Red 9. We now have the exclusive upgrade unlocked for 100k, which is what we're going to be buying next. And then after that, we'll be saving up money for the Killer 7 for the Krauser fight. Or if you're using rocket launchers, obviously save money for the rocket launcher for Salazar and then the rocket launcher for Krauser as well. Or again, you can have the option to use the golden eggs on Salazar if you're going that route and still have the golden egg from the village. So just, whichever thing you're planning on doing. This puzzle obviously is the same every time. Have Ashley sit in the one chair that I had her sit in, and you can take the other, or vice versa, and ring the bells and you're through to grabbing the snake head. I, for some reason, often in my playthroughs forget to grab that on the way out for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just me, but make sure you do pick it up before you leave the room. And maybe the reason for that is because it's actually impossible to miss the other two heads since you have to pick them up to trigger the exit of the room or whatever. Although I guess the goat head you could technically have the same issue with. You can loot that room right there. There's always a small key in that cabinet, which can be nice to pick up. Even if you don't use it to open something, those do sell for 3,000 each, so it's not too bad. Jump down here right away and grab the lion head, and then you can loot a little bit of this room. There's a lot of stuff in this room that you can grab throughout the fight, but while these guys are just spawning in, I run around and grab some of it. Mainly, you want to make sure you do at some point grab that flash grenade right there. That's obviously good to have. And then in the one corner that I haven't looted yet, there is a large resources as well. And yeah, for these knights, they're not too difficult to take out. Whenever they do go down, of course, you want to kick them. I got kind of trolled there. For some reason, it didn't give me the kick prompt. I guess the pedestal where the lion is was blocking me somehow. And I ended up getting hit, which is unfortunate. And also, of course, I missed the opportunity to kick the helmet off, which is how you actually deal the damage to these things. So you kick the helmet off, which reveals the Plaga, and then you shoot the Plaga to actually hit them. When they're doing the sword above the head strike, you can usually just run right past them and avoid that pretty easily. And it's up to you whether I get caught up on the stupid Plaga here, but you can use flashbangs to kill them, obviously, which I do recommend at the very least for the final three. But these ones were kind of just annoying me, so I go ahead and use it on them. And I loot the last few things in the room here. Again, as I said, those large resources in that corner. And then these ones can be pretty annoying because one of them has its Plaga on the back of its head, and it's hard to shoot that. So you kind of just want to wait until Ashley throws her blue fire to take it out, and you can usually try and lure them both into the same patch of blue fire. I get absolutely trolled again here, and that guy just will not get stunned by the blue fire. So that was kind of unlucky. Try not to get the fire placed in the corner. And then Ashley griefs by throwing the fire in the wrong spot right there. But it's not too bad. It ends up catching that guy when he tries to come back. But yeah, we're just taking him out now with the red 9. Again, you can use another flashbang here if you want, but make sure you have at least one for the final three. And what I try to do for the final three knights is stay towards the middle and have them slowly come out from their alcoves and all sort of congregate a little bit in the middle, as you'll see here. I just kind of try and run around in circles a little bit, make sure that I dodge that guy's swing, and turn tight corners around them and wait for Ashley to throw the fire. And if you are standing in the middle and they're all around you, you should usually be able to get them all to be stunned by the fire. Kick them all and just throw a flashbang to take all three of them out. I find that to be definitely the best strategy for the final three there, as it can be kind of annoying trying to deal with them the regular way, with shooting and stuff. And it's usually pretty consistent to get Ashley to throw the fire towards the middle of the room where you can get all three of them with it in one go. Gotta make sure you catch Ashley so she can come help you open this door. Kind of takes a while to come and open this one in my experience, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. Just checking my inventory. Of course, I do have quite a few large resources available now to craft flashbangs. Make sure you grab the cube device here. Not only can you sell it after you leave the castle, but you can also go ahead and use it on the one in the merchant's room right here. It's pretty quick and easy to just head straight back across because this door that you open is right across from the merchant's room, and the treasure in here is the I think it's a butterfly lamp, which is pretty good. I just sold that off right there. I'm not sure why. I didn't really have any need to, but yeah, just of course lined it up with the grooves. I actually had it correct, and then I turned it around, and it was incorrect. So that was pretty smart of me there. But yeah, those puzzles are pretty easy in my opinion. So hopefully you can figure those out. But nice butterfly lamp there. Of course, can be inlaid with 3 circular gems, which is a pretty decent thing to get for some more money later on. And now we're going to move on to the final segment here, where you get the goat head. And like I said, there's a pretty cool, a pretty cool skip here. I just noticed that after the night room, also Ashley has been on loose mode this entire time. Definitely make sure you have her on close mode or whatever for this part. It can be really annoying if she's on loose and gets grabbed and stuff on your way back. But basically what you do is with either a flash or I believe a hand grenade can work as well. I slowly walk up, and then whenever I can throw it over the railing there, I do so, and then just keep running. And the person who comes and tries to pull the lever will get blinded or blown up by the frag grenade and will not be able to do it. And then you basically just skip the entire room and can grab the head and leave immediately. Now, the red zealot is going to be annoying and doing his BS. So make sure you can throw a flash, throw a grenade there, you throw a regular grenade, and I do realize at the last second to make Ashley come into the tight formation, so I just take these guys out, and you want to try and get out of there before anybody comes up from above or from the below room. The red zealot was doing his BS right there, which is why Ashley wasn't moving. She gets her head pains or whatever from his cheese, but the enemies also have the same thing happen, so you should be fine as long as she's not too close to them at the end of it, and then we can run back out. So yeah, really cool skip there to blind those guys and blind the person who does the lever, or of course, like I said, also can use a hand grenade and just avoid having to go all the way around and flipping the lever back yourself. So definitely recommend you make use of that. And now we're in the Ashley section, which of course is not as free as it is with the armor suit, because you can take damage and die, and it will be a one-hit kill on Ashley if you do get hit by any of the knights there. So definitely got to be careful when going through the part with the bell ringing things, especially, or the gongs or whatever. Just remember that you can, of course, use the lantern to shine on the knights and freeze them. So that will be very helpful in keeping yourself alive. For professional and hardcore, of course, the time is 7 o'clock for the clock, and this skips a majority of this section where you don't have to worry about going and getting the keys or using the elevator or anything like that. So that's very nice that this skip works as well. Of course, the stairwell opens up for you in the other room, since you'll not have your lantern anymore to get the key ring after doing this segment. Glad they thought of that. Really a lot of good considerations for speedrunning in this game, which I was a pretty big fan of. A lot of skips you can do with the rocket launcher and grenades, and it's just really cool. Okay, of course, quickly get in the elevator whenever it arrives, as there are some knights coming behind you. If for whatever reason you are caught up or take too long to press the elevator button, just use the lantern to stun them, of course. And now we're here in the room with the gongs or whatever, and you want to be pretty careful here. But like I said, just make use of the lantern if you need to. I usually do this sort of order of the gongs in the room, and I just freeze these guys that are out here, and just be pretty safe with it, because you don't want to have to redo the entire hedge maze and collecting the animal heads again. Because of course you have a limited number of save points, so you're not able to save halfway through the chapter. Yeah, we're just using the lantern after hitting the last gong to make sure it's safe to get through, and then we are in the clear. There's only one other point which is potentially dangerous, I've heard, although I've never had any issue getting past the one that's on the stairs after you take the elevator back up, but make sure you are careful squeezing by there, I guess. But yeah, of course, swap with the lantern in the back of the little hut here, and then this one on the side, and then go place the star one in the final spot to open the gate to the insignia, and we will be good to go from there, running back. As far as running back through the hall that we just went through, ringing the gongs, there's not really any issue as far as my experience goes. Of course, right here you have to quickly run, as the knights here are coming to life. But once you're around this corner, you're safe because, of course, there's the blue fire in those lanterns located there, which is the same reason why these knights are frozen in place and you can crawl past them, if you didn't realize that. But yeah, there's just the one knight that's currently active, and then there's all the other ones that are poised around the room to swing down their swords whenever you get near them. So just be careful of that. This one you can usually just run straight past, and then stay a little bit to the left in case that one swings on you early, but you can honestly just run straight past it. And then quickly get in the elevator and hit the button, because they are pretty close on your tail, and you don't want to get caught by them for sure. And then, like I said, there's this one on the stairs, which can be potentially dangerous, I guess, but I've never had any issue with it. You just stick to the left side of the staircase a little bit, and then run straight up and past it on the right-hand side, and its swing will, as far as I am concerned, always miss you. I've never been hit by that one, but I have heard from other people that it can be a potentially dangerous point. Then we, of course, run through the hallway, and these two knights that are in this room, I've never even had a close call at all with. You can just run straight past them like this, and you are in the clear. So it will be a pretty big shame if you do die on the Ashley section and have to redo the whole chapter, but in my experience, it is pretty consistent, even without the armor suit, of course. And yeah, there we are. Place the insignia and go down the stairs, and that is the end of chapter 9. I do recommend making a save after chapter 9, because in the next chapter we are going through the extremely annoying bug section, the bug room, and then the double Garador room, which I do pretty poorly in this playthrough. But again, we aren't going for perfection, and I want to just show that it's possible to do even if you make some mistakes. So I'll see you guys for chapter 10 here in a couple seconds whenever it gets started. I'm just used to doing my hardcore S Plus run through where I have been ending the video after each chapter, but that's not how it's going here. As you can see, and from the way the clip is working, this is actually not my first attempt, or this is my first attempt at it, and I definitely could have reloaded and done this again to get a better double Garador fight. There is some pretty good strategies if you want to look up actual speedruns of the game for this room, utilizing heavy grenades that let you quickly kill the two Garadors, but I didn't know about those during this. Like I said, I only watched real speedruns after doing this, because I kind of wanted to have my own strategies that I came up with for the professional S Plus run that I was doing. But yeah, there are some potential better strategies for the double Garador room, which I did not figure out for myself, and I pay the price pretty badly here. These guys you can ignore and just run past if you want to try to do that, but they are, definitely have a good chance of hitting you if you do that, so be careful if you try that. There's a first aid spray in this cabinet always, so make sure to grab that, and you can leave these couple things over here. There's also a brown egg in a bird's nest at the end of the room, up in the moose head or whatever that is, moose or deer or something, and I accidentally pick up the file while trying to grab that. We can just use that to heal ourselves back up to full health, and head on through here. So this room is really annoying. The Novistadors are an extremely annoying enemy. I usually take this one out that's always there camouflaged on the floor, and then 4 or so will spawn and fly at you. And for the first half of the room, I pretty much try to take it pretty slowly and kill them all that come out. Also can be good to do so because they do have a pretty high chance of dropping sapphires as their loot when you kill them, which is pretty good for your money. But yeah, I pretty much take it slow, kill them all, and then that allows me to climb the ladder safely. If you do try to climb the ladder to the first switch for the doors, then you have a potential of getting hit, and if they do hit you while you're on the ladder, you'll fall off, and it's really annoying when that happens. So I just go ahead and take the safer route of killing them all off, and then going from there. And then for the second lever, I basically just make a mad sprint and throw a flashbang to try and get there safely, or as safely as possible in that scenario. But yeah, you'll see that all go down here. So we are just killing them off. I mean, there's no real tip for that. Just try not to let them get too close. If they do get super close, then you can just shotgun them. But it is they are just a super annoying enemy in the game here. In my opinion, even more annoying than the original, because they are harder to block. And in the original, you could often, if you're quick, give them a swift kick to stop them from hitting you. can grab a ruby in that little alcove, which is hanging there, which is nice to get. And then there's also a hand grenade there on the amongst the rubble, I guess is what you would say. And then running through here, this guy will always come around the corner, so make sure you take him out. He's like being stupid and getting stuck on the wood somehow, so I take my time with it. But there will then also be this one that drops down from above that you can hit. Maybe it is camouflaged on the ceiling and you can pre-kill it. I didn't even check that. But that one is always there, camouflaged beyond the shelf. And then there will be some more that are coming at you whenever you emerge on the other side of this wooden structure bit here. So try to take them out, because again, if they do hit you while you're climbing that ladder, it can knock you down. I get some cheese right there, honestly. And then also you can loot the chest behind these shelves. Getting kind of worked here. I have to use a healing item. So this is probably one of the chapters where I have the worst performance, I guess, but I just decided to keep it in this one just to, again, show no need to be perfect, and you can make several mistakes and still get through this. Grab the ornate beetle in that chest there, like I said, after you've cleared them out. And then coming up here, I will kill off this one, and this is pretty much the last one that I will kill. So I'll give it the swift 2 shots, and then basically make a mad dash for it. So we flip the lever to raise the first gate, and then just sprint straight for the other lever. And at the top of the stairs, I will be usually throwing a flashbang. You definitely have a good chance of getting hit by them here, but I don't think it's worth it to go for killing them all second time, because there's no ladder involved here that you can get knocked off of. There's no treasure to stop by and grab on the way. You pretty much can just run for it. Unfortunately, I do get snagged there, but you can often get through here without taking any damage. And then when I get pretty close to the archway there, I will chuck the flashbang. Don't forget to grab this red herb on your way by and sprint right on past all of these bugs that are on the floor. Get to the second lever, flip it, and then just jump down and run as fast as you can to the door. And they won't follow you outside, so you are safe there. Luckily, I did not get grabbed by that one who was camouflaged, but I am getting kind of worked here a little bit on my way out, which is unfortunate, but it does happen. And we're just going to heal up. And now we're preparing for the double Garador room. I'm just crafting the flashbang so I have it available if needed. But yeah, go ahead and shoot the 2 weights off of this bridge. You can actually shoot this second one from right around where this pod is sitting. You can shoot it from there. But I go over here to loot this pod as well and then get the angle on it from here. But you are able to see it from that closer location if you want to go slightly faster. I kind of just wing it in this room. I don't really have a set strategy, and that's probably the best reason why I get destroyed. But pretty much just try and sneak around and do your best to avoid the Garadors while getting angles and shooting their parasites. You can utilize the bell to get them to go over to that one location, and that's what the speedrun strategy I was talking about does. I go ahead and headshot as many people as possible before they break out. But yeah, there's the bell to my right at the moment, and you can shoot that to get them both to go to that location and then throw grenades at them while they're there, and that will deal quite a bit of damage to them. I think they use 2 heavy grenades in the speedrun or something like that I remember, and then finish it off with the rifle. So that's definitely a good strategy to use if you want to try that. I didn't know about that at the time, like I said. And yeah, see, I do take quite a lot of damage in this room, and if you do a better strategy, you'll definitely have more healing available for later than I do. But basically, whenever you shoot, be ready to move, because they will come running. So right now, I'm kind of hoping one of them will turn around. I also don't help myself too much because my rifle accuracy is pretty bad during this. Right there, I should have moved right after my first shot, but got lucky. See right there, I miss a shot, and then I get cornered by this guy a little bit and end up getting hit. I tried to maybe hope he would not end up coming into the corner I was in, but didn't work out for me in the end, and I just am repositioning now. And right here I also kind of make a mistake. Oh wait, this doesn't happen yet, but I go ahead and ring the bell, and then like I said, right here you can chuck some grenades at them, which can be pretty beneficial if you have them to get some free damage on them while they're at the bell. I'm just trying to take as many shots as I can with the rifle, dodging that lady's hatchets. I thought I was in the alcove though here for the corridor, which I wasn't, so that could have been pretty dangerous if I messed up there. I don't know how that shot didn't hit, to be honest with you, but that one does, I believe, finish that guy off as I get smacked once again and have to use a healing item. And oh, it didn't finish him off. I think the flashbang actually ended up killing him there. I'm not exactly sure. That was kind of weird, but yeah, I throw the flashbang there to buy myself some time, but doesn't buy me enough time clearly, as I end up getting grabbed again. And you can see I'm going through tons of healing resources in this room, which is just unnecessary. So yeah, I would recommend going for a safer strategy than I'm doing, like I said, with the grenades and the bell, but that final shot does take him out. The improvisation is not the best, but I did build up a lot of healing resources over the game for situations like this, whenever I might screw up and need them. Like I said, I could have re-recorded this chapter and gotten a better room completion here, but I left it in to make it so that you don't have to continue. You don't have to continually be resetting chapters whenever you make a mistake in this run. You can deal with certain mistakes and get through it. Honestly, in this scenario, I probably would have reset it if I had thought about it a little more, because there were a lot of mistakes in this room. But I guess that just makes it all the more reasonable to be able to get through it with them, with the mistakes being done. Of course, you can loot a lot of the stuff in the room after finishing it. I don't go through the entire thing, but I grabbed a couple things that are on the ground, and of course loot these few containers. And then don't forget, obviously, you need to grab the unicorn horns from the Garador's dead bodies. I don't really know why I spent so long looting in this room. You probably don't want to do that. But again, we do have plenty of leeway time, so I probably was just trying to recuperate some of the wasted healing supplies that I utilized in this room. But yeah, we only have one first aid spray left, which is not ideal, but we're going to be moving onward now, and of course we are heading down to the sewers where we will be encountering the Verdugo. And for this next segment, I also suck quite a bit at. There's the invisible Novistadors. I think there's 4 of them in the water whenever you drop down here. So you want to be careful of those. They are always in the same locations, but I just miss my bullets on them a ton. For whatever reason, I struggle to hit them whenever they're splashing in the water. I don't find their position based off their splashes to be where I'd expect it. So what I try to do, and that's my my strategy, but I fail at it here, is slowly walk towards where I know they are with my shotgun up, and whenever I see their eyes glowing, I'll shoot at those. And I think that works for a few of them here, but it's definitely not. I don't know. I just lost my train of thought completely, but it's definitely a decent strategy to do if you don't know where they are exactly, but it can be a little risky if you're not quick with your shot. So as you can see here, I ran up too far. I should have been pointing my shotgun earlier, but that one hits me, and obviously not good to take damage. But right there, basically the strategy works. I wait till I see the eyes and then just shoot them with the shotgun. They should die in one hit at that range pretty much always. And then we are going to jump down, of course, and the second one will be here around this bit of rock in the water right there, that bit of rubble. It'll be around here. For some reason, that one just leapt right at me, and I didn't see the eyes at all, which was kind of annoyed me since I have never had that happen before. But just back up, and of course I have to use yet another healing item, but I'm able to take it out. Third one will be right around this corner, and finally the strategy works successfully there. And then the final one will be right here in the middle of this little walkway, and I'm able to take that out as well. There's also a fish around here that usually ends up dying. I don't know if it can die to the Novistador's like death animation or what, but you can pick that up. And make sure you grab the elegant crown right there on that dead body. That is a 100,000 Seda treasure, which as long as you socket it with 5 different gems. And we will be heading into the Verdugo section here. Now, there's a few things you can do with the Verdugo. I know in the huge speedrun, they actually use the rocket launcher to kill him because it saves a decent amount of time. You can do that if you want. Just make sure if you're using the rocket launcher to kill him, you freeze him first. So in the room with the valve at the part where you flip the switch to turn the power on. Just make sure you use the liquid nitrogen shower to freeze him so you can instantly blow him up with the rocket launcher. Don't forget to loot that red barrel as well on your way by. There's also a glitch you can do where you use the scope of the sniper, which has many bugs associated with it, to like clip into where the elevator is coming, and then he just won't attack you, and you can sit there for the several minutes. And then there's what I do, which is just run around in circles and try to avoid him as best I can while waiting for the elevator, which is like, I guess, the quote unquote legit way without a glitch. But you can also, of course, kill him, which is perfectly legit with the rocket launcher if you want to do that. But your money might be a little tight if you're using that many rocket launchers throughout the run. So it kind of depends. If you're using the golden egg strat on Salazar, then the rocket launcher is probably a good idea here if you want to use that to save some time and potential health of running around. But if you are wanting to rocket launcher Salazar as well as Krauser, you might want to try and save your money. I'm not sure. It's a little bit tight. You can obviously forego the Red 9 exclusive upgrade for a little while longer if you want, and then or maybe not even get it at all. It's up to you, but I think it's usually pretty worth it. But if you need the money for the rocket launchers, of course, go ahead and don't do it. I didn't quite have the jewels to socket for the crown right there, so I don't sell it just yet. In this room, there is an extended map treasure right here. If you do have it and want to grab it, there's an emerald right there, as I just showed. Of course, don't grab it myself. Just show off the fact that it's there and head on through. Now we get this little cutscene, and then we will be heading straight in to the lever room really quick, and then back around. I don't even understand why this room with this lever on the right here even really exists. Because this door and this lever don't really have any consequence whatsoever. It's just kind of random, but you just have to open it up on your way by here. And then there's some shotgun shells and an herb to grab in the power room here. Make sure, of course, you are always ready whenever the Verdugo is not around to dodge with E. That one and this attack right here are always the same, so just be ready for those. But then, of course, while we're running around and avoiding him, you're going to be having to dodge those as well, so just be prepared for that. And yeah, I'm just making sure we've got everything good to go, and we hit the lever to power on the elevator, and of course run around in a circle here to get him to spawn in, and then immediately use the shower to freeze him and run over and use the valve to get out. So yeah, that works pretty much every time. You don't have to kick him, you don't have to do anything. You can just run straight to the valve and open it up. Of course, like I said, if you are using the rocket launcher, just shoot him when he's frozen there and he will disintegrate. And you do get the golden monocle or whatever it's called from him, which is, I'm not sure exactly how much it's worth. It's like somewhere near 30,000, so that recoups some of your rocket launcher loss there. I always try to skip that little scene of the elevator, but you're not able to. And what I do is he has gone up into the vents or whatever and is going to be attacking you, so be prepared to dodge whenever you're going over here. But I will run straight over here and grab the first aid spray, which is always there, gunpowder and diamond. I wasn't prepared for that third attack. Usually he only does 2 before coming out. He did a third there, which I wasn't able to dodge. And then we quickly run out. And I like to go through here so I can open up this door. You might want to wait until you've used another shower before doing this, but thankfully the door unlock has some iframes that I make use of there. And then I'm going to hit him with this second freezing shower thing. And then during this segment where he's in the vents, I will be, or I guess it's not vents, it's like sewer tunnels, but I'll go ahead and loot this room. These crates always have quite a lot of items in them, and it's really good to grab all this stuff. Running low on inventory space here, so I just eat my fish that I acquired. And you can see I'm just like spamming the E button to dodge his attacks whenever they come. I don't know what was the hold up there, but finally he does use one of them. And a good thing I like to do to waste the time for the elevator to arrive, especially after I've used all the liquid nitrogen showers, is to run around that loop in a circle. And it does take him a little while to come through doorways, so I come in here to get him to spawn in to, I mean, it doesn't take him a long time, but a little bit of extra time to come through doorways. So I do that to get him to spawn in. That's probably the hardest attack to avoid. Whenever he does that prepare and then jump claw slash, You probably want to try and run around a corner or take a sharp turn to avoid it. It is pretty difficult to avoid that one, though, in my experience. But yeah, we used another shower on him there, and I'm just waiting again for the elevator, of course. So what I like to do sometimes is just run straight down to where we came into the area, of course being ready to dodge with E any of his attacks. And then I sit in this corner waiting for him to come back out of the pipe right there. And whenever he does come out, he usually, in my experience, will just do a claw slash, and you can easily run right past him. So that's not too bad of a way to waste some time in my experience so far. And then we can utilize this last liquid nitrogen shower on the way through here to freeze him once again. And now for the rest of the time, what I like to do is usually just run around in circles around the room that had all the loot in it. And that's how I usually will waste most of the rest of the time. You're pretty much able to dodge all of his attacks just by running straight away from him, aside from that one with the claw slash. And of course, there is one that you have to dodge with E, which he uses while he's in the vents, or no, not while he's in the vent, while he's out of the vents. And this is where I like to stand while waiting for him, because he'll spawn in right there, and you can instantly run out the door and be a decent far away. And then we can wait for him to come around the corner, but he does instantly do that claw slash. If I was closer to the corner, I could have run around it and avoided it. So try and wait a little bit closer to where you're going to be running around before you stop running. I get snagged on the door here, so just don't be an idiot and actually know how to walk, and you'll avoid getting hit like I did right there. That was a pretty stupid bit of damage to take right there, honestly. But yeah, pretty much just running away from him like this is what I'll do until the elevator cutscene arriving plays, and you should be good. You probably won't get hit during this as long as you do properly run around and like wait at the corners. See, he did that claw slash that's hard to avoid right there, but since I was actually at the corner, I was easily able to get around it. And this now I'm making sure I look at the door before I go through it. He does have that tail whip attack, which I feel like is almost impossible to avoid if you're just doing this and running straight away, but it barely does any damage at all, so you don't really have to worry too much about it in my experience. Now, when we're running back to the elevator, it is a bit dangerous because he can do that claw jump, which will be difficult to avoid, but you should be in the clear at this point and able to just head in the elevator, and you finished it. So like I said, there's multiple methods to that. You can kill him, glitch into the elevator to avoid him, or do that. It's really up to you, but that's how I do it to just avoid him for that segment. And that's the end of chapter 10. I do make a save after chapter 10 because obviously those segments were really annoying, especially the Garador room and the bug room. Not my best performance in chapter 10, but like I said, just showing that you don't have to be perfect. Moving on now to chapter 11 here, we are going to be doing the mine segment where we of course have the dynamite retrieval, the double El Gigante fight, and the minecart rides and stuff, as well as at the very end, the initial Krauser knife only fight. So yeah, pretty long one because of the auto scroller segments with the minecart. I go ahead and buy some large resources here from the merchant. Pretty much whenever those are available, recommend you pick those up for the additional flashbangs. I will be using several flashbangs here at the beginning to get through this area with the dynamite. I recommend just sort of running through it and not really killing anything, using shotguns and flashbangs to get through as fast as possible, just because the people with the chainsaws obviously do have a lot of health, and it's probably not worth the amount of resources needed to invest in killing them, especially when there are so many regular ganados here as well you'd have to kill alongside them. So yeah, that's pretty much the plan. At the start here, you can just basically run straight to the lever for the bridge without, there's only one guy who gets in your way on the ramp on your way up there. And I do throw a flashbang into the door, as you'll see, but you can probably not throw this one since the chainsaw lady has a bit of a startup animation that she does when you run through. I just wasn't aware of that at the time here. So shotgun that guy to get past him. And then, yeah, like I said, you can probably just run straight past her and hit the lever, but I do throw this flashbang which I guess maybe is safer, but she shouldn't try and hit you while you're pulling that. And then I just run down here, and this box usually has quite a bit of stuff in it, so you can grab that. And then I just wait here at the door until I see either her or the chainsaw guy actually come down the stairs, and then I'll just go out the door right here. Just make sure you don't wait too long, or they can come up and kill you while you're opening the door. And then you should be clear to run straight up the steps right here. I blow up that guy with the dynamite, and then use this barrel to knock over the chainsaw people, and by then the bridge should be good to go. You can shotgun these two guys and this one guy on your left here, and then run out and grab the dynamite. And then I will come and loot these 3 things over here, just because I am going to be throwing a flashbang anyway right here, and then running out. And just make sure you check to your right that there's no chainsaw people ready to hit you. And then, depending if you need it or not, I do throw a 3rd flashbang there to grab this treasure. I think it's worth it to be able to grab the treasure with the flashbang there, but if you don't want to use it, you can just forgo that treasure. And yeah, not too bad to get through that area. Do be careful here when you're using the dynamite. Sometimes, or at least one time, the chainsaw guy actually came all the way out here and almost tried to kill me. So that's why I'm running down the tunnel here, because one time he did come out here and basically got buried by the rocks right there, which was kind of weird. But it's only happened once. Just make sure you keep an eye out for it. But yeah, not too bad of a segment right there. I find that to be pretty consistent, and you can probably get away with using only 1 flashbang, and that's after you turn around after picking up the dynamite, as long as you just run straight past the chainsaw lady, and then also, of course, don't grab the treasure. But yeah, now we have the double El Gigante fight here, and as was the case in what is it, chapter 4, where you fight the first El Gigante. I'm not too great at fighting these, and he just absolutely trolled me right there. Usually you can use that little console that you use to drop them into the hatch with as like a little thing to block them, and just kind of put that between you and them, and they'll have a hard time getting to you. But he just like hovered right over it and absolutely smacked me, so that was pretty annoying. But yeah, basically I'll just shoot that one until it opens up and shows its Plaga, and then this, how are you supposed to dodge this? He just swings at you and like a 1,000 times and comes straight for you. I don't know. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does obviously make me use my knife. But yeah, you just basically want to get it to kneel down on the hatch and then drop it in. So what I did was pretty much fine right there. Shoot it until it shows its Plaga, and then if it is standing on the hatch, you can run up close to it to make sure it doesn't get off of the hatch, and then use your shotgun to shoot the Plaga, which is obviously easier than using the Red 9 or something like a rifle. I really have a hard time hitting the Plagas with a rifle, but maybe that's because I'm just bad at aiming. But yeah, I'd get kicked in the face right there, so not ideal. But of course, Luis has to go and get the dynamite, so you need to kind of just run around and avoid this guy for a little bit, and then make sure you try and lure him over here after Luis has been gone for a little while, because then he'll show up and then immediately jump on and put the dynamite on its back. And then what you want to do is try and wait until it is standing on the hatch before shooting the dynamite. Occasionally that won't be possible because it'll not walk across the hatch, but and then you'll just have to shoot it and then try and get it to stagger again later while on the hatch. But this time Luis actually was not trolling me and let it onto the hatch right away, and I was able to drop it in. Also dropping Luis into the hatch, as you'll see right there. However, that apparently doesn't matter. I wasn't sure because I'd never had that happen. He's usually pretty good at clearing out of the way, but he decided he wanted to go and take a little lava bath with the giant there. But yeah, he he doesn't actually get dropped in, I guess. But yeah, so not too bad of a fight. Probably better than what I did against the one in chapter 4, because I'm able to kill them easier by just dropping them into the hatch. But that strategy usually just works pretty well. Just if Luis doesn't lead it on to the hatch, then just shoot the dynamite and then try and get it to stagger on the hatch later when it's actually on you. Right there, of course, is a Illuminatus Pendant, which is on the extended map treasures. If you have that and want to pick it up, it is there. So just showing that off. And yeah, we are going to head up these stairs. There was that, or those 2 barrels behind the stairs that you can loot, of course. And then we're going to continue on to the minecart segments here. Not a whole lot to say about the minecarts, really. Just shoot the boards and the switches and the ganados when they show up, and you should be good to go. The only rather worthwhile thing to mention is on the second minecart ride where the chainsaw guy is. You can usually pretty easily destroy his cart before he's really too threatening. But if you're not able to destroy his cart using the method that I do, you can just, whenever he raises his chainsaw up, you basically just shoot him once, and then he will not hit you at that point. So he's not too difficult to deal with, in my opinion. And yeah, also, of course, lean the proper direction whenever you're going around a corner so the cart doesn't tip over. At the first minecart stop, there are 3 enemies that I usually just take them out, and then there's a chest you can loot there, which has, I think, a flagon in it. Nice little treasure to grab on your way through here. And yeah, after the minecart section, of course, we do have the cave with the bugs, which is quite an annoying area just because the Novistadors are quite an annoying enemy. But in my opinion, it ends up being not as bad as the big room that was in the last chapter. I don't know what it is about it, but it just ends up being easier in my opinion. Maybe because for a good amount of the time you're able to be inside the caves, at which point it's a bit easier to deal with the bugs because they don't have their full range of 360 degree or whatever it is, like they can't come from any direction, basically, is what I'm saying, like above you and all that. But either way, we will go over that a little bit more when we get to it. I am, of course, taking out these guys in the minecart, and not a whole lot to say about this first segment. It's pretty easy as well, so don't have to worry too much about it. As I've said a few times now, I do have an extra save available during this playthrough that I don't use. I only save 14 times, so if you want to save before the Krauser knife fight with Krauser, feel free to do so. I find it to be not difficult personally, but maybe if you, for whatever reason, find it to be difficult, then go ahead and save before it. Or you can also use that save potentially in the next chapter, chapter 12, prior to the Salazar boss fight, but I guess that is up to you. Depends on, I guess, the method you're using to kill Salazar as well. If you're like rocket launchering him, then you definitely don't need to worry about saving prior to that. So here we are at the first minecart stop. You can run straight up these stairs, and as I said, there's 3 people. There's one standing on the walkway here, 2 in the building. One of the ones in the building has a stick of dynamite that he'll throw, so I'll try and shoot that. I pop it out of the air there, and I thought the guy on my right here would have been hit by that or killed by it. Maybe he did get hit, but didn't die because he dies pretty easily there. But I take him out, and this guy as well. And that guy ended up turning into one of those stupid bent neck people, which are really annoying. So I just break out the riot gun to shoot him at least once and finish him off with the red 9. You can logically probably not kill these guys and just run for the chest and then leave as fast as possible, but it can not be very quick because Luis has to get in the cart before you. So I like to just take him out and then loot the flag on there. We did get 2 Magnum ammo, which is pretty cool, and I also just quickly put in some rubies into the flagon to sell. So yeah, I quickly take like a few steps over there to make sure Luis is going towards the minecart to get in it, and then you can come back and loot this barrel for free. Like, you don't lose any time doing that. And running out of space once again, I craft myself another flashbang. And then we are good to go on the second minecart segment here. One thing that I've learned recently after recording this run is that what you can do, and is actually quite effective, is actually use a single golden egg on Salazar. So you maybe you just don't sell the golden egg that you get from the island, and that or not from the island, from the village area on like the Chicken Island in chapter 4, and then you use that on Salazar. Also, right here, make sure to unload on the chainsaw guy's cart after you kill those first set of guys. But yeah, basically, you can use that single golden egg on Salazar right at the start. That will knock him down, and then you can just unload on him with like your shotgun, and he'll die pretty quick if you do that. So that's something I can recommend as well if you don't want to go for the second golden egg. Although you do have plenty of time if you're going for, you know, like a real speed run or whatever you want to call it, then you don't want to go get the second golden egg, and you can just use the single one, and that definitely saves you a lot of money on the rocket launcher. So right here is where you want to shoot that cart with the barrels up there, and that up there, if you didn't know, that's actually the chainsaw guy going along there. So if you shoot the cart with the barrels, it'll seriously damage his minecart. And then whenever he shows up again here at the time where you go back inside, you can just shoot his cart enough times and it'll be destroyed. If you don't shoot the barrels, if you can't hit them or you miss him, whatever, then you'll have to shoot his cart quite a bit more. Like, you'll have to shoot it there and then also stop him from swinging at you. And then you can usually destroy it right here while he's coming up on the left, because he'll be on the left track. You can usually destroy his cart at that point without any issue. So that's nice. It gets him out of the way, and then you just chill for the rest of the ride and just take out the guys as normal, and you should be good to go. But yeah, so as I was saying, for Salazar, if you do want to do one of the methods to make it easier, the one I would most recommend is definitely just keeping the golden egg from the village segment and using that, and then just pumping him full of riot gun ammo at that point. What you can also do is purchase the broken butterfly and upgrade that a little bit in terms of power, and use that as well to damage him during that part where he gets knocked down by the golden egg. There's a lot of options in that regard, and the reason it's good to use the broken butterfly over buying a rocket launcher is because, of course, you can sell it back after to get your money back. So yeah, that's pretty much what I would say for the upcoming Salazar boss fight. I'll go over that again in the next chapter, of course, but just something to talk about during the minecart rides. And thankfully those are all over now, and we are here in the bug cavern. So go ahead and jump down after the floor collapses, and we are gonna move on here. Try and take out all of the camouflage Navistadors that you can. Right here at the start, there are 3 that you can take out, one right here, and they do still require 2 shots on professional here. Usually these will die in 1 headshot in lower difficulties in my experience, but take out those 3 camouflaged ones for free right there, and then we can move on. Luckily I do pick myself up a sapphire, and I saw that this one was also a sapphire. You can kind of see on the ground what those items are going to be, because the pesetas are usually quite obvious and larger, like in a little bag that you can notice. But loot all this stuff, the barrels and a yellow herb right there, and then we head up the first of 2 little caves that you go through. And at the exit of each of these, you will be confronted with some Navistadors. And a lot of the time in this cave, they like to come up behind you, which I wasn't prepared for here, and get hit twice, which was pretty bad. So just pay a little bit more attention and be prepared for them to come up behind you on occasion there. And yeah, we are now going to be just taking out the rest of them. There should be like 3 or 4 here, I think, in the cave area, and then head out. There's a camouflaged one right there, and then make sure you shoot this barrel here on your right as you round this corner. I almost don't get it in time, but yeah, shoot that to kill another one, and then there's one more right here in front of the second cave entrance that you can take out as well. Heading now into that second cave, there's like 2 barrels in like all of the alcoves that you can loot here. Or I guess all of, I'm saying. I think there's only 2 alcoves, but Take out this guy on the left who is camouflaged, and then shoot this barrel up here to kill another one. And then you can go to the right to grab 2 more crates to loot. We then also want to take a short detour into this dark cave on the right here to pick up I think it's a large gold bar in this chest. It's a pretty short detour and very interesting because like you go into this creepy dark cave, kind of looks like it'll be like a trap and there'll be bugs spawn behind you or something, but nothing actually happens in there, so kind of weird. But definitely welcome compared to getting ambushed, of course. And then at the exit of this cave as well, there are some Navisadors. There's one who will be camouflaged on the path up ahead, which I promptly missed 3 bullets on. And actually, that 4th bullet, I kind of took a pause right there and I was like, are you serious? I have no idea how that 4th bullet is hitting the ground. I just say, screw this, and I break out the rifle to take him out. The first few, I can accept that is, you know, reasonable, but the final one that missed, I didn't agree with personally. But yeah, after taking those guys out, you can crouch through this opening here to hit up the merchant. I sell my my treasures off, and then make sure you repair your knife, of course, for the upcoming Krauser encounter. And then I sell off a few sapphires here, and I think I end up very poorly calculating and selling off 1 handgun ammo at a time until I get enough for the Red 9 upgrade for 100k. You don't really have to do this. This is just something I wanted to. And then also I realized right after that I have this submachine gun ammo to sell. So pretty top class stupidity right there for myself. I think if you had the exclusive upgrade already, which I highly doubt you were able to save up enough for, but maybe, then I think you can probably one-shot the bugs with headshots with that upgrade for the power, but I'm not sure. But I go ahead and buy that there. And then from here on out, we're going to be either upgrading the riot gun or honestly just saving a lot of the money up for, again, what I said I do is use the Killer 7 for the Krauser boss fight in, what is it, chapter 14 or so. So here we are with the Krauser knife fight. This is just something you kind of have to practice, I guess, or just get good at. Basically, block whenever he attacks you. You know, you don't have to do perfect parries for all his attacks. Unlike every other attack on professional, you are able to just block them normally. And then whenever he gives you a chance, whenever you're able to do so, just slash at him with your knife and to deal damage. Sometimes you'll get unlucky and you'll slash at the same time and maybe take damage, but a lot of the time you can avoid that happening. And of course, if you ever get the ability to kick him, then do so. And be ready to dodge his kick attacks of his own with your E, obviously. But yeah, not a whole lot to say as far as advice goes. The only thing that I will say is whenever he jumps behind you like he just did, and he just did it again right there, you'll see he'll sometimes do that move where he throws his arms to the side and then will charge you and pin you down, dealing quite a bit of damage, and then you have to break out by mashing F. Whenever he does that, jump behind you, make sure you just slash him, because if he does try to do that move, then that will cancel it every time. So I definitely think as long as you're paying attention and you notice when he jumps behind you, you should always slash at him. Here he goes again. And even if he doesn't do the move, you usually are still fine to just answer whatever he actually does do. And yeah, pretty much rinse and repeat. Give him a stab or a slash whenever it's available, and dodge and block all of his attacks. I really don't have much trouble with this fight, and as you can see, we wrap it up right there. And that's the end of chapter 11. Not too bad of a chapter, really, in terms of difficulty, in my opinion. The Dynamite Place is pretty consistent, and the El Gigantes aren't too bad. I do make another save here after chapter 11, and we're moving on to chapter 12, which is the final chapter for the castle. Alright, so here at the start of chapter 12, we basically are going to have 2 things to do in this chapter. We got to climb the clock tower, and then we got to take out Salazar. So first things first, I loot the area here around where we fought Krauser. You might have picked up some of this stuff during the fight. I think I grabbed one of the red herbs, oh wait, there's 2 green herbs and 1 red herb around, and then a boot knife on one of the little things there. So you can grab all that. Mainly the herbs are obviously important. And we're going to be heading up the elevator here to take the, whatever you want to call it, I guess like a skyline thing over to the clock tower. And for the clock tower, I do make use of quite a few flashbangs, of course, to get up the staircase. And then whenever you're at the point where the guy starts dropping the spiked balls, that will clear out most, if not all, of the enemies for you. So that's pretty much the strategy I like to employ in the clock tower. When you get up the elevator here, you can go ahead and grab this small key. Like I said, the small keys do sell for, I think, 3,000 pesetas after you leave the castle, so they're not too bad to pick up. And we can hit up the merchant here. I think, no, I still don't have the Alexandrite for the crown. There is an Alexandrite we're going to be picking up in the clock tower, and then we can use that on the crown and sell it for that 100k. But yeah, as I've said numerous times, at this point you can go get the other golden egg if you want to use both golden eggs on the boss, or if you're only using the single golden egg but you sold your other one, you can also go get the one in the throne room. It's not a huge detour, but there are enemies in the double Garador room, and it can be annoying going all the way back there, so it's up to you. I'm just doing the boss fight with my guns. Of course, another option is to buy a rocket launcher and use it here as well. So, you know, up to you what you want to do there. So yeah, entering the clock tower here, I like to take the left side around the statue because it kind of makes the first guy right there with the torch just be completely out of the way. And then I'll throw a grenade over the railing in that general area to kind of hopefully get rid of the first wave of people. I got kind of unlucky and one of them didn't get knocked over and I got grabbed. So maybe wait another half second or so before throwing it, but usually that works pretty well. And you can stop on the stairs right back where I was and shoot the charge in the back of the Salazar thing's head, but I just blow it up with a flashbang, which I fail right here. I absolutely fail this flashbang throw, so unfortunately I have to throw another. You want to throw your flashbang somewhere around there, and that, for whatever reason, also blows up the charge in the back of the Salazar head, so you don't have to stop and do it yourself. That's a pretty nice thing, because if you do stop and try and shoot it, you could miss, or you could get grabbed or hit, so ideal to do it with the flashbang there. And of course, try not to miss like I did and waste one. So once I run across the wood thing there, I will throw another flashbang, but you do want to wait maybe another second before throwing it so that those people that I just walked past with the sides also get blinded by it. Since I didn't wait another second or so, I end up getting sliced by one of those guys, which is pretty annoying. And then just run straight up to this area with the cage that has these two guys, shotgun them to get them out of your way, and wait for the first boulder to roll by, and then quickly keep on running. You can also shotgun this person who has the crossbow to get them out of the way, and wait here for the next boulder to come. I usually will use the red 9 to shoot anybody if they do come up after me before the boulder comes, but once that boulder comes, you're pretty much good to go, and then you can come take out this guy who is obviously pulling that lever. And if you don't walk up the stairs all the way, more people won't spawn in, so you can run down here and loot quite a bit of stuff from all the people that died. You can also run up there and allow those people to spawn in and then pull the lever and do this same thing, and there will be even more additional loot there. That's kind of up to you if you want to take the extra time to wait for the other ball to come, but or like, you know, wait for you to be able to follow behind it after you pull it. But either way, that's probably worth a short detour because there is quite a bit of stuff there. And then I do pull the lever once anyway, once I'm up here at least, just to make sure that nobody's coming up behind me. And then we can quickly go out here onto this platform to loot a mirror with pearls and rubies. So nice to grab that. And then jumping down onto the elevator platform, another chest here has, I think, an extravagant clock in it. So two pretty easy to get treasures on your way up here. And then we pull the lever to start the elevator. And basically just main thing you want to do, keep as many people off the elevator as you can. Right away at the start, try and snipe this guy down quickly who has the red lantern, because the red zealots are obviously very annoying. So I just shoot him down with the sniper. And then, yeah, just try and keep people off of the lift using... I mainly use the red 9 on the people who are up on ledges and stuff. But if someone does come down and land on the lift, I will whip out the shotgun to get them out of there quickly. Obviously utilize the explosive barrels that are placed on the various ledges as well. And yeah, this part honestly isn't too difficult. It was more difficult in the original, in my opinion. This elevator ride up the clock tower definitely was a lot more enemies that actually got on your lift, I think, and that was unavoidable in the original, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't played in a long time, but that's what I remember at least. But yeah, as you can see, just looking around, keep looking up above to see if anybody's jumping down. This person I missed and should have whipped out the shotgun really quick to get them off, but ended up getting a lucky hit, critical headshot with the red 9 anyway, so that worked out. And once you get up to around this point, make sure you snipe down this additional red zealot that shows up. Again, very annoying. Looks like each one of those took 5 sniper rifle bullets to take out. So, yeah, I guess if you have the same items as me, then that'll be what you want to use, and that's what you need to take them out. And yeah, just keep on riding it up. Not a whole lot else to say on this bit. You can actually see through the wood towards the way I'm looking right now. If you look through the wood of the clock tower wall, you can see the merchant's torch for where you end up after you go outside and come back. Some nice potato aim there causes me to miss that guy and allow him to jump on, which is not ideal. And then I don't realize I need to reload here for a second, which happens occasionally when I'm not paying attention and I'm in the heat of the moment. But yeah, whenever you shoot that lady off, I think she's the last one, and then of course you're up here at the top for the clock tower. So not too bad of a segment in my opinion. I think using the flashbang to blow up the Salazar head is a pretty big help, because getting caught up on the stairs by stopping and waiting to shoot it can be really annoying. You can go ahead and snipe these people who are across the way here so they don't harass you while you are crossing the fragile wood things. I actually walk into that person's crossbow bolt smartly enough, so good job there. Do make sure you walk here. I know there's some weird way you can like stutter step sprint to go slightly faster, but it's just not worth it. If you die, you have to obviously restart the chapter, so that's not ideal. And then, yeah, since we got that Alexandrite that was hanging in the staircase, we can make the full crown and sell that for 100k. And that, alongside some other treasures, I'm sure you could get enough for a rocket launcher, especially if you haven't bought the Red 9 exclusive upgrade yet. So if you want to go the rocket launcher route, you can. Although I would honestly recommend, if you want to go for a quicker boss kill, just go for the golden egg route, in my opinion. But yeah, I repair everything, and as I've said many times now, if you want to utilize a save right here to not have to redo the clock tower if you die, then you can do that. But because there is an extra save here in the run, so it's up to you to where you want to use that. But if you're using the golden egg or rocket launcher, it's definitely not going to be worth saving at this point, because you'll be in and out of the fight really quickly. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I do like to climb up here to grab this stuff, because there's also always a first aid spray right there on that box. Pretty worth coming up here for. And once we have everything repaired and everything good to go, we are going to head on down to the boss arena. This boss is probably the most annoying boss in the game, in my opinion. The goop attacks are really annoying, and he also leaves a lot of little mines on the ground, or whatever you want to call them, the little blobs that you have to watch out for. And it usually takes quite a while as well. So here at the start, this is when you'd want a rocket launcher or golden egg him right here. But I just take some shotgun pot shots, turn around and loot this stuff really quick, and then head up the left side where this pillar is, and that's where I pretty much stay the entire time for the whole fight, because there's the pillar above you, which you can use to hide from some of his goop attacks. And yeah, there's just no real need to be running around the arena, especially because you could run into some of those blobs and take a lot of damage. So yeah, just try to shoot at him whenever his mouth is open, and you can also shoot at him when his mouth isn't open sometimes if you want. If he does the vertical goop spray thing like that, you can just go ahead and hide in one of the staircases behind the pillar, and you should be safe. When he goes on that side, he will often do a really fast goop spray upwards, so try to be prepared for when he goes over there, and you can avoid that. Here, he was charging up the shotgun goop blast, but if you shoot him enough during that, he will be staggered out of it. But just be careful if you try to do that, because of course, if you don't stagger him out, you're probably going to get hit by that, since it's a big shotgun AoE type deal. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, there's not a whole lot to say about this fight. He also goes above you right here and will do a charging slam, so just run down the staircase from either side whenever he does that. You can do it from either side of you. And sometimes he'll do a thing where he stays on the ceiling and sprays goop downwards for a decent length of time. And you can just hide under this overhang during that attack and it won't ever hit you. Here he goes with a... yeah, that was a vertical goop spray, I think. But also just make sure you're keeping an eye, as he does right here. He might leave a blob on this area where you're standing, so be prepared to shoot those and get rid of them. They also have a chance to drop items, so you could get some loot or some additional ammo from shooting those. I do pretty good here in the first half of the fight, but it goes pretty far south afterwards, and yeah, definitely not ideal. Whenever he does fall down, you can run out and stab him, of course, in the eye for some pretty big damage. Just make sure you're keeping an eye out on your way for any blobs that are maybe on the floor. I go ahead and grab there's a couple pieces of loot there, probably from blobs that had exploded. Right there, got kind of unlucky. He did the horizontal goop spray, which is hard to avoid, especially when you're like a little bit above him but can still be hit by it. Usually when he does that, he'll actually be too high up and won't be able to hit you, or perhaps you can also crouch to avoid it if he's at a similar level to you. He does 2 melee slams in a row here. There's a variant on it that he did the first time where he'll just go straight down instead of across, so you can be prepared for that and dodge it. That was the shotgun charge up again. And I mainly, obviously, I'm sticking to the red 9 here. Whenever he gets close, I will try and use the shotgun, but that rarely happens as I dodge another goop spray. But I do end up, I think, running out of red 9 ammo here, and I have to end up switching to the sniper. It does end up being a little bit tight on ammo in this fight for me, but I did do quite a bit of shooting while he was had his mouth closed, so you can do less of that and it'll take longer, but you might be able to conserve some ammunition. I also don't hit every single bullet I shoot, so that's another factor. As you can see right here, I'm missing some. But yeah, overall, it's a lot about patience in this fight, in my opinion, because running around will definitely be bad since you will take so much damage from the blobs that you might miss out on seeing. And, sometimes he can go a while without opening his mouth or without, giving you good opportunities to deal damage, which can get annoying if you get impatient and try and run towards him or anything. Get another eye stab right there. And I think I wasn't quick enough. I didn't realize he was doing the melee slam there, so I get hit. And this is, I think, the beginning of where it starts to go a little bit downhill for me during this fight. Right here, again, I don't notice he's doing the goop spray. And for the most part, your armor will block all of the goop spray damage until it breaks. And then when it does break, that'll start doing a lot of damage. So, as my armor is now broken, if I get hit by a goop spray, that, in my opinion, was BS. But if I do get hit by a goop spray, it can be pretty bad. As you can see there, he did the horizontal one when I was in no way ever going to get hit by it. So that's kind of something to look out for. Trying to consider if I want to use a healing item or not. I decided to do it with the herb there. But let's see what else ends up happening here. Anything else worth talking? Yeah, see, like that looked like it was kind of BS. I don't really know. The goop, I really don't like the goop spray attacks. They seem kind of inconsistent to me, at least in those two last few situations. Did seem really weird. Another dodge of the melee, and it was at this point that I realized, dang, I am really running low on ammo, so I try to get some potential shotgun hits off here, but it doesn't end up working out. And right here, I think I get BS'd around this corner by the shotgun blast. Yeah, I don't know how that would ever have hit me. I was behind the pillar. I couldn't even see him to shoot at him, but I took damage from that shotgun blast. So, yeah, things not going ideally in the second half of this fight here compared to how I did in the first. And I don't know how he snuck behind me there. Again, I get hit, and I just lost track of him completely. So ended up burning through quite a few healing resources. And I mean, this is another situation that's a decent example. I could have redone it, but again, I want to make sure that I'm keeping in mistakes that I still succeed and don't completely brick the run with that segment. So like if you wanted to maybe get through with additional healing or some more ammo, you could redo this segment. This is that horizontal goop spray, which is completely free. And I'm blasting him with the shotgun here, and then he goes down to get another eye stab. And as you can see, I have 0 bullets left, 0 ammo. And what I end up doing is I go ahead and chuck a grenade into his mouth. This is actually a challenge and an achievement, which you can do right there, boom, and that ends up taking him out. So yeah, definitely cut it close there with the ammo situation. That's why it's definitely, I think, preferable to use a golden egg or RPG on him, but it's part of my challenges for this run. I wasn't doing that. I mean, I guess I could have used the golden egg. That wasn't in my list of restrictions, but I just wanted to show all the boss fights. So yeah, we are in desperate need of some ammo, but thankfully the upcoming chapter doesn't require a whole lot of ammo. We don't really do a whole lot of killing in the chapter. And there's a pretty cool skip in the chapter 13 beginning, which I'll be showing off in this video. I'll go ahead and cut this out. I think I had to go do something. Oh no, I guess it was a shorter pause than I thought. But yeah, basically there's a pretty cool skip coming up here in the chapter 13 beginning that I will be showing off. Again, not a glitch. There's no glitches being used in this run. It is an intended game mechanic that you can leverage to squeeze past the laser turrets in the first area without having to turn them around and waste a lot of time doing that. So of course we're going to take the elevator down, and I'm just cycling through looking at all my weapons and how little ammo they have. Around now also, I think I've mentioned it in the past, but you definitely want to start being conscious of your grenades at this point. You want 4 or 5 grenades available for, I think it's chapter 15, or no, maybe it's chapter 14. I'm not sure exactly which one. I think it is 15. But you do want 4 or 5 grenades available for that because, no, it's definitely 14, isn't it? It's got to be 14. Sorry, I'm all over the place here. Watch out for that knight, by the way. He will slash at you, and you can just run past afterwards. Same with the other one up here. Just stick to the right-hand side. But as I was saying, yeah, you need 4 or 5 grenades for that, and then you also want either 2 heavy grenades or at least 1 heavy grenade and 1 regular grenade for Chapter 15. So yeah, Chapter 14 is the 4 or 5 regular grenades. 15 is the 1 regular and 1 heavy. Those allow you to do some pretty nice skips, which I definitely recommend having those grenades for. Obviously, I think you should definitely make a save here after the Salazar boss fight, after Chapter 12. We're done with the castle here. That is my 10th save, as you can see on the recording there. And yeah, we're going on pretty well here. The only additional save that I make in a chapter is prior to Krauser, just because he can be super annoying and the fight is really long, so it's nice to have an additional save there so you don't have to redo the entire segments prior to him. So here we are on the island. Of course, the castle is now done with, and we can move on to this section, which I think is probably the shortest section of the game. I'm not sure how it all works out as far as the actual time is concerned, but I'm pretty sure the castle is the longest. If you need to visit the merchant, you can go around. If not, you can just climb up this cliff to turn the turret. I don't recommend visiting the merchant. I don't even have any body armor, and I'm not heading there just because you don't really need it here at this point. I do end up having to craft some rifle and shotgun shells here since I'm completely out of ammo. You do want like at least 1 rifle bullet and then some shotgun shells for the upcoming segments. So I'll run and jump over that and then walk up behind this guy so I can get an angle to snipe this crossbow guy up here, take him out, and then run past these 2 guys and up the stairs here. And do not skip this cutscene. Wait until the guy at least pulls the ripcord on his little thing there and then starts shooting the air before you skip the cutscene, because otherwise he won't come out the door if you skip it right away. Then you can shoot him in the leg to stagger him, which baits him into walking forward. And then at that point, you bait him into kicking at you with his melee kick attack, and that will force him into the turret laser, which you can then run past him as the turret laser is shooting at him, and it won't shoot at you. So that's a pretty cool skip that I like to do right there. Also, that guy, I think, will usually just run past you. You probably don't have to shotgun him, that guy that comes out onto the bridge there. But yeah, that's a pretty cool way to skip that wharf segment. Just bait the turret into shooting the brute instead of you, and you can run straight on through without having to turn them all around and stuff. And it is quite consistent. I've been able to do that many times in a row now once you get it down. It might require some practice, though. Just make sure you wait to see if he's going to do 2 kicks or not before you try to run by him, because if he does 2 and you're not ready, you'll get absolutely annihilated. But yeah, I assassinate that guy at the top of the ladder, obviously, and then these 2 guys in this little area, just to make things a little bit easier for me. Not really necessary, I guess, but as I've said 1,000 times and more, this isn't really a speed run. It's just to get that S+, and we have a lot of extra time to do so. And so yeah, I run over here, I grab the yellow herb, shoot that barrel to open this area up and get the golden links. And then I'm pretty much just going to run straight past these guys out here. And you can use a flashbang if you need to, which I probably would recommend. But honestly, as long as the guys with the shields aren't like right in your face, you probably don't need to use it. Just run straight up the alleyway here. I decided to shotgun that guy because he was kind of in my way. But as long as you run straight up, you won't get hit by the rocket launcher or by anything really. You can shoot this barrel to stagger these guys long enough for you to run up and just open the door. So you can pretty much just run straight through that area, as you saw. But if you are having trouble, feel free to throw a flashbang after the little rocket launcher cutscene. I like to snipe this guy who is down there with the RPG, and I seem to be a fan of wasting a ton of ammo as well, but I do that because we do want to go down there for sure, because there is a crown down there in the chest, which again is a 100k peseta treasure, so definitely worth grabbing in my opinion. And we're going to do that. I do also actually take out all these guys with my red 9, I remember now. You can do this or you can not. It's up to you. It makes it, easier to get the crown, but you always have to use a bunch of resources. Throw a flash to get rid of the 2 plagas there. But there's also some other loot around this area that you can grab if you do that. Yeah, really up to you. Either you can just run in, grab the crown, get out, or you can kill the guys off, get their loot, get this dumpster, which has, I don't know if it's always resources or random, but then there's 2 crates here that you can loot. So it's not too bad, but maybe not worth the entire flashbang that I used. Although I don't really end up needing a whole lot more flashbangs for the rest of the run. Just a few in chapter 15 mainly. Don't forget to shoot or disarm this tripwire. That would stink to run straight into that. Grab the velvet blue out of this briefcase here, and there is a barrel back here you can loot if you want. And then we head upstairs. I use the stairs, not the ladder. I don't know if it matters, but you can crouch under this tripwire and assassinate this guy easily, which is nice. And then you can also sneak up behind the people that are in the control room here and assassinate at least one of them. So I do go ahead and do that. And I mean, sneak up, run straight towards them. What's the difference, really? They don't react in time. And then you just can take out the other one in whatever manner you choose, or just hit the button and run. I mean, it's up to you, but I like to take them out so I can safely loot the 2 lockers on the other side of this room, which I find to usually have some pretty decent loot, like shotgun shells and things like that. Obviously push the button to open the door, and we're going to loot those lockers that I mentioned right here. Shotgun shells, as I said, and handgun ammo, not that good, but whatever. And now we are going to head back down. Watch out for the tripwire, of course. You can disarm it if you like, but it's probably faster to crouch underneath really quickly. I was pretty slow with it. And we're heading through the door now to where Ashley is caged up. And I don't know if they patched this or what happened, but for a while now, these guys have suddenly started noticing when I drop down, or at least that guy with the stun rod does. Before, he would just keep staring off in the distance, and you could run up and assassinate both of these guys. And I get hit here, which is just embarrassing. If you don't want to get hit by that guy, you should stick closer to him when you're running by, and then he will miss you more easily because you run a tighter loop around him. That's my advice there. Don't forget to grab the green herb right there. But yeah, if the guy with the stun rod isn't facing towards you when you drop down, definitely assassinate both of those guys, because they do give you, obviously the big guy will give you some sort of jewel, maybe an emerald or an alexandrite, but definitely worth it to get those free assassinations if you can. But they won't be there when you come back, so just running past them isn't the biggest deal. If you need hand grenades for those skips that I mentioned, there is one in the dumpster there. Don't forget to shoot the guy who runs out of the oven, of course, and grab the velvet blue that's in that briefcase back there. And now we have the merchant. A little fishy over here if you want. I am pretty low on healing, so I decided to grab that. And we're going to hit up our friend the merchant. Sell everything, including the key items that are now no longer useful from the castle. I'm just missing alexandrite once again for my crown, so can't sell that just yet. But I go ahead and buy up I even buy a first aid spray there. But I go ahead and buy up the repairs and the small resources, of course. And then I do buy the Killer 7. You can wait on this until the Krauser fight if you want. I just go ahead and buy it now. And I have a lot of spinels, so I buy some stuff here. I buy the chalice, I buy one of the gunpowders, the red barrel, and the yellow diamond. And then I think I buy the other gunpowder here as well. Yeah, so some good stuff to pick up with that. And yeah, the Killer 7 I have for Krauser, so if you're using a rocket launcher on Krauser, then do not bother buying it. Of course, save that money for the rocket launcher. But yeah, I use the upgraded Killer 7 on the final phase of Krauser to kill him as quickly as possible. So I just go ahead and purchase it here, which Probably should have put it in storage. I think I run into a bit of a snafu in that regard earlier and don't realize I have the Killer 7 on me, which I should just have put in storage and saved inventory space. But here we are in the regenerator area, of course. Right here, you just run straight down to this side and flip the switch to turn on the power in the side of the lab where the first keycard is. I do like to come over here and flip this switch just to give me more potential maneuverability if I need it for whatever reason. Probably not 100% necessary though. Definitely come into this room right here since you can grab a first aid spray off the desk and a red barrel in the cabinet there, as well as some gunpowder. Great room to come in there for sure. And then you can do this puzzle. You can screenshot my solution if you want, or whatever, just however you want to solve it. Do it whichever way you like, really. Not much to say about these puzzles. I struggle with this one a little bit because I don't even have the solutions memorized. I kind of just resolve them every time like a moron, which is probably not the best idea. But one thing I've learned since doing this run that's probably beneficial to do more so than what I do is if you're ever in an issue with the regenerator and you need to get past them, shotgun them in the leg so they fall down. They will move slower after that and take a while to regenerate. This guy right here, I usually can just run straight past without any issue, but he obviously will pursue you here as you're running down and flipping the switch to swap the power back to the freezer side. So when you're leaving this room, be ready to shoot him. I think I just take a random shot at him, but it is definitely beneficial to shoot them in the legs to slow them down, which is something I didn't know at this time. Of course, flip that switch and come over here to the freezer section, and then we need to open the door with the key card, and then also get ready to upgrade our key card to level 2. I come in here and quickly loot this one. The other regenerator won't follow you into here, so you don't need to worry about him. Get a large resources there, which is pretty nice. And then here, I do go ahead and solve the LE5 puzzle, which I don't know the solution to, so I pause right here to quickly look it up. Yeah, this one is a bit harder than the others and wasn't something I wanted to solve by myself during the run here. So I quickly looked that up. The LE5 can sell for like 20 or 25,000. I think it's 20. So it's pretty worth it to grab here if you can put this puzzle solution in quickly. And I think I forget to sell it for a while, which is pretty stupid of me. So make sure you do remember that you grab it. I'd never grabbed it before on any of my previous runs, but this time I decided to do it because it is a little bit of extra money for whatever you need to buy. So we open up the door, grab the LE5, which I immediately just send to storage, which you can do. It's nice to do that, to have that ability. And then I grab this crate that's in here as well. And then we're going to go and see right here, like I end up crafting a flashbang, which is fine, but I should have just sent the Killer 7 back to storage because I don't need it until Krauser. But yeah, now we're going to go ahead and upgrade our keycard to level 2. Of course, this spawns a regenerator out of one of the bag things behind you. So I will just run past this one usually as well, or maybe I do shotgun. I don't remember what I do. Yeah, I do shotgun this one because he tends to hit you. I got a weird visual bug where Leon was facing the wrong way, so I took a second to shoot him there. Then you just run out, and that other regenerator will be there on your left. And what I like to do is just throw this flash whenever the one from the freezer comes running out. It's not necessarily required. You could shoot him in the leg or just shoot him to stun him rather than using the flash, but I just like to do that to make it a little bit safer. And then by the time you run back in here, the keycard should be done. Turn around and get ready to shotgun that guy once again, as he will probably be close. And then get ready to shotgun the original regenerator once as well on your way out. And then you are clean through to the incubation lab or whatever it's called, because they won't follow you through this door as far as I know. So you can head on through with the level 2 keycard. And now the reason I opened my inventory there is I'm considering what am I going to do for the biosensor scope, because you do need that to get the wrench, of course. And yeah, I'm just blind to the fact that I have the Killer 7 in my inventory. But yeah, definitely you want to take out the guys that are in this room because they can bother you while you're killing the wrench regenerator, and also during the fight after you've started to upgrade your keycard to level 3. So definitely want to take these guys out. There's 3 of them down here. One of them comes through the door at some point. And we can head on through after looting this room. I do run around really quick to grab this yellow herb. And or did I even pick up the yellow herb? I don't know. There's also gunpowder on that shelf. I did pick it up, okay. But I don't have anything to combine it with. There's always a flashbang here in this cabinet thing. so you do want to grab that. I craft some shotgun shells here, not the worst thing to get since I was low on them and needed space. And I'm still completely blind to the Killer 7 in my inventory. Maybe I'll realize it here. Nope, I discard some small materials, which isn't the end of the world, but yeah, pretty stupid of me. But there is 2 things of rifle ammo to grab out there. And then this room has some decent stuff in it to loot. There's a red herb in this glass case right here. Submachine gun ammo in the other side of that case if you have room for it, which I don't, so I forego it. Hand grenade in the middle of the room, green herb on this side on the shelf. So not too bad to grab that stuff before doing the regenerator. Oh, and some rifle ammo right there as well, it looks like. Then, of course, there's 2 crates in here you can quickly loot as well, and the biosensor scope is in the case right there. And here I am with no brain in my head, not realizing that I have a Killer 7 in my inventory, so I send back a my scope and then craft more shotgun shells. So yeah, that ends up being just barely enough space to hold the biosensor scope, so works out in the end, I guess, but could have easily had an additional 6 inventory slots just by using that. Go ahead and equip the biosensor scope, of course, and just now I'm realizing, oh my god, I have the Killer 7, and I just sent it back with a huge facepalm as well. The wrench can be in any of them, I think, but this one is most common for me. Try to line up a double shot on 2 of the Plagas before you release it, if you can. That can be pretty helpful. And I struggle quite a bit with this last Plaga shot, but try to kill it before it can really do much after you're getting up and you get the wrench. It's actually a challenge to shoot 2 Plagas from 1 regenerator at the same time with 1 bullet, so you can get that pretty easily in this section. Then right when you put the key card in, turn around and throw a flashbang to the other side of the room and run there as fast as you can, because there's people that spawn out there and some of them have dynamite to throw, which I promptly blow up right here. And if they throw a dynamite into the room with you, they will blow up the regenerator's glass and release all 3 of those ones that are in there that you didn't have to deal with because you got the wrench from the other. So I quickly will just run straight back into this room with the staircase and kill off all the guys that did spawn for that attack. Definitely dangerous and not recommended to stay in the other room because you will definitely have additional regenerators spawning. You don't want to have to deal with them regardless, but even if you did, you'd be wasting rifle ammo and stuff. And yeah, just don't recommend it. And I think that strategy works pretty well. Blinding that guy, or those guys, will pretty much always prevent them from getting any dynamite into the room before you can get away from the regenerator tanks. Once they're all dead, head back and grab the keycard level 3, and that's pretty much chapter 13 completed. We just go and get Ashley, and that's the end of the chapter. So a pretty long chapter as far as, you know, you have to do the skip at the wharf and then, you know, run through that whole area with the RPG, but in my opinion, nothing really too difficult in here. You can get through. I mean, the wharf skip is hard to learn in my opinion because you have to figure out exactly how that guy, the brute, works and how you can get him to come into the laser. But once you get that down, the rest of the chapter is honestly not that bad in my opinion. And as you can see, the brute and his little friend are no longer here, so you don't have to worry about them. Unlock the door and save Ashley, and we are done with chapter 13. I don't know what I'm pausing for here, but as you can see, just under 3.5 hours on the in-game time there, so you still got plenty of time on the run to spare. Still 2 more hours left until we reach the 5.5 hour limit. And yeah, that's chapter 13. Coming up next, oh, I do make a save after chapter 13 as well, and then coming up next we will have the chapter 14, which includes the Krauser boss fight. And as you can see, I have 5 grenades in my inventory waiting there for this upcoming chapter for that skip, so recommend you have those as well if possible. So moving now into chapter number 14. I think this is the only chapter that I saved during the middle of it, if I remember right. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I do save before the Krauser fight because this is a pretty long chapter and the Krauser fight can obviously go south, so you might want to be you know, able to restart it if you need to. You can grab a nice old fish there in that cupboard and loot this room, including this crystal ore here on the cart for a nice treasure to sell. And then we need to boost Ashley through this little gap here so she can open the door and declare her status as the master of unlocking. So yeah, make sure you get that done. And Then we are going to be moving into the wrecking ball section pretty soon after going through a little bit of the factory. But the wrecking ball section is what you want to have somewhere between 4 and 6 grenades. I'm not sure exactly the number that you want to throw. I usually just throw all the grenades I have. I think 5 is probably a good sweet spot. But basically, you throw grenades at the wall for the wrecking ball, and that will reduce the number of times Ashley has to swing it. If you throw enough grenades, she'll only have to swing it 1 time. So yeah, here we just sell off those treasures, and we're going to head outside. There's a hanging treasure right outside that's way high up, but that is an alexandrite, which is what I need for my crown, so it'll be nice to pick this up. See it way up there. Just pop it, and it will come falling all the way down for that alexandrite to cash in. Also, if you want to bring the biosensor scope, make sure you grab it from the storage right there, or maybe you still have it on you, I don't know. I know I put it away. Don't forget to grab this gold bangle from this dumpster next to you right here also. But yeah, this chapter also, of course, has the parts with the regenerators, including the Iron Maiden, which you have to flip those switches alongside Ashley and like time it as it goes across. And you have 2 options basically on that part with the Iron Maiden. You can either kill it, or you can try and run straight past it and do the switch before it stands up and smacks you. So yeah, it can be pretty hard, especially on professional, because even compared to hardcore, on professional, your like the arrow that you have to time actually moves even faster than it did on hardcore. So it can be pretty difficult to get that timing down, and you might want to just take the pressure off of yourself by killing the Iron Maiden instead. But it is up to you. I had been bringing the scope, but this time I just decided to try and go for it, and I'm able to get the switch just in time. It is pretty close. So yeah, if you're not confident, then make sure you bring the biosensor scope as well. I go ahead and chuck a grenade down there. Not really necessary. I think there's 4 guys down there, and I only even get 2 of them, and then I start getting absolutely beat down by this guy with the shield. Guys with the shield are quite annoying, and they are pretty cool. They like react to where you've been shooting them by moving their shield up and down. So it's a pretty cool enemy how they behave like that. But have a couple of little fish snacks there, and then loot this room before we go up and have Ashley hold down the lever. There's a hanging treasure right above where we just were that we're going to grab as well on our way back down there. Of course, when you do flip this lever and go back through the door, there will be 3 guys that rush into the room, and one of them will immediately go and grab Ashley. He will always jump out the window. And do I forget about that treasure? I'm not sure here. Looks like I might not grab it, but right above, right outside the window and like up above on the ceiling is a hanging treasure that you can grab. I think it's like is it a velvet blue? I don't remember, but something you can get. But yeah, that guy always jumps out the window. As you saw, I take out the 2 guys that come in, and then you can just come over here and take out this guy. You might have to run up there. Sometimes he doesn't jump out unless you run up there. It's definitely weird sometimes, but you should be able to take those guys out with too much trouble. And then we are going to head out. Need to re-equip my scope, of course, here. But there's this guy who will always like throw a hatchet at you, so just be careful you don't get hit by that. And he does have the body armor on, I think, so you have to only go for headshots on this guy. Looks like I did forget to grab that treasure, I guess, unless I got it when I like blinked or something and I didn't see it. Right here, I throw a grenade. I shouldn't have thrown that since I only had 5. I should have. Actually, there is, I think, a grenade that you always get in one of these the upcoming room with the Iron Maiden. So maybe I was okay to throw that. But yeah, definitely make sure you are saving your grenades for this little skip here. And if you don't have enough grenades to obviously destroy the wall, it'll be a bit more annoying. Like you'll have to survive for longer while Ashley swings the wrecking ball. I don't know what I was paused for here. Maybe just had to take a quick break. I'll go ahead and cut it out. Alright, so yeah, we're just taking these guys out here, and just basically coming up here, you are going to just want to use all your grenades. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough. Just use all that you have to weaken the wall, and ideally Ashley will destroy it in one swing. But as long as you have like 3 or 4 grenades, it should only take 2 swings at worst in that case. You can grab this emerald over here while you're crouching through the sewers. I think that's pretty free to grab because Ashley's pretty slow in crouching through that area. And then here is the first of the 2 little switch timing things that you have to do. This one is, of course, not in danger, but is kind of like practice. And as you can see, it's pretty dang fast. So again, if you are not comfortable doing this next one while the regenerator is coming for you, then go ahead and bring the biosensor scope. And yeah, I think that little briefcase right there always has an additional hand grenade. So what I do here is I run over here so Ashley is kind of closer to this hallway, and then just run for it. And you should go for the one on the right because Ashley can block you and get in your way. Or no, not block you. You can block Ashley and she won't be able to go to the lever if you do the one on the left, which can just screw you over. And yeah, they basically just don't miss or you'll be in trouble. So yeah, that's basically, as you saw, I flipped it right, and got the timing correct, and then pretty much right after that I got hit. So it's definitely very close, and if you're not comfortable doing that, I definitely can say just go ahead and bring the scope and take out the regenerator. There's 8 rifle bullets in that room that spawn, so you can grab those and be totally fine. And yeah, we have Ashley hold twist the valve to hold the bridge up, and she says that she's actually pretty good at this stuff, which I always thought was a ridiculous line because she's literally just turning a wheel. But yeah, you can grab that ornate necklace on the control panel in that room, and then right there is a ruby if you do have the extended map treasures and you want to pick that up. Again, I'm just showing those off, not actually utilizing them myself. There's a fish right there and a green herb over here that you can loot. And then we're going to switch the power over to the other side with this switch here, and then break out the rifle. And there's going to be 4 guys who rush down this hallway that I promptly miss my shots on somehow. And I guess I just am going to go ahead and wait for that guy to grab Ashley. I don't know why what my plan was here. Usually you just want to headshot those 4 guys as they run down, and then you'll have to go back through the area to get back to the bridge. And while you're doing that, a 5th guy will come that you will have to shoot to have him drop Ashley. And yeah, these guys move pretty quick. So when this 5th guy comes, it can be pretty easy for him to get away with Ashley if you aren't making your shots. But yeah, I guess I just waited for that guy to bring her over to where I had an easier way of shooting him. And now we've killed 4 people who have run down that hallway. And now as far as I know, you can't wait for the 5th one. He won't come until you start going back. And of course, that regenerator will roll off the trash heap there. So you have to just be aware of that, and pretty much just going to be trying to dodge that guy as best as possible. Just run straight through the area you came through, and then as quickly as you can take out that guy, or stop him from grabbing Ashley, or do whatever you need to do. Basically, if he gets around that corner, he will be gone. There's no way you can really stop him after that, and it's pretty easy to lose Ashley here. So just make sure you're careful with your shots and you take him out, and then after that, you're just gonna have to run around this trash heap here to dodge the regenerator while Ashley brings the bridge back up. Took another break there for whatever reason. I guess I was a little busy while I was doing this run segment, but yeah, this guy's still not dead. Actually, he picks up Ashley again, and he's a little bit worried here since the regenerator's harassing me. And he honestly almost gets away right here, but I hit him with 2 quick rifle bullets to take out his leg and make him drop her. Basically, another second or 2, and he would have been around the corner and gone. So it's pretty suspicious, this bit. You could also throw a flashbang over there yeah, it would probably still hit the regenerator if you threw it over there. But you could throw a flashbang to get him to be stunned, and then give yourself a second to shoot him. But it can be a little bit iffy doing that segment. Of course, with the regenerator on you and the guy potentially picking up Ashley. It could be it could go south pretty quick, because if he gets around that corner and it doesn't take him too long to do so, he is off the scene and you're not going to be able to get him. But yeah, just be quick and you should be okay. And then we can head through this door now, and there is going to be 3 Plagas that are here, so I usually just throw a flashbang to kill them, but you could probably just pistol those guys. They're not that hard to take out with just the pistol, because there's no people for them to attach onto. And upcoming here is a merchant, so I go ahead and put all my jewels into the crown, and then I think I probably fill out the clock, and I maybe do the golden links here as well to sell these things. Or do I go for the necklace instead? No, yeah, I go ahead and fill out the golden links, and we're going to sell these off. And again, I'm not really looking to buy anything, because this is the Krauser chapter, which I do want to have money for to power up the Killer 7 for the final phase of that fight. And I think I stored the Killer 7 away, so I just sell this stuff off, and I'm looking to make sure there's no SMG ammo or stuff that I want to sell. And then just going to repair my stuff. I put 1 durability upgrade into the knife. That's also for the Krauser fight, just because I like to do the first 2 phases of the fight as you know, mostly knife fights, just because I find that to be easier to handle, because it's a bit hard for me to transition between shooting and knifing. But you can do that if you want. You can use more shooting in the first 2 phases. So right here at the start, I go ahead and shoot out that crossbow guy. That's nice to do. And then I throw a grenade, turn around, shoot that barrel to kill the dynamite guy, and then just whip grenades at the wall crack here. Just whip them. I only threw 4. I should have thrown that 5th one, and then she probably would have destroyed the wall in 1 swing there. But since I only threw 4, it was not the case. So yeah, I think it's 5 grenades. I haven't tested it a whole lot, so you can let me know in the comments if you have a different experience. But I do believe it is a 5 grenade thing that you want to throw at the wall, and then she will destroy it in 1. Oh, actually, yeah, okay. So she did the second swing there, and that destroyed it. I kind of messed up here. I was way over here. You want to be close to the gap in the wall whenever she finishes with the destroying it, because you want to come through here and hit this button as fast as possible, because this elevator takes an absolute eternity to come down. So you want to go through there and get it started quickly. But yeah, because I didn't throw 5 grenades and it took her 2 swings, the brute actually showed up. But once you're through here, I've never had anybody come through and try to kill me while I was in here, so you should be good to go once you've got yourself and Ashley through the gap in the wall. So yeah, that's a pretty cool skip. I was surprised it even worked, honestly, when I heard about it. You just throw grenades to weaken the wall. I mean, it makes sense. It just seems like something that wouldn't have been implemented, because you would think that it would just be, you know, the wrecking ball is the only thing that can damage the wall. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool skips like that. The only other big skip that we're going to be utilizing is on the next chapter, chapter 15. We will need, as I said, either 2 heavy grenades or 1 heavy grenade and 1 regular grenade, and you can destroy the anti-air gun with those grenades, which is honestly a huge help. Saves from having to climb that whole segment and get to the machine gun to take it out. But yeah, we're pretty much through to the Krauser fight now. We just go through this room with the big amber. You can loot the yellow herb there, some crates, and another crystal ore around this corner. And then we can check out the big amber, and Ashley will get taken away once again. And then we walk through here, and we're basically at the approach to Krauser. So you're just going to want to take out these 3 guys in some way. You can throw a flash or throw a grenade, or just shoot at them, or do whatever you want. And you can dip into the tent right here. So here we go. Throw the grenade over there towards the torch that they're all checking out, and that should deal with them for the most part. You can come loot this chest for a gold bar, and then we are going to be heading straight through the tent to the Krauser fight. So like I said, you probably want to use a rocket launcher here if you are using rocket launchers, and use that for the final phase of the fight. But since I'm not using rocket launchers, I do go ahead and just pump as many upgrades as I can into the Killer 7's firepower and utilize that. I only have gotten 2 extra Magnum rounds in this run, so I don't really have a whole lot of spare ammo. You can usually expect to get like at least 4 additional Magnum rounds, which should be enough to take him out. I thought about saving there, but definitely you want to like prepare your inventory and make all your merchant purchases before you go ahead and make a save. I didn't quite have enough inventory space here for the Killer 7, so I just chuck a first aid spray in storage. But now we pull out the Killer 7. I also forget to sell the LE5, the SMG, for a while. So if you sold that earlier, you could even have some more money. But yeah, definitely make sure the knife is repaired, and then we just go over here and buy all these power upgrades for the Killer 7. So this is already way more than would have costed to get a rocket launcher. So if you are worried about not having enough money, you shouldn't worry, since you should have more than enough to buy a rocket launcher from here. And then we go ahead and make our save right there. Then we have a little cutback right there just because I did retry the Krauser fight. I was actually able to I think I made it to the end on my first try, but I was really unhappy with the first 2 phases. I thought I played them pretty poorly, so I went ahead and retried it here. And actually remember right here to sell the LE5, and I just go ahead and buy the case upgrade at that point. There's not too much else you have to really worry about in terms of money once you have made it to this point. Either you are using the rocket launcher and you would still have like an extra 150 to 200k left over from what I spent on the Killer 7, or you bought the Killer 7 and upgraded it, and then after this I will basically just sell the Killer 7 and have as much money as I could ever need for anything else for the rest of the game. But yeah, we are going to be fighting Krauser here. One thing that you might not know is if you actually go backwards after the very beginning here where he shoots at you with the SMG, there's another Rhinoceros Beetle back there. A little dangerous to get if you're not getting rid of Krauser here by shooting him with a rocket launcher or whatever you might do. But yeah, interesting. Those things are very well hidden. So yeah, right here at the start, just wait for him behind everything that he can shoot at, and then once he shoots, just run to the next one. Pretty easy to do that. And then once you're up here, you can run quickly behind this pillar, and he will jump up. You can take some shots at him. Just be careful you're not standing too far out, or he will actually throw a boot knife at you, and that actually takes away like half your armor if you get hit by it. It's pretty brutal. But yeah, as far as this fight goes, I pretty much just try to treat it the same way as the first Krauser fight with the knife only. Like I said before, if you want, you can use more gunshots than I do, and that can make it faster and potentially easier. I just, I don't know, I kind of like doing the knife fight with Krauser, but pretty much the same strategy and same move set he had during that. Whenever he jumps behind you, make sure you try and take a slash at him, because he may try to do that grab move, and you definitely want to cancel that. Kick him whenever you're able to, and be prepared to dodge his attacks with E. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. There's 2 of these pre-main fights, I guess. The second one is a little bit more difficult because he'll jump away and use his guns more often, but basically whenever he jumps away from you and stands on a wall, he did it a little bit ago in this segment as well, you can basically just go run underneath of him and he will not be able to hit you, so you don't have to worry about that. And yeah, I keep getting hit by kicks because I slash and then he immediately kicks whenever I do it, so that's kind of annoying as it happens again right there. But it's not the biggest deal getting hit by the kicks because they don't really do that much damage, so you don't have to worry about it too much if you're prioritizing attacking more often to get more damage off. It should be overall fine, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. Miss out on a kick opportunity of my own there. But yeah, after a few tries or a little bit of practice with this fight, it's really not that difficult. I definitely am not showing off my best performance here ever, but you know, I'm also trying to focus on doing damage fairly quickly to get him to leave, and then eventually he'll throw a flashbang and be gone. So you want to go ahead and open up the gate, of course, with the wheel, and then move on through this next segment. And right here, whenever you jump down, not at this very point, but after crouching underneath this laser and then jumping down, he will show up behind you and try to run up and grab you. I've never really been able to consistently stop him from doing this. I try to shotgun him here, which has worked for me before, but this time he just ignores the fact that I shotgunned him in the face and charges me and takes me down. Knifing him has never worked. I don't really know if there's a consistent way to avoid that. You guys can let me know in the comments if you know of it, but I just try and shotgun him, and if it doesn't work, I mean, I just take the little bit of damage. It's not actually a huge deal. But yeah, coming around here, you can knife the bear trap and then make sure you hide behind the wall for a second, since he's going to shoot an explosive arrow at you, and then we can continue moving on. Right here, you can actually shoot this the turret. I just completely forgot the turret was there. I'm kind of trolling here. But yeah, you can shoot the turret, and then you can just walk up close to the wall and shoot this the mine that's right in front of me. I didn't even know you could do that until after I recorded this, so I go all the way around and kill the other turret and stuff. But you can just go that singular direction straight through, and you're able to see the mine around the corner, so you don't have to go all the way around like I did. In this little area, of course, go ahead and knife the trap and shoot the turret. And then the second flaming torch, you kind of want to just stop at that point, and he'll shoot an arrow in front of you, and you can then move on. So that's an easy indicator of where to stop running to continue safely. So just stop and then wait for him to shoot, and then you're good to go. You can loot these few things, and then we're coming up here on the part where he'll shoot a bunch of the explosive arrows at you, and there's bear traps and stuff for you to avoid. So I run up quickly and knife this bear trap and hide behind the wall. I know you can like duck under his shots somehow if you're insane, but I've not even tried that. So I just go this way, crouch behind the pillar, then move up, watching out for bear traps at all times, and then crouching behind the wall there next to one. Moving up again here for the green herb, and then you can walk over this pillar and knife the bear trap out of the way, and then you're good to go after he shoots that shot. And then of course he does throw 2 grenades here, so just wait a second, and then we are on to the second segment of the actual fight. So here at the start, he will try to shoot at you, so just run behind this pillar really quick, and then he will oftentimes throw a grenade, which pretty much always just hits the pillar in my experience and doesn't get near you, so you should be good. I take a couple pot shots at him here. During this section, I do use the guns a little bit more, but still mainly try to stick to the knife as much as I can. And yeah, see, like right there, I just blast him with a shotgun. When he throws a flashbang during this segment, that means he'll be appearing behind you, and you'll have to dodge it with E. So just be prepared for that. It's kind of like a bait and switch because, you know, whenever he's thrown flashbangs before, he's been like moving on and you don't have to worry. But in this situation, he's actually going to be appearing behind you. My knife just broke there, so I'm on to my boot knives that I have, but thankfully I saved up quite a few for this. I have 4 remaining. Of course, if you don't have as many boot knives available, then definitely be using the guns more often to try and speed it up a little bit more, and also, you know, of course, not have to use the knives as much to block his things. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, rinse and repeat. Again, he can jump up above. If he does that, just walk right under him and he won't be able to hit you. As you'll see here, he jumps up above me and I go stand underneath where he jumped, and he just is like looking at me. He throws a grenade, but then you can just like walk along the wall, and as you can see, he still can't hit me, and you should be good to go, and he'll come back down. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Jumps behind me, tries to do his grab. I slash him, and yeah, really same old story as the other fights. The only new thing really is the fact that he will flashbang and appear behind you in this segment. And then at some point, eventually, he will run away and jump way up there, and that is the trigger for the next part where he will transform. So yeah, running around this corner, he will show up and try to slash you. I don't really know if there's any way you can avoid that aside from parrying it, which does have to be a perfect parry, and I wasn't able to hit it. However, it doesn't do too much damage, so you might just end up tanking that. I've never been able to stop him by shooting him or anything, but maybe you can. I don't know. But yeah, then you can just run through the rest of this section. There's a yellow herb there, a green herb here, and then you have to make sure to dodge his jumping down attack with E. I do equip the Killer 7 here for the final phase. Usually dodge with E. And then right outside, before you climb the ladder, there's a red herb and 2 crates, so you can grab those as well. And then we will be heading up for the final bit of the fight. So basically the main thing that I do to avoid him as much as possible while getting chances to shoot him here is climbing up and down the ladders, or like climbing up the ladder and then jumping down and utilizing the time where he's either jumping up or down to shoot at him. Make sure you dodge with E right at the start, and then I will immediately climb the ladder. Unfortunately, I get slashed there. But yeah, as you see, he jumps up, and during that time, he's not blocking his face, so I shoot him. And again, get kind of unlucky getting slashed right there. That usually isn't what will happen. But yeah, jump down, then he jumps down behind me. I climb back up, and then I kind of wait for him to jump up. There's a free time to shoot him, and I take it. And of course, maybe you'll get him to stagger and you can kick him, or you'll get more than one free shot on him at some points. So you can just kind of improvise in that way. But this is pretty much the best way I've found, because parrying him on professional is obviously extraordinarily hard, and you don't want to have to rely on that unless you feel confident in doing so. So this is what I find to be the most effective, just going up and down and shooting him whenever the opportunity arises. And yeah, it seems to work for me for the most part. Utilizing the Killer 7, as I said, I only had gotten 2 extra Magnum bullets. You could have, if you're using this route, you could have maybe not purchased the riot gun upgrades that I did, and instead bought the Magnum ammo crafting recipe and then crafted some additional ammo if you'd like. There's a few options for you in terms of getting additional, or I guess not a few options, but a few things you could have not sold instead. But as you saw, since I didn't really miss any shots, I didn't require any more ammo. In fact, I only used 7 bullets, which is what the Killer 7 comes with, so I did not need to even have any Magnum drops during the whole campaign for that to work. And yeah, I thought that was a pretty decent final phase of the fight. Honestly, I got hit way more than I'd like, and of course I send the Killer 7 back to storage since we no longer need it. But I got hit more than I'd like, to be honest with you, but it really wasn't that bad. It was pretty quick. And you can definitely do it without taking damage as long as you're a little bit safer than I was. I took a few risky shots and wasn't putting enough distance between myself and him before he jumped up and things like that, but it still wasn't that bad. And that's the end of Chapter 14. I do recommend making another save after Chapter 14. We got saves to spare here, and yeah, it's nice to have the Krauser fight out of the way. And now all we have left is Chapter 15 with Mike, and then 16 for the final Sadler boss fight upcoming next. So we are loading up now into Chapter number 15. So we are going to be meeting our good friend Mike, the what does he call it? Combat Chopper, Compliments of Hunnigan, of course, inbound as we speak. And yeah, this chapter can be fairly difficult, like I've said many times now, to prepare you. Make sure you have, at the very least, 1 heavy grenade and 1 regular grenade. I always use 2 heavy grenades, but I've seen videos where 1 regular grenade and a heavy grenade works as well, but that'll allow you to destroy the anti-air gun without having to go all the way around and shoot it with the other gun. I go ahead and sell off the Killer 7 and the fighting knife, a biosensor scope, a bunch of stuff like that, so now I have plenty of money, repair my stuff, and then I will be normally buying first aid sprays every time I see the merchant now. I go ahead and pick up the large resources. I buy another case upgrade. I mean, who cares at this point? I can pretty much spend money on whatever I want. Obviously, if you're going to be using the rocket launcher on Sadler, you honestly don't even really have to worry, because you can just sell your weapons, and so you can still upgrade stuff like I'm doing here. I'm just upgrading the riot gun, the rifle, whatever you really want. If you're not using the rocket launcher on him, then you do want to make sure you upgrade some stuff. Of course, for the Sadler boss fight, I do find the shotgun actually pretty strong and useful, as long as you're okay staying near to him or have a lot of healing items, because it can take out those eyeballs on his legs really fast. I like to crouch right here and wait for Mike to show up and kill the people. If you hide right behind one of the concrete barriers, that rocket launcher will blow you to pieces. So you want to make sure, well, I mean, I don't think it kills you in one hit, but it'll hurt a lot. So you definitely want to just take a thicker piece of cover like this bit here. So yeah, I just kind of stand here and wait for Mike. Of course, if you want, you can move up forwards a little more and kill some of them yourself. but that's probably a waste of ammo. And you can just wait for Mike, and then he'll do this little bit where he introduces himself, as I mentioned a couple seconds ago. And then I'll run in and loot the place. And what you can do to speed this up, and I'm not sure if I actually do it here. It looks like I don't. You can climb the tower and use the machine gun to shoot the guys who are currently coming in on the right side of my screen right now. You can do that to speed it up a little bit, but you don't have to. Of course, we are well ahead of the time target here, and this is probably safer. Just watch out, as some people will get through, and Mike is a little bit of RNG on when he shoots people, and he can be kind of useless like he's being right now. So I just am slowly backing up, dodging that guy's hatchets, and take a shot at that guy to get him off. I somehow just have some brain lag or something and don't block that hatchet. Not sure what I was doing there, but yeah, Mike is taking his sweet time on finishing these guys off, but he does manage to do that eventually. And yeah, it is, I think, based on how many people end up getting taken out. So as I said, you can speed it up by getting in the action yourself a bit, but eventually Mike will blow up the barricade that's blocking the way, and you'll be able to get through and move on to the next section. So not a whole lot to say about this part. Just do however you like. But the main thing you could do to speed it up is climb the tower right after he introduces himself and use the machine gun that's up there to take out guys that are coming in from that section on the right, as I mentioned. But as you can see here, there he goes, blowing up the barricade, although he has neglected to take out several of the guys here, so that's kind of annoying. I take matters into my own hands and put down some red 9 shots. You can obviously just run straight past him as well if you want, but either way, just make your way up now. And of course, for this next section, you can just hide on the other side of the wall and wait for Mike to shoot the tower, because there's a rocket launcher guy up there and another machine gun. Also, try to make sure you have some flash grenades for the upcoming section where Mike isn't able to help you. I had plenty of large resources left over, as should you if you've been buying them from the merchant and stuff. So just make sure you have some flash grenades. He says leave the area up ahead to him, so you can just wait right here. You can also, if you want, just absolutely run straight out there, and most of the time they won't actually hit you, and you can get a little head start, but that's a little bit sketchy, and you probably just want to wait for him to take them out. There's some gunpowder here on your left that you can always grab, and also a first aid spray up here on the thing right here. There's a couple red barrels you can shoot to help you out on killing these guys that are down here. There's that first aid spray. And then you can come up and climb this ladder. I don't know, I didn't really need to drop back down for that ruby, but couldn't pass up such a free treasure. Speaking of treasures, there's a thing you can shoot right there. I think that's a velvet blue or something. And there's 2 or 3 barrels and a consistent green herb spawn right there. And then right here where the first aid gun. It's the anti-air gun. Take out those heavy grenades I've been mentioning you should bring, and throw 1, throw 2, and boom, there you go. The anti-air gun is taken out. And make sure after you take it out that you turn around and look up there and take out this guy with the rocket launcher as quick as you can. Sometimes Mike will deal with those people, but oftentimes that guy can try and get a shot off at you before he's able to do anything. So make sure you take him out and then look up there again. I saw Mike just shot at them and I think took them all out, but there could be some more people up there with crossbows. As you see, I'm double checking there. But yeah, then there's a bunch of guys down here, and you can either kill them or you can throw a flash and just try and run straight up. Because I think whenever you do get closer to the door, Mike will destroy it more quickly in general, I believe. But I throw a flash to take out those 2 plagas right there, and I'm kind of taking this more slowly than you definitely could. You could go more quickly through this section, but yeah, just trying to play it a little bit safer. And then during the next part where Mike is no longer helping us, I will just kind of YOLO run through the whole thing. So yeah. There he goes, destroying the door. And whenever he does this, a bunch of guys will rush out. I throw a grenade here. If you're right next to the door when he destroys it, you can just run past them and get through without any issue, really. But since I wasn't, I do decide to go ahead and just kind of blast them all with the red 9 here. Takes them out pretty quick. But then a lot of guys will continually show up behind you. So at this point, I should have just run straight through and continued on with the next segment. But again, we're not in a huge rush, so it can be beneficial to take out your sniper and remove these two guys from the equation who are posted up in the what are these things called? The turrets. That guy dropped dynamite on the ground. I thought maybe I could shoot it, but it seemed to disappear quite quick. But as you can see, guys are just like kind of continually coming, because obviously there's that whole section that we skipped where you climb up and utilize the machine gun to take out the anti-air gun, and those guys are going to be coming down from there. So it is pretty annoying. I'm getting kind of destroyed here. Look, there's 3 of them behind me now. So as I said, you can do this that I'm doing, take it a little slower, kill a lot of guys, and obviously remove the turret people from the equation. But at this point, I just kind of decided to say screw it and go, because they just kept coming, and it was pretty annoying. So I would recommend probably just going straight through after you either run past or deal with the people who initially rush out. And then since I wasted 2 flashbangs on killing Plagas earlier, I only have 2 to spare, but that should be enough here to get through. So this first lever you can pretty much just run straight up to and pull. There will be nobody really in your way in my experience. And then jump down over the railing to make it a little bit quicker to get down, and you should mostly be able to climb straight up to this ladder before people really get in your way. That guy was kind of in a bad spot. I could have shotgunned him to get him out of the way, but whenever I climb up the ladder, that guy just jumps right down past me. But I'll throw a flashbang out the door and then run straight over to the lever and pull it, and then throw another flashbang after the cutscene of the door opening to make my way out. And that should be pretty much good enough for you to get out of there. The people might get on the turrets and start shooting you a little bit, but I've never really had much issue getting through this area with that sort of strategy. First lever is pretty free to get to, and then the second one, it's also not that tough to get to, and you can just use a flashbang or 2 to make your way out. So that is that whole segment with Mike. In my opinion, not too difficult to get through. The next upcoming segment is a bit harder, especially when, like me, you have wasted several flashbangs and don't have as many as you might like. Of course, after Mike gets shot down, or I guess in this version he doesn't get shot down, he gets taken out by Novistadors. When Mike gets taken down, you're going to need to kill off the 4 Novistadors that show up, so make sure you're prepared to shoot them, as they can be pretty quick in getting close to you and hitting you, and really annoying. But yeah, basically the next segment, ideally you'd have 2 or 3 flashbangs. I wasted 2 in the prior segment for Plaga kills, which you probably shouldn't do, and it's better to have them available for this upcoming section. If you need additional money for whatever reason, maybe if you don't quite have enough for a rocket launcher, although again, you can sell your weapons, so you shouldn't be in any danger of that happening, you can come down here and grab the Staff of Royalty, which sells for 25k. Pretty nice treasure there. Again, I only really went and grabbed it just to show it. I probably don't really need the money, although I would more so than someone using the rocket launcher, because of course I can't sell my weapons, and I do want them to be decently upgraded for the Saddler boss fight. So if you are going a similar route to me without using any bonus weapons or rocket launchers or things like that, then maybe do go grab that for that pretty big payday for a short detour. Of course, there is this small section here with the body bags hanging. There's 3 of them that I know of that have regenerators. One of those 3 at the start does, and you just want to crouch past those ones and just don't walk into them, and they won't spawn their regenerators, and it's pretty much easy. This side room has a splendid bangle you can grab before opening the first door here. And yeah, as long as you don't walk directly into any of the bags which hold regenerators, you should be good and not have to worry in this section. The next one is on my left right there, that is underneath a crate that I just completely ignore. This crate on the gurney, by the way, has a Viper. But yeah, none of these other ones have regenerators, and then the other one that has one is currently directly behind me. It is next to 2 crates, so just don't walk into that. It's right there on my right side of my screen right now. And I take this longer route around after turning the wheel just to avoid that one that does have a regenerator. And as long as you destroyed that crate was in your way, you should just barely make it to the door, and that'll be all good. So yeah, very easy and free area as long as you don't disturb any of the regenerators. Go ahead and sell off what we've got here, and of course tune up our or repair our stuff. Which, do I forget to repair my armor here? I guess it's possible. Yeah, I do forget to repair my armor, so definitely repair your armor if you aren't at full. And as you can see, the merchant didn't have any large resources, so I am at 0 flashbangs right now. So ideally, you'd have 2 or 3 at this point. If I hadn't wasted 2 in the prior section on flashing Plagas, then I would have 2 available. But I'll basically just go through it without. I think maybe I pick up a large resource some point during this. Yeah, right there, I get 1 large resources, so I will have at least 1 flashbang to work with. But ideally, you would have some more. I do climb up this ladder. There's a few ways you can go through this. I didn't know why there's so many Vistadors around. I didn't realize there were this many at the very start here. But yeah, I'm taking it a little bit slower here because I don't have as many flashbangs available. And I don't know, that was kind of a BS rifle or a rocket launcher hit. But yeah, I take out my rifle here, take out some guys, make sure you get rid of the rocket launcher guy. Either way, whether you're going fast or slow, probably. But yeah, eventually the brute comes up behind me here, and did I not even notice? Or I'm just like running from him at this point, and running around here. So again, taking this area quite more slowly than you could if you did have flashes available. And I guess at this point I realized that I didn't repair my armor, so I go back to fix it up here, since I will probably be taking quite a bit of damage during this segment due to the fact that I am low on flashes. If you do have 2 or 3 available, you can just run straight up and like shoot the brute's ammo pack whenever he tries to shoot you, because he's standing like kind of in the middle of the path there at the start. Yeah, right about there. I guess he reset to that location. That's where he's standing. You can just run up past the Novistadors and then shoot his ammo pack whenever he puts it on, as I demonstrate right here, and that'll get you past him. And then whenever you run up here and go through this double doors on the right, I will usually throw a flashbang when I get in here, but I don't, since I don't have so many flashes, I don't throw one and just go shotgun mode to get past them, and then use the barrel as well to help me out. So basically up to you. You can not use a flash there if you want to save it for whatever reason, or if you're low. And then coming up here, some more Novistadors will spawn, so I will shotgun them as well to get by. And then walking up along the walkway through here, the brute will come through the door. I pretty much just ignore him and then shotgun this guy who's in the way to access the turret. He will, I think, always be a tier 2 Plaga, but you can kind of ignore him after you get through here. And then right here, when I go back through this door and the other brute comes out, is where I'll throw my flashbang. If he's not there, then I'll throw it right when I get out onto the catwalk through that double doors, but yeah, if you only have 1, then that's probably the best place to throw it. If you have 1 more left, then throw it over the bridge before you jump down here to make it a little safer, but I'm able to get through perfectly fine with some liberal shotgun usage, and you're good to go there. So yeah, a little bit slower than it possibly could be, especially if you have like 3 flashbangs available, but still not too bad, and I'm able to get through there. There is a way you can use a Novistador to damage boost you through the turret laser and avoid having to go turn it, but I found that to be pretty dang difficult, definitely harder than the wharf skip at the beginning of the island in chapter 13. So I mean, you can try and learn that if you want, but it's not really necessary, of course, as we have plenty of time to spare. Go and pick up Ashley, of course, off the altar, and then we have to slowly walk through this section where, there's all this hallucinations and stuff going on because Leon's starting to lose it due to the parasite. But basically, we are done with chapter 15 here. So, yeah, in my opinion, not that tough as long as you are utilizing flashbangs properly and, just letting Mike do most of the work. Otherwise, the anti-air gun skip is very nice, and prior to going into the, right after destroying the anti-air gun and prior to going into the section where you flip the switches, you can probably go quite a bit quicker than I did in that scenario, just to get through there faster and not have to waste so much ammo on taking people out. So yeah, that's just some advice for maybe how to do it differently, but the way I did it works as well. If you're trying to go a little slower and want to kill some more, or take out some more people, then you can do that too. But yeah, after this, pretty much all we have left is the Saddler boss fight. I do not recommend that you save at the end of chapter 15 here, because all you have to do to get to Saddler is run past or kill like 2 or 3 Novistadors at most, and there's no real issue or chance of dying. So go ahead and save your save, I guess. Don't use your save at chapter 15 end and just utilize it right before the Saddler boss fight. so you can retry it if you ever, if you die or need to do it again for whatever reason. And then you'll be good to go. That will be my 14th and final save that I make. So you can, of course, use the extra one wherever you like during the game and be good to go from there. So, yep, we are approaching the, what would you call this? I guess like the operating chair here that removes the Plagas from within our bodies, and we'll be good to go. So placing Ashley down ends the chapter. And as I said, we will not be saving here. We will utilize that prior to the Sadler fight. So hitting no and loading up. And of course, we are just getting done with our operation. You can grab a first aid spray here on the back table, and there's a crate there and there to smash for some additional loot. And then we can head on out the door and boost Ashley up to knock down the ladder. There is a hanging thing above the walkway that you will go across here that you can shoot down while she's kicking the ladder and grab it on your way by. I think that's another Velvet Blue. And then the final treasure we'll be grabbing is basically the one that's right next to the merchant at the end of the game and has a gold ingot in it. So yeah, shoot it down while she's kicking the ladder, and you can grab it on your way by, as I said. And yeah, basically, if you are willing and don't care about using rocket launchers, then go ahead and like sell your shotgun and your rifle, and that should probably be enough alongside any treasures you might have to purchase a rocket launcher. And then you can just use your red 9 on the final little phase where he's flailing his tentacles at you. Otherwise, obviously, if you're doing my approach, then try and have your guns as upgraded as possible and as much ammo as possible. But there is quite a lot of supplies available in the Sadler fight. Right there is a camouflage Novistador who's always there, so you can take that out so you can get through and just climb up the cliffside here. And there'll be one more camouflage Novistador to take out on the other side of this fallen pillar here. Right there he is. Take him out. And there'll be one more that's in this area that you can kill or not. I usually don't end up doing it, but since Ashley is taking an absolute eternity behind me and I'm worried she might get attacked by it for whatever reason, I do finish it off. I don't know what she's doing back there, taking her sweet time, but I guess she takes a while to climb up the cliffside maybe. And here we are at the final section. So, of course, we do have the escape afterwards, but loot this golden ingot from the chest here, and then there's a few things to loot within the merchant's room itself. Gunpowder and a couple crates. And then we're going to make our final changes at the merchant here. So, sell off everything you've got. This is your last chance. Combine any gems that you might have available with any of your treasures and sell those off as well. I don't have any of the square gems for my necklace or my bangle or my chalice, so that was kind of underwhelming. Wasn't able to get much money for those. Repair your knife and armor if you need to, and then I just chuck power upgrades for the maximum into my rifle and shotgun, and then just like random stuff, capacity, reload speed, whatever. Of course, purchase your rocket launcher if you're using it here instead of that, and then you'll be good to go. I wish I hadn't gone straight ahead with those upgrades so I could buy some stuff from the merchant, but I just sell my boot knives, hand grenades, and magnum ammo that I'm not going to use, so it's not a big deal. So I can buy these large resources for whatever reason that I might need. You could also probably buy those small resources there if you don't have any or might want them for crafting shotgun ammo and stuff like that. Nothing really to buy for Spinels, but I just go ahead and buy 3 Velvet Blues. You can buy those as many times as you want from there, and then sell those so I can buy a first aid spray as well. And then I just buy the small resources and whatever. And there we go. So we got tons of first aid sprays for this fight. I do even have an additional one to take out from within my storage that I placed before the Krauser fight. And then we make our final save right here. And I don't think I actually reload this one. I think this is my first attempt at Sadler. And although it doesn't go ideally, and I probably make a bunch of mistakes, again, we're not looking for perfect. We're just looking for S+. Here we go. We start the Sadler fight, and there's some stuff you can loot right away before he jumps down. And then I like to take out his first 2 eyeballs right here at the start, utilizing that explosive barrel. So first one, I just shoot down with the red 9, and then I quickly swap to the shotgun to take out the second one during his stagger. There's only 2 eyeballs for this first one, and you can stab him in the eye for the big damage hit. And then I will pretty much just run away and keep an eye on him. because he has this one move that he likes to do right here, as you'll see, where he does a horizontal goop sweep, which he sometimes does and sometimes does not sweep back across. So sometimes he'll go one way and stop, sometimes he'll go one way and back, so keep an eye on that. But you can crouch to avoid that, and you'll be all good to go here. And then I will move on, loot some stuff, and this area right here with the little raised bit is kind of where I like to fight him for the most part, but you can't really stay in one place too much or you'll struggle with the fight, in my opinion. But yeah, just kind of keep an eye on him. Make sure you're prepared for if he does that sweeping horizontal goop spray. You can use this barrel to take out his, or to stagger him as well. And then again, I kind of run up to him and take out his eyeballs. I think there's 2 again on the second cycle here, so you can get another stab in like that. And then I'll be continuing to run around and try and keep my distance from him. But like I said, it can be very effective to stay close to him and use your shotgun and just take out the eyeballs, because every time you take one out, of course, there is a stagger, hit stun that he gets. So that can be pretty beneficial to take advantage of. As you see, I utilize it here to take that one out and then just run quickly past him. But there's only 2 eyeballs again on this third cycle, as far as I know. So you can go ahead and probably get him to stagger again there. But at some point, he will jump up into the middle of the room here, and basically we'll be calling for the Novistadors, and there will be a bunch of them that come out, and they're really annoying. So what I try to do at this point is kind of just run around and not really try to attack Sadler, and make sure if he's up there, and if he does have 2 eyeballs, he will have 2 eyeballs in the third before the third down. So if you've already taken out one, don't take out the other. I'm not too sure. It seems like after he goes up there, I think when he comes back down, he always has 4 eyeballs on his legs, or maybe they just get reset. I'm not sure exactly. I craft and throw a flashbang there for whatever reason, but basically what I do is I do try to just kind of run around and not fight him here, which is debatably a good or bad idea, but the reason for that is because he will kill off a lot of the Novistadors himself with his goop sprays like that. As you saw, it took out, I think, 2 or 3 of them. Whenever he does the vertical one like that, you can just step to the side, and it will usually just miss you. There's also several attacks that you can dodge while running from him utilizing E, so be prepared to press that. And yeah, I'm just kind of keeping away from him and hoping he eventually kills off the Novistadors, because obviously they can be quite annoying when you're trying to fight him and they come up and smack you and stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't notice he was doing the horizontal goop spray there, so I take a pretty big chunk of damage there, and I'm not able to avoid it by crouching, which I would have been able to do. Right here, it does give me the lever, even though I didn't, or the button rather, to raise the bridge, even though I didn't really press it, as you can see, but I did hit the button and got the animation off, I guess. So yeah, he collapses the other section there as he did the first side earlier, and now the only way to get around is going up here, and then the only way to get across from the other side is using the bridge. At this point, I kind of say enough of running around for the most part and decide to both start fighting him again, and I take out some of the Novistadors myself with my red 9. And yeah, so getting up close and personal here, utilizing the shotgun to take out the eyeballs. It is very effective, takes them out in maybe 1, 2, 3 shots at most if you're hitting them properly. And yeah, just kind of weaving in and out of his legs to get in there and get close to be able to take the shots on him. The ones in the back can be difficult to hit. I'm just kind of spraying with the red 9 hoping I hit it here, but thankfully we do have tons of healing resources available since I troll pretty hard and get hit a lot. But eventually I just decide to run up and take the shotgun approach, and eventually I'm able to take it out. And he goes down again for another stab. And yeah, that's pretty much rinse and repeat at this point. There's not a whole lot else to say about the Sadler fight. Once all the Novistadors are gone, it's much easier to deal with. He did the horizontal spray there again, so I ducked underneath, and I could see he was rearing up to do a charge, so I jumped down there, using the sniper whenever he's not moving too much. And then at this point I was like, the shotgun actually seemed pretty effective, so I just wait for him to jump down and then pull out the shotgun and just start blasting away at the eyes. So this seems to be pretty effective, and if you have small resources you can craft more shotgun shells. But right there, boom, 1, 2, 3, I take them all the remaining 3 out. I took the first with the rifle, and we get another stab off on him. Of course, being professional, this guy does have quite a lot of health, but yeah, I'm just looking at what I want to do with my inventory. And since the shotgun has been so effective for me, I craft an additional 6 shells there, and just going to reload those while waiting for him to respawn his eyes. But at some point, he will do this weird thing where he just jumps around to a bunch of locations and then will eventually jump to the center again. And when he is up there, he will do his vertical goop spray, I think 3 times in a row. So just be ready and walk to the side for each of those, and you should be completely fine. It's kind of a weird thing, and you might be able to get some free shots on his eyes while he's preparing that. But there you go, he does 1. There's number 2, and here comes number 3. So yeah, a little weird thing that he does. He'll just jump around to several different spots and then up to the middle, and then do that. That I think happens every time at some point. But yeah, while he's far away, I'm just shooting his eyes with the sniper whenever I get a chance. He tried to do the vertical goop spray there, and I was ready to run out of the way, but I canceled it by killing one of his eyes. And then we just have the 2 that are left in the back, so I shoot that one, and this second one I get as well. The ones on the back legs are usually weaker, and you're able to take them out more easily, but yeah, at that point he's done for, and there's this final segment to deal with. Now, what I'm doing here, you don't want to do. You actually want to wait. Apparently, this is just what I've heard from the speedrun people. You want to wait for 2 tentacle swipes before you start attacking, because apparently he has some big damage reduction during that until his first 2 tentacle swipes are done. I don't know why that is, or if that's even true, but yeah, either way, I have plenty of ammo to be spending here, so just continue shooting and dodge the tentacle swipes with E, and then if the vertical ones come up on the left or the right, just move to the opposite side to avoid them. Even if they do hit you, they don't deal much damage. This section of the fight is pretty free, and you're pretty much in the clear here. So yeah, in my opinion, Sadler, not even honestly as difficult, or at least not as annoying as Salazar, and you will of course get the rocket launcher thrown from Ada. Just shoot it, and you're done with the fight. But yeah, of course, easily able to just use the rocket launcher to take him out immediately and be in that second phase, and just shoot him down with the Red 9 and wait for the Ada throw as well. But as I'm just showing off here in my inventory, plentiful healing resources remaining after that fight. Really not an issue. The ammo was getting a little bit low, but there was still quite a bit of stuff around that I could have run around and picked up in the area, and potentially that would have been ammo itself, or I could have crafted more. And I mean, we were pretty much had no issues there in the Sadler fight. I could have obviously done it better a little bit. I could have taken less hits and done it a little cleaner, but I was perfectly happy with it. And yeah, again, not requiring perfection at all. Up here at this point, obviously we're just doing the escape now. There's not a whole lot to say. This guy, you can actually crouch when he comes out the door, or like when he's about to come out the door, and he won't grab you. So that can save you like a second or 2 from him grabbing you. Or you can shoot him as well if you want, either one. But yeah, make sure to hold the bookshelf to get it out of, or not bookshelf, I guess this is like like a server console or some electrical box, I have no idea. But yeah, all we have left is the jet ski sequence, which in my opinion is quite easy. Just be sure to, don't hit the walls and don't crash it, and you'll be good to go. One thing you might not know, and I don't think I do it here because I wasn't aware of it at the time, but if you press F as you're going off of the jumps, you can actually get Leon to do tricks on the jet ski, which look absolutely ridiculous. He does like 360s and backflips, which is completely absurd and pretty funny. Yeah, I didn't know about them during this run, but if you hit F while going off those jumps, you will do tricks on the jet ski, which is pretty cool. But yeah, basically, as long as you don't mess up this jet ski part, which would honestly really suck if you messed it up, so definitely feel free, if you have used the same number of saves as me, which is 14, feel free to save after the Sadler fight and before you do this whole escape, because that might, that would be nice, because it would suck kind of a lot to have to redo the whole Sadler fight if you die, but up to you. I kind of didn't even consider that, as I've never had much trouble with the jet ski sequence since I've done the game. I've probably played through the game like 10 or 11 times now, so I'm pretty used to where you go during this and how to drive it and stuff. But if you are concerned about it, you can utilize that extra save to avoid having to deal with it. That part is probably the closest you will come to getting hitting the wall, but there we have it. We are clean through and skipping the last few cutscenes here. That is the professional S plus walkthrough and S plus rank achieved. You'll see my final stats here. Professional, 4 hours 21 minutes 50 seconds, 14 saves, playthrough 1, S plus rank. So that is it. As you'll see here, this was of course my first S plus professional run through, but I still think I was able to make a fairly cohesive walkthrough. And I unlocked the cat ears accessory. That was my final challenge, so I got doing some overtime as well, which I was happy to complete. And the cat ears accessory, of course, can be equipped to give you infinite ammo on all weapons. It doesn't actually give you infinite ammo like it is on the hand cannon and Chicago sweeper, which provides you with you can just never stop shooting. But basically what the cat ears do is you'll equip them and you'll have your normal clip. So say you have 10 bullets in a handgun magazine, and then it'll just say you have 10 bullets to shoot, and then you have infinite ammo to reload. So you still have to reload guns, but you can use them as much as you want, which is pretty fun to take some, the Broken Butterfly or Killer 7 out for a real spin. Strangely doesn't work for the bolt thrower, which I thought was weird, but yeah. That is basically it. I hope this guide helped you guys out. Super long video, but go ahead and leave a thumbs up and subscribe if you're enjoying this game and want to see more content from me, and share this with anybody you think it might be beneficial to help get them the professional S plus ranking. Leave me any feedback in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.